One day, a gate unexpectedly opened in the sky, and monsters descended to Earth through it. But along with these monsters, there have also appeared those who are capable of defeating these demons with their power. These creatures from another world who came to Earth and interfered in people's lives were called Celestials. People immediately received a message. They were informed that the state had been preparing for such situations from the very beginning. People were asked not to leave their homes under any circumstances, to close their doors, and not to go outside, as rescuers would soon arrive. It was after that day that ordinary people began to have incredible abilities, just like the Celestials. The human desire for life was no match for the endurance of monsters. In the hands of people was enormous power to protect against these demons, which meant that anyone in this world could take power into their own hands. The source of life and power of the Celestials was the Divine Foundation. The Divine Foundation is divided into three types. The first is possessed by those who can use the power of heaven and earth. This is the Heavenly Foundation. The second type is possessed by those who control the energy of wood, fire, earth, iron, and water. They formed the entire surface world. This is the Earthly Foundation. The third type is possessed by those who know how to control the human body, using the energy of the sun, moon, and yin-yang. This is the Human Foundation. And finally, a foundation that does not belong to heaven or earth, and does not even belong to the Human Foundation. Creatures from this base are too unpredictable, and there are many more problems with them. Suddenly, it became noticeable that a young guy appeared with a weapon in his hands. It seemed that he had recently taken the elixir. As funny as it may sound, his elixir was nicotine, and as a result, he suffered from hyperstimulation of the central nervous system. This increased the release of dopamine and adrenaline, and this began to stimulate his abilities. Seeing him, the monster immediately felt the strength of this guy. He began to scream loudly and prepare to attack. This guy's name is Brian. He decided not to wait for the monster to attack, and took a decisive first step. An aggressive and brutal battle began. Brian struck the first blow and made the monster feel pain. Of course, this will not be enough for a total victory, but it already characterizes the young man's abilities. The basis of such beings is not the power of heaven or the power of the earth. It doesn't even apply to human power. They are too unpredictable and are called a disaster. You could say that this is the embodiment of chaos in its purest form. Their basis cannot be seen with the eyes alone. This is a global, incomprehensible basis. Even the most experienced in the future will have problems with creatures with this basis. In this world, people gained strength through a divine foundation. The Celestials, on the contrary, were stronger than them due to their status and created problems. They tried to rule the earth. But now, an unpredictable creature has appeared with a basis that no one can understand. This man was given powers from birth, his ability allowing him to consume chemicals and to unleash his potential. Brian is the owner of a unique foundation, and now he possesses catastrophic power and is capable of incredible deeds. Using his unusual abilities, he fought against the Celestials. Very quickly, he became a true legend. It was obvious because no one had seen anything like it before. Now it's time to go back a little and tell his story from the very beginning. He worked in a regular factory and was very tired, like all his colleagues. Making a living through physical strength is not an easy task. After each day, your body hurts unbearably, as if after a real battle. Brian said goodbye to his friends and said he had to go. He wouldn't be able to join them for dinner because he would be busy. His friends couldn't figure out what he was eating. Even after a full day of work, he was the only one who remained full of energy. Maybe the vitamins affect him this way. His colleagues often see him taking red ginseng before the workday. Brian is now 22 years old. He believes that vitamins are the best way out for a situation when you lack strength and energy. His ability lies in the fact that medicine works better on him than on everyone else. He realized this when he started taking nutritional supplements he received from a fellow soldier. 2 vitamin tablets were enough to completely eliminate his fatigue after a whole day of hard work. After taking omega-3 pills, his vision became clearer and his concentration doubled. He only benefited from this ability and constantly enjoyed the features of his body. One day, he was going to go to a cafe to eat something delicious, and at that moment, a beautiful girl approached him. Brian immediately began to think that this girl would start asking for his phone number, like in a movie. However, this girl said that Brian was good-looking, and if he had a free minute, she would like to talk to him. In his country, this is usually what those involved in sex or fraud say, so he got upset and left. The girl's name was Sharon, and she asked him to believe her words, but Brian immediately started running away. He thought he would never encounter sectarians in real life, but as it turned out, he was wrong. He really dislikes everything related to Celestials and sectarians because of his father. Overall, his father was a very hardworking and stable man. He always dreamed of creating a medicine that would help him become a celestial being. He told his wife about this, and after these words, he left his job and went to his parents' house, which is located in the village. There, he mixed medicines with various ingredients and personally priced them, which led to him being hospitalized many times with stomach pains. But one day, he left home in an unknown direction because he could not achieve what he wanted. He left his family only a letter saying he would return when he regained his energy, but 20 years have passed since then. Brian was just a child at the time. His mother was having a hard time after her father's unexpected disappearance. His father could have just taken vitamins and supplements, just like Brian, instead of trying to create magic cures. After the boy left the store, his attention was immediately drawn to something strange in the sky. He raised his head and couldn't figure out what it was. It looked like an unidentified flying object. When he went into the store, this wasn't there. It was unlikely that it was done with the help of film equipment. It feels like it's really a spaceship and it's doing something strange. At first, everyone thought an earthquake had started, but a little later it became noticeable that a huge hole had formed in the ground. Within a few seconds, a huge red monster began to crawl out of this hole onto the ground. This is not exactly what you want to see in the morning after buying yourself a delicious coffee at the store. This monster didn't look friendly. It didn't seem like he wanted to make friends with Brian and become friends with him. The guy quickly realized that he also needed to run away quickly, just like the other people had done a second ago. But suddenly he felt that the nutrients from his energy drink were successfully absorbed by the body. The fact is that this drink contains many active ingredients, such as caffeine and sugar. This very quickly provided the boy's body with important energy and began to stimulate his nervous system. His senses and reflexes sharpened to incredible levels. Everything around him began to seem very slow. It feels like he's watching this situation in slow motion, and it's really strange. He had never noticed before that he had such interesting abilities, but he had never needed them so much before. Brian realized that with such abilities he could easily defeat these demons. He began to hate them from the very beginning. He felt that in this state he could fight with them on equal terms and not concede anything. Incredible confidence immediately filled the boy, so he began to act without hesitation. Of course, from the very beginning, he had not yet fully mastered all the abilities of his body. He needs some time to learn all his strengths and understand his weaknesses. But even this is enough to defeat simple monsters in an equal battle. And this can already be considered an important achievement. While everyone else was running and trying to find a safe place, Brian was able to challenge the monsters and not be afraid of their power. Of course, this was not a problem, because the other monsters immediately saw a strong competitor and united to destroy him. The guy quickly realized that he had no choice but to fight bravely and show who the real lion was. He began to hit them from different sides and very quickly made them respect himself and his strength. Although his actions attracted unnecessary attention from other monsters, he had enough strength to defeat them all. For him, they all acted too predictably and slowly. It was easy for him to dodge their attacks and strike back. 10 minutes was enough to destroy more than 10 opponents from the other side. Brian began to think that this was the end of his troubles. But a little later he realized how wrong he was. Within a few moments he saw another monster in front of him. But this red guy was much larger than all the others. He had no choice but to continue fighting. Perhaps the monster would turn out to be much weaker than it seemed at first glance. But it could also turn out that this red goblin is 10 times stronger than his smaller brothers and sisters. The worst thing about this situation is that Brian felt that the effect of the energy had ended. So now he had real problems. People around were trying to get used to the situation that had developed in their city. Some began to hide in the store and hoped that the monsters would not be able to get inside. They were all incredibly scared and no one knew exactly what to do. They can be understood. They are ordinary people and they hope for help from professional military personnel in emergency situations. Soon, the store door was broken. Now the monsters can safely enter inside. In normal situations when you are threatened with death, your instincts start working at their maximum, as does your intellect. When a person sees a huge red demon in front of him, like from the movie Hellboy, his perception of the world changes. But our main character had already realized his strengths, so he decided to immediately light a cigarette. His internal systems immediately sensed that he had taken the additional stimulant nicotine. His body immediately began to feel a surge of extraordinary energy. All his incredible abilities returned. As soon as he felt the strength in his body again, he immediately showed this monster what he was capable of. Brian began to feel incredibly confident in his own abilities, which made him not want to stop there. He continued to smoke the cigarette and get nicotine into his body, which energizes his body by hyperstimulating the nervous system. Its internal mechanisms begin to work better with the release of adrenaline. With this, he is able to demonstrate incredible abilities and show extraordinary endurance. The guy quickly began to enjoy his strengths and continued to beat the big monster. He felt like the main character in some famous computer game. He had always dreamed of something like that. But in real life, just like in a computer game, monsters can respond with their own attacks. This situation was no exception to the rule, so the huge red demon tried to take revenge. He began to scream loudly and delivered a powerful blow with his right hand. Surprisingly, this blow was accurate. Finally, Brian felt that he had not become a god and could also feel pain. He realized that his opponent was also strong. The battle began on opposing courses. In such situations, the one who hits accurately and quickly always wins. By stimulating his body, Brian had a great advantage over his opponent. He very quickly took advantage of his strengths and began to literally drive the monster's head into the concrete. It was incredibly cruel, but now the world has turned into a real jungle. Either you win or you are defeated. Through this situation, Brian realized that cigarettes could also help him in difficult situations. After that, he began to think about his mother. The guy hopes that nothing bad has happened to her in all this time. He completely forgot that the red demon could still be alive, and he paid for it very quickly. This monster managed to regain its strength, get up, and prepare for the second round. Now they had completely switched places, and Brian felt what it was like when they were trying to crush your head like a watermelon. But nevertheless, there is still a big difference between them. Brian has extraordinary abilities, unlike the monster. This is not enough to stop the red demon's attacks and protect your life. And so the guy turned out to be much more powerful and helped him avoid big problems. A blow to the lung area was enough to knock the monster unconscious for a while. This battle took too much strength from Brian. He was so tired that he couldn't even move his fingers. A little later, he opened his eyes and heard people around him trying to escape from the attacks of these monsters. Of course, not everyone is as lucky as he is. He is the only one who has such extraordinary abilities. Other people are not so lucky. He looked at these monsters and couldn't understand where they came from in their world and why they were attacking defenseless people. This made the boy very angry. He always found it unpleasant to watch injustice. A little later, he saw one of the monsters attacking a defenseless and fat man who could not defend himself on his own. It seems as if this situation was the last straw and Brian completely lost his mind due to anger. This fat man was already close to becoming a nutritious breakfast for the red monster. Suddenly, everyone around started looking up and saw an angel descend from heaven. No one could understand what kind of creature it was. Only a little later, it became clear that it was a human. This man in a white coat took out a card from his pocket and threw it towards the monsters. After that, the electric field worked, and it was noticeable how the red monsters were suffering from this attack. At this point, the people remained unharmed. They quickly guessed that this person had come to help them. At this moment, Brian was very close and personally observed these strange events. He looked at this person and could not understand who he was and why he had come here. In any case, it looked incredible. It felt like it was some kind of superhero. A little later, Brian was able to understand that in front of him stood a very beautiful girl with snow-white hair. She approached the guy and looked at him in surprise, as if she was trying to analyze him with her gaze. She saw that without any training he was able to defeat a huge bunch of monsters, and now she wants to understand who he even is. A little later, she said that she wanted to see his abilities and potential, so for that he had to give her his hand. From the very beginning, Brian didn't understand anything. He behaved like a mentally retarded boy. That's why this girl was forced to use her power and use it to get Brian's hand. She looked carefully at this group in order to understand what the basis was inside the guy. She very quickly realized that it had no heavenly, earthly, or even human foundation. With the help of her experience, she guessed that he had a truly catastrophic foundation that was difficult to explain. At first, she thought that such a fool could not become the bearer of such an important foundation. But if this really happened, she can't leave him alive because, with such powers, he is capable of creating a catastrophe. She realized that she had to destroy this guy immediately, and it was at that moment that he started talking to her. He started thanking this girl for saving him, and said that he didn't even know how to thank her. This made her immediately stop and begin to doubt her future actions. She started making strange movements with her hands and created some kind of incomprehensible blue nucleus. She said she was very sorry that he was wasting his talent and pure energy. That's why she let him eat that blue core. At first, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth, but then changes began to occur in his body. The girl explained that this core was created to seal the center of his energy. From the very beginning, it was used to seal demons of incredible cruelty that could not be controlled. But right now, this core is the only way to save this young man's life. In the future, his uncontrolled abilities could destroy him and turn the world into chaos. Maybe his body is very heavy right now, but he will soon realize that it was for the best. She always asked him not to hate her for this act. If he was lucky, they would meet again. Brian tried to stop her and ask a few more questions, but she disappeared from his sight very quickly. He still couldn't understand for what achievements she gave him this medicine, and what incomprehensible basis did she even discuss. Only a little later did he begin to suspect that this might be related to his extraordinary abilities. If it weren't for his new talents, he would have been lying on the ground with a fractured skull long ago. A little later, the guy found the strength to get up and went to the nearest store. He found the right drink and immediately started drinking it to improve his well-being. The stimulant was taken in order to use its abilities and survive in this difficult world. His liver and kidney functions began to work better, and detoxification intensified. He soon got home and took a lot of hangover drinks with him, although he wasn't sure they would help. The guy began to remember a conversation with this girl. She was talking about some kind of disaster. The core she gave him was supposed to affect his body and his abilities. Brian decided to deal with all this a little later and go in search of his mother. It was at this moment that he received a message on his phone. He thought that monsters could also appear in other cities. The message said that people should stay in safe places and not go out. It was also suggested to download an app to your phone in order to fill in the necessary information and follow the instructions. I quickly realized that this app looked like it was developed in a hurry. In order to go through the verification process, you need to scan his ID card. Soon, this process was successfully completed, and the system notified him that he would be redirected to the main page of the application. Suddenly, Brian saw a lot of red hieroglyphs around him. He thought it was because of the medicine that the girl in the white coat gave him. The system reported that a divine basis had been found and confirmed in his body, and an analysis of his abilities had begun. He couldn't understand anything, but he began to suspect that it might be related to that girl. If he now sees that his foundation has no explanation, then that is exactly what she was talking about. Soon, strange things started happening to his body. Brian began to feel weak and had stomach pains. He was upset that this was happening right now. Maybe it was related to the core the girl gave him. He immediately took out the remaining hangover bullets and began to drink them greedily. He soon felt a little better, so these drinks really work. The analysis of his body's abilities was still ongoing. The system announced that the type of his divine foundation would now become clear. He rightly began to get noticeably worried. Although he didn't understand much about it, he felt that it was something important. Blue core. The color of this substance is blue. It symbolizes a tree, and in rare cases it is based on water. All this is called the blue core of empty energy. Among the various types of ingredients that surround our world, it is considered one of the best. Finally, the boy's body felt the stimulant, the active substance at the moment being the blue core of empty energy. Empty blue energy was in the core that the celestial being had previously given to Brian. The hangover bullets helped neutralize the core's poisonous ingredients, leaving only empty blue energy in his body. After that, strange things started happening to our main character's body, and it immediately became clear to him that his body temperature had increased significantly. He realized that he needed to wait a while for his body to adapt to these changes. He found a comfortable position for waiting, the kind of postures in movies where meditation takes place. All this time he believed that his foundation had no explanation. But the system began to say something about an earthly foundation. She announced that his divine foundation type is earthly. He has highly developed tree energy, so he needs to develop this ability correctly. Of course, all this seems very strange because this celestial woman gave him the medicine because she saw a basis in him without explanation. Now he doesn't understand anything, but he only feels that the poison inside him has been neutralized. Perhaps some components of her medicine remained in his body and changed something in his abilities. In any case, it's a good thing. If he really had a face without explanation, then he would probably have had to run away. Soon the president began speaking on breaking news, something that should have been done a long time ago. He greeted all members of the state and said that his future words were the absolute truth. 10,000 years ago, the world was a much more impressive place than our world today. The creatures we now call monsters walked the earth while beings from other worlds changed galaxies to come to our world. In those incredible times, people were brutally exploited and had no rights, and it was very difficult for them. Amidst all this chaos, a select few received a divine foundation, an incredible power they never even suspected. Human lifespans have increased, as has their endurance. Our world became one where anyone could gain this power. Later, such people began to be called celestials. These people gave their lives to close the gates and allow only humanity to flourish on this earth. The achievements of the celestials were passed down in legends and myths from generation to generation as they continued to defend the gates. They continued to do so in parallel with the development of human civilization, or at least continued to do so until recently. The Celestials will patrol the areas of the city assigned to them. This is how the state will try to ensure the safety of citizens. All Celestials are highly skilled and have the right to enforce the law if necessary. Brian was looking at system analysis and trying to understand what it meant to match skills to abilities. A little later, a lot of different information appeared before him, and he realized that all of this was his skills. There are three main centers in his body: upper, middle, and lower, and it is in these places that he feels heat. After systematic training over a period of time, he will feel heat in at least one of these three areas. Once this heat has spread to all three zones, Brian can begin training the earth directions. Earth directions are a breathing technique that helps lay the foundation for training. Just yesterday, this guy couldn't stand anything related to celestials, and now he's sitting and practicing the mystical breathing technique. From the very beginning, Brian realized that it was much easier than he had thought before. Even despite the presence of a divine foundation, it still takes a long time to feel the heat in three zones simultaneously. For some people, this process takes months and even years, depending on their abilities. But with intense training, it is possible to reach a state where you lose track of time. Brian very quickly took his first step in establishing himself as a celestial being, and immediately felt progress. He really was so immersed in this breathing technique that he completely forgot about the sense of time. It is unclear how many hours or days he spent meditating, and now his phone is completely dead. He decided to go out into the hallway to look at today's date and understand how many hours the meditation process had lasted. Of course, Brian was shocked when he realized that he had spent more than 100 days in breathing practices. He soon calmed down and returned home, lucky that he had hot water and could take a bath in peace. He felt that all his wounds had healed, and he did not feel hungry at all, even though he had not eaten for 100 days. It seems as if he hasn't even lost weight during this time. On the contrary, his muscles have become more voluminous and strong. During this time, his phone managed to charge and he decided to check the latest news. The last time he looked out the window, he saw a huge barrier outside, resembling a dome. Since a huge crater appeared in this place, from which monsters emerge, they probably decided to isolate this area. They completely forgot about Brian because he was meditating and forgot to evacuate him. As soon as he opened his window, he saw that he was surrounded by huge, scary monsters. It will be difficult for him to get used to this reality. Now he must find a way out of this place as soon as possible. He spent more than 100 days in the lotus position to reduce the heat in his body. Surely this technique is something unique and amazing. The system reported that it was not connected to the network, which is necessary for the full functioning of the system. He started looking at information about himself and learned something. He has a high level of achievements and has interesting techniques. His first technique is a 9th rank rapid movement technique. Sounds quite interesting. He clicked on this card but didn't feel anything special. It seemed as if nothing had changed. I had to take a few steps to realize that everything was working well. You could say it's similar to compressed space magic, but that's not all. It has other abilities as well. There is a technique that increases his muscle strength and the skill of World Strike. But monsters, on the contrary, can see the light and come to him. Later, he found the training techniques section, and it was there that he first saw the breathing technique that he spent 100 days on. Training techniques help increase the current level of the celestial and add new skills and powers. Of course, this requires many years of training, because improving your level is an expensive pleasure. In reality, he quickly calculated that he would be 70 years old and only then would he be able to use additional skills. It seems as if he will practice breathing techniques all his life until he dies. In order to measure your achievements, you need to concentrate energy in both hands and extend your left arm. The number of rings that appear on the left hand is an indicator of the level of the celestial. Brian was trying to understand his current level and decide what to do next. But at that moment, someone interrupted him. At first, he felt someone walking down the corridor, but soon he saw a large monster in front of him. He immediately returned to his room to remain unnoticed, because he didn't want to get to know this huge bulldog at all. Brian became visibly nervous and tried to find a way out of this difficult situation. He needs to find some technique that will help in the battle against this monster. The boy had less and less time left, because now he felt the door of the room open and realized that the monster had finally found him. He didn't even have a minute to prepare for battle, because this huge dog immediately began to attack. He quickly approached Brian and bit him on the left shoulder, his teeth designed to tear his opponent to shreds. In ancient China, there was a technique called the absorption method. This technique was considered the most ruthless of all. The fact is that it allowed the taking of the lives of animals, which is why it was considered so cruel. At this critical moment for himself, Brian chose a skill that is very similar to this technique, the art of planting seeds. An incredible power immediately appeared in his hands. with the help of which he was able to push this terrible beast away from him. All this was so powerful that this huge dog could not even get up for a while. It seemed that he was already dead. An incredible aura was created around the guy. This is what meditation for 100 days can give. If it weren't for this ability he just used, Brian would have been dead a long time ago. A little later, the system informed him that the stimulant had been absorbed by his body. The active ingredient is protein and iron. As a result, Brian will gain muscle mass. But even that's not all. His blood sugar level will decrease, his body will be filled with energy, and the production of red blood cells will increase. At first he couldn't understand anything, but he began to feel that there was too much energy in his body. It seems like all of this is related to the nutrients that entered his body when he destroyed the monster. This is great news, because this energy should be enough to last after the application of a light strike. What surprised the boy the most was a rather interesting episode. He approached the monster and saw that plants were starting to grow on it. He remembers exactly that they weren't there from the beginning, so all this was created after the battle with the monster. He decided to take them with him. Perhaps they would be useful to him in the future. Brian can only use his seed planting technique on an opponent once. If he has time to absorb the monster's energy before he kills them, it is better to avoid meeting multiple monsters at once. We need to wait until the rescue team arrives. Now is the perfect time to use the flash of light. This technique will not be able to kill monsters, but it may be enough to make the monsters start running away, as well as to call for help. In that case, he should take advantage of it, especially considering the fact that he has now encountered another huge monster. These vile monsters don't take long to prepare for an attack. As soon as they see their target, they attack immediately. This time Brian's left hand was unlucky. It was in front and the monster immediately began to bite it. The guy was not confused and remained quite calm. He activated the layering technique. All this was done so that this vile creature would let go of his hand and get away from him. A few powerful blows to the jaw should help this monster understand who's in charge. Now is not the time to do stupid things. Brian needs to find a way out of this area of the city as soon as possible. You need to climb to the ceiling of the house very quickly and signal for help with a flash of light. This can be problematic because the number of angry monsters around is too high. But Brian must find the strength to do this. Otherwise, he will be forced to fight for these animals in this house forever. Now he has enough strength to defend himself from their attacks and strike back powerfully. But there is a huge problem in the number of these monsters around. There are too many of them, and they are all ready for battle. A light strike will help call for help, but on the other hand, it will attract additional attention from monsters. As soon as Brian reached his destination, he realized that all these monsters in the house weren't very scary. A truly terrible and eerie sight awaited him ahead. Something truly frightening. Brian began to panic because he realized that there was nowhere to run. Even more monsters were waiting for him behind him. There is only one way out: to move forward and not care about anything, to forget about fear and fight as if the future of humanity depends on it. The guy waited for the perfect moment to use the light strike technique. This blow was truly impressive and caused the monsters to lose their ability to see for a while. This light could be seen even in other cities, so it should be enough to call for help. For a while, the monsters disappeared and gave the boy a chance to rest a bit. Soon, the strange sound stopped. Someone started talking to him, and Brian thought it was the rescuers who had arrived. When he looked up, he realized that it wasn't exactly a rescue team, but some kind of man flying in the air. He immediately greeted the guy and said that he was called the Fiery Taoist. He couldn't understand why Brian was standing still. Didn't he have an ability card for flying or jumping? Brian explained that he only had 3 cards that he had received from the beginning. This man continued to talk to the boy, but Brian tried to warn him of the approaching danger. It seems that the Fiery Taoist does not pay any attention to these small monsters, as if he is not afraid of them at all. As soon as he saw one of these monsters approaching him, he immediately cast some kind of spell. This was very interesting to watch. It was immediately clear that this celestial being was much more experienced than Brian. He dealt with this monster in a few seconds and didn't even put in any extra effort. Then he turned to Brian and said that he would not repeat it 3 times, and again ordered him to stretch his hand forward. The guy was shocked and seemed to freeze in place. It was as if the man's strength had hypnotized him. Realizing that the boy was scared, the Fiery Taoist, using his technique, did everything he needed to do on his own. It's time to learn more about Brian. Why is he hanging around in this forbidden zone without support? Does he really want to die? Brian kept smiling and kept thanking this man for saving him. Soon they left the restricted area, and Brian noticed that his phone had messages from all his relatives. This is not surprising because he stayed in this zone for more than 100 days. It's good that his family was not affected, although a lot could have changed during all this time. Now he is very curious about how much the rest of the world has changed, and he is looking forward to the opportunity to learn about it all. Soon, he called his mother and made sure that everything was fine with her. He also said that he was now safe. He was informed that an investigation into the incident involving his rescue was needed, and it shouldn't take long. He promised his mother that as soon as he was free, he would call her again immediately. After this conversation, one of the law enforcement officers brought him tea. Brian was in a great mood. He was pleased to be safe now, and especially happy that his relatives were doing well. At that moment, an aggressive man with blonde hair entered the room, apparently looking for Brian. The guy was told that he would now talk to the commander, Edward, one of the students of the commander of this unit. Edward was very aggressive. He immediately ordered the assistant to leave immediately, not taking into account the fact that he had not finished with Brian. It was obvious that if the assistant didn't listen to Edward, a real fight would start in that room right now. After that, they finally started talking. Edward wanted to know if Brian had studied divine techniques before the heavens opened. Upon learning that this was not the case at all, Edward began to suspect that he was facing a worthy person who had been able to awaken his sleeping teacher. Hearing these words, Brian looked quite shocked. It seemed to him that he had been confused with someone. Edward opened the system to him and said that it was written about 9 levels of celestials. Those who have only just awakened are called disciples, but their teacher has already recognized their abilities and granted them an ascending level. That is why Edward considers himself very talented and strong and believes in his extraordinary potential. He believes that the age of a student does not matter at all. Only how you learn and who your teacher is important. Brian became interested in talking about this. If the ascending level is just the beginning, then what level is teacher Edward? This question made Edward very angry. He started yelling at the guy and calling him a mentally retarded rat. He explained that if he had a divine foundation from birth, then he was obligated to obey his senior predecessors. If Brian says something like that about the teacher again, Edward promises him a tough test. Brian noticed that Edward spoke just like his teacher, the fiery Taoist. Probably he did it to be like his teacher. These words made this angry guy even angrier. It felt like he was going to explode right now. Before that, Edward had already managed to tell us that after the ascending level comes the high level. And it was at this moment that Brian showed his body analytics and demonstrated that he was at a high level. This means that he is stronger than Edward, which means Edward must obey him in everything. This is exactly what Edward was telling him a few minutes ago. So now is the perfect time to remind him of those words. Soon, Edward returned to his teacher and told him about the whole situation. It turned out that now Edward began to obey this guy in everything and even gave him his own room. Of course, it's not hard to guess how angry the fiery Taoist was about this news. He doesn't understand how Edward, who has gangster fighting techniques in his arsenal, could behave like this with this puppy. The student immediately began to apologize and beg for mercy, explaining that Brian's level was higher than his. It's probably all about the constitution of this guy's body. And if that's the case, then he has a foundation that has no explanation. Edward tried to explain all this to his teacher, but he didn't listen to him at all and called it all nonsense. He explained that Brian has an earth foundation, meaning he was born with the same foundation as the fiery Taoist and Edward. Probably all this is explained only by the fact that this guy has a lot of wood in his nature. Perhaps because of this, the speed of his training will be higher. People with the element of wood are quite rare, and this has a logical explanation. People came out of the water to step onto land, after which they lit a fire to get rid of the cold. People smelted metal to extract it in its pure form from ore. Although all living things have a common trait, there is no harmony in their relationships. Probably, Brian's message about the request for help reached the master because his case is too rare. If Edward understood everything, he should try not to say anything about construction methods. The teacher promised to give him medicine after his breathing stabilized. The fire Taoist finds some of Brian's abilities amazing because he had never heard of the ability of the solar wind before. Perhaps this ability is only available to those who have the nature of a tree in their divine foundation. According to the statement of the country's leadership, there is no person with a divine foundation without explanation. It was clearly stated that all test results obtained without an explanatory divine basis were isolated. Probably at that moment no one discovered the existence of Brian, and therefore no one knows about him. The divine foundation is divided into 3 types: heavenly, earthly, and human divine foundation. But later a 4th type appeared, the strength of which is simply impossible to measure, not an explanatory basis. In recent decades, when the Celestials have almost disappeared, the owners of an unexplained basis have tried to intervene in this world. It was then that the Celestials united among themselves to expel them from this world. Only reminders of this were left in legends and myths. Some even believe that these are just children's tales. In these legends, much was said about warriors called Stephen and Kenneth. They are considered heroes. Brian finds it strange that if you are different from others, you should be expelled from the community, even though people like Stephen and Kenneth are respected. After drinking a cup of the delicious liquid, his body immediately accepted the new stimulant, the active substances being catechin, theanine, and caffeine. It turned out that this cup contained brown rice-based tea, which turned out to be very tasty and nutritious. Now the boy believes that the system revealed his earthly divine foundation because he accepted the empty blue substance. Before the effect of this substance wears off and everyone else finds out about it, we need to find something with a similar effect, but that's very difficult to do. The state probably restricted such information for ordinary people. Brian began actively searching the internet for information about the drug and found an interesting article from an anonymous source. He was talking about some interesting seed that he learned about in his grandfather's book. There are three important sources of energy in this seed: nicotine, caffeine, and alcohol. Brian immediately remembered past events and thought that this could be the same seed he found on the body of the slain monster. He immediately took it out of his pocket and began looking for the seeds, probably more widespread than he had previously thought. And now he started looking for additional information on the internet because he had never seen exactly where these seeds grow. He learned a lot from an article by an anonymous source, which said that his grandfather's book had more information about these seeds. The author is ready to tell you about all this absolutely free of charge. He calls it the herb of purgatory. This plant can be called wild. It grows near the Sanzu River. If you eat it raw, you can get seriously ill. But the seed that has already grown is an elixir that gives dark energy and can help a lot. Having learned so much important information in a short period of time, was he curious, or was it difficult to grow this seed? He immediately remembered that the seeds he had started to sprout very quickly. He decided that he needed to start experimenting with the seeds that showed no signs of growth. To do this, he will try to act according to the solar wind breathing technique. He has used it before. Within seconds, he was amazed to see the true effect of this extraordinary technique. The seed he held in his hands began to sprout with incredible speed. It was at this moment that Edward burst into his room. It seemed like he wanted to talk about something important. A little later, Edward realized that there was no one in this room. It seemed that Brian had run away somewhere. He started looking for this guy everywhere because he understands perfectly well that he couldn't have run far. He also began to suspect that Brian might have stolen something from him. Later, he saw that one peach was missing from the refrigerator. It turned out that Brian was already a few hundred meters from this apartment, on the street. He needed the seeds for an important purpose, and not just because he was very hungry. Now it's time to continue your studies and make even more progress, and finally find out the answers to some questions. With the help of his solar technology, the guy saw that a full-fledged tree appeared from the seed very quickly. 2 breaths were enough for the seeds to grow so quickly, which is an incredible figure. So, through breathing, energy is exchanged with everything around you. The ability of the solar wind helps plants grow faster. If you continue to grow medicinal herbs like this, everything will be fine. Brian will be able to continue living without problems with his divine foundation. But first, he needs to eat this and see the effect. The stimulant was successfully taken into his body, the active ingredient being purgatory herb. The boy felt a familiar sensation, just like last time. Heat began to spread through his body. He hoped that the absorption would continue in a similar manner, but suddenly he felt that nothing was happening. He decided to try again, but the result was the same. He couldn't understand why something was going wrong. He seems to feel some effect from this technique, but he only feels it in his stomach area. Surely the empty blue core as a medicine is much better in quality, but how does he get it again? He didn't stop and kept trying again and again. Perseverance is one of this guy's strengths. Soon, he finally felt the heat in his body begin to change. The result did not keep him waiting long. The guy began to remember information that had been written on the internet, especially about dark energy. This plant has a dark nature, and the blue substance has a tree nature. The solar wind breathing method has a tree energy absorption method. He must have learned this breathing method to absorb the dark nature. But on the other hand, if it turns out that the energy has been mixed, then his life could be in danger again. In any case, he is satisfied with the result. Efficiency, of course, decreases, but strength increases. At the end, he almost forgot to pull out the tree that had managed to grow in that short time. Soon the weather changed very quickly, and an urgent danger signal arrived on his phone. People are being warned about a second-level natural disaster. This happened due to the death of the 65th son of Poseidon of the Western Sea. Everyone living near the Western Sea must evacuate immediately. But why did Brian only find out about this now? Level 2. Danger is no joke. If you don't find a safe place in time, you can forget about a peaceful life. People immediately noticed huge worms on the street. But it's unlikely to be dangerous because these creatures only live where there is access to the ground. Other people asked each other not to touch these disgusting slugs and hope for the best. Soon, Brian noticed that above them was something like a small protective dome. It seemed that this dome was attached to the building. Now he understands that he was lucky that he saw other people coming here and managed to walk along with them. But soon everyone noticed how a large and scary monster appeared. Probably he came to eat these disgusting worms. Some people had not yet had time to find a safe place and hiding place, so they found themselves in a dangerous situation. Brian looked at this monster and understood that they could be in trouble. The problem is that next to this monster was a young woman with a dog. She was crying and begging for someone to help her. It soon became apparent that the monster had seen and heard her and therefore decided to grab the woman into its clutches. It turned out that this monster carries a large vase with him where he collects worms for his dinner. He threw the woman into this vase and she found herself in not very pleasant company. It's unlikely that this great demon will stop. Perhaps he has children who also need to be fed this evening. The people in the safe place behaved quite calmly. They were glad that they had time to find protection, because otherwise they could have ended up in this woman's place. At this moment, these people began to smell cigarettes, and it turned out that this smell was coming from Brian. He looked at what was happening outside and understood that this should not happen. Even if these events are happening because of an upset Poseidon, ordinary people cannot be left without protection. That's why he lit a cigarette and stormed out into the street. The people around him were shocked by the guy's stupid behavior. It's already clear how much Brian hates monsters. It became noticeable from the first battle against the Red Goblin. He didn't give this monster a chance to even prepare for battle and immediately delivered the first kick. It looked really powerful and was enough for the monster to drop the vase with the woman on it to the ground. Even Brian was shocked by the force of his blow. He knew perfectly well that he hadn't been so strong a week ago. This is probably related to the herb of purgatory. It is it that gives its owner an incredible... Brian began to realize that what was falling on him now was not rain at all, but the tears of a sad Poseidon who had lost his son. His body immediately absorbed the stimulant from Poseidon's tears, and this can also be used to your advantage. Water always nourishes trees and thereby makes them grow faster, which makes these plants stronger. By activating and strengthening the energy of the tree element, Brian becomes capable of crazy deeds and ready to use his strengths. From this tree, he was able to make a sword that expels demons from this world. Let's see if he is that strong in real life. Meanwhile, the demon managed to get up after the last missed blow and became incredibly angry. He prepared for a brutal revenge and vowed to destroy this guy. Few in this world can challenge these monsters. Only a few have extraordinary abilities. Everyone else must run and hide. Brian firmly took this sword in his hands and prepared for a fierce battle. He is not going to retreat and is ready to fight to the very end. The monster is similarly determined. They are both incredibly motivated and willing to give their lives for the sake of victory. They both need to understand that in such battles, only one person remains. There is no room for error. If Brian now weakens his position even a little, the monster will easily destroy him in a few seconds. This cannot be allowed. There is very little left of the protective barrier, and the guy must survive. He was very quickly able to find weaknesses in the monster's defenses and directed his attacks at these areas. The first successful strike was enough to send the huge demon to the ground again. The most interesting thing is that even after an incredibly powerful attack, there is not a single scratch on the weapon. It seems that this is the special feature of this sword. It is incredibly resistant to any attacks. During this time, the monster had already managed to get to its feet and was preparing to continue the battle again. The boy noticed that the demon could not take his eyes off the blade of the sword, perhaps because peach trees could drive away ghosts. The woman who fell into a jar of worms a few minutes ago understands that now is the perfect moment to escape. But the monster quickly saw that she was trying to escape and approached her closely. Brian realized that if he didn't intervene now, the whole situation would be reduced to nothing but bones, and this couldn't be allowed to happen. It was because of her that he left his safe place, so he must do everything to save her again. When you have such an extraordinary sword, you immediately gain a slight advantage over your opponent. One well-aimed blow was enough to force the monster to let go of the girl. All that was left was to catch her in time, like a true hero. She immediately began to thank her savior, but Brian assured her that it was too early to relax. The battle is not over yet, and the monster is not yet completely defeated. The second round begins. This huge bird was very angry. Holding the girl in his arms, Brian made the right decision. He started to run away. Now we'll see if his strength and speed are enough to escape the clutches of this nasty demon. The girl understood that she could not help him in any way. All she could do was pray that Brian's strength would be enough to save them both. At the last moment, he managed to use his strength to throw her to safety under a protective dome. But because of this, Brian completely forgot about his personal defense and missed a very powerful and unpleasant blow. He hit his back and head hard and is now in real danger of death. If the active substances in his body cease to act at this moment, it is unlikely that he will be able to escape from this monster. Fortunately, he didn't break any bones and can continue fighting, although the effect of the substance is almost over. He hopes that the woman managed to get to a safe place, and that everything will be fine with her. But right now it's better for him not to think about other people. Brian should focus on his own safety and think about a way out. A huge demonic bird is angry that his dinner was taken away from him. He dreams of arranging a bloody vendetta against this guy. Brian looked into the eyes of this monster and thought that if it was that big, attacking from the air would be cheating. He understands that he will not have time to reach the evacuation site, as the effectiveness of the stimulants is becoming weaker, and he is losing his strength. He thought he could plant seeds, but they would be difficult to use against the flying monster. Whatever he chooses now, it will be a gamble with minimal chances of survival. That's why he decided to use his weapon, the sword that casts out demons. It's not an ordinary sword, it has the properties of a plant. It needs a lot of time to exchange energy to become sufficiently developed and strong. Now that it is raining Poseidon's tears, you can increase the strength of this sword with the help of magic that absorbs this rain. You can also save energy in it after defeating the demon, confident that it will succeed in all this. His level should be enough to use this technique and win this difficult battle. To do this, he needs to channel the energy of solar winds, an ancient lightning strike technique. If everything is done correctly, this monster will finally feel the true power of a divine foundation that has no explanation. Brian completely forgot about fear and jumped to meet his death. A very brave act for such a young guy. It was a very fast and powerful blow at the same time. This monster will remember this battle for a long time, if of course he stays alive. It seems Brian wants to destroy him so badly that he is ready to fight non-stop and forget about rest. This is roughly what true perseverance and self-confidence look like. With each week, his development and progress becomes even more obvious and the boy feels it well. His last blow proved fatal for his opponent. After this attack, the monster was left headless. Of course, many people gathered to see this incredible performance with their own eyes. They were shocked because it felt like they were in a movie theater watching a real Superman. This bird was a favorite of a powerful deity, so even when someone died from it, the state did not react to these events at all. And it was in this situation that someone appeared who didn't give a damn about other people's lives. This man, without any hesitation, decided to save a woman who was in danger. He didn't care that he was risking his own life. It was as if a new superhero had appeared in the world. During this battle, many people took out their phones and immediately started filming it. Thanks to these hidden filmings, it was possible to see what happened to Brian after the battle with the monster. He was cunningly attacked by a master fire Taoist who shouted at the boy and said that he had caused a lot of trouble. He has just killed Lady Pinocqua's favorite creature, and his ignorance of the situation absolves him of responsibility. The fiery Taoist believes that even burning him alive would be too weak a punishment for such an act. After his attack, he ordered his assistant Edward to immediately grab the boy and take him with him. As mentioned earlier, fragments of this situation were captured on camera and posted on social media. Millions of people soon became familiar with this video and began to actively discuss this situation. They already knew that this monster was constantly eating people and no one could stop it. Soon the legendary Lady Pinocchio learned that her favorite had been killed. And of course, it's not hard to guess what her reaction was. She was incredibly angry and hoped that the guy who did this had already been severely punished. She was told that he was still alive, but he was taken into custody immediately after the incident. Lady Pinocchio was incredibly angry that this idiot was still breathing and calmly continued. She ordered to convey to all people that if they did not want to see her anger, they should immediately tear it to pieces. Her assistant explained that a recording of this battle was posted online, and it has now become a hot topic of discussion. The new leadership hopes that the lady will understand everything. They are afraid that there will be unrest in the community regarding the actions of the Celestials. Lady Pinocchio believes that this world is too boring because the state is afraid of its own citizens. And the assistant assured her that they had already figured out a way to satisfy her, and everything would be ready soon. Also at this moment, it became noticeable that the rain was getting less and less. So Poseidon finally calmed down. It's just an illusion that higher beings are free from their desires. Poseidon won't cry over the death of a boy who wasn't even his legitimate son. He is probably satisfied with the rain-calling ritual. In any case, Lady Pinocchio got what she wanted. This plant is called a treasure of fantasy even among deities. Its flowers bloom once every 1,000 years. It also takes at least 1,000 years to obtain the fruits of this plant. It grows only in the garden of the Queen Mother of the Western Paradise. This peach tree of immortality, the orchard, disappeared after the Queen Mother of the Western Paradise sacrificed herself to close the gates of paradise. Lady Pinocchio is sure that if she can grow this tree, she will become the new Queen of the Western Paradise. Let's return to the city center. As it turned out, Brian is still alive and calmly enjoying life. Of course, after this incident, they had a very serious conversation with him. His actions were reckless and put the Celestials in a bad light, who was ordered not to do anything else that would attract unnecessary attention in the eyes of other people. He was also explained who makes all the decisions in this world, and if he repeats his behavior, he will pay dearly. Of course, he didn't do it for applause, but still, his act can hardly be considered a sin. Brian was guided by ordinary logic and used extraordinary abilities to save lives. He only wanted to make the world a better place. Although his new sword was taken from him, the boy still received his trophy for this victory. After he killed the monster, he saw a piece of wood in its wings. It was tied to a monster, but who did it and why was a mystery. A little later, the boy felt that this was an unusual piece of wood. This plant was alive and he could feel it perfectly. With the help of the power of solar winds, he was able to get a sprout from this tree. Now he is sure that this can be considered an important trophy for defeating the monster and this plant can be grown. A year passed very quickly after these events, and public discontent arose in the world due to the odors that appeared around. Now the state was forced to begin discussing various measures to purify the water. And people think that there are no problems with the water. The problem with these smells is precisely because of the monster, so it's better to deal with it first. People are dissatisfied and believe that the state is not fulfilling its duties at all. This whole situation happened because of a snake-headed monster. A month ago, when there were problems with celestial energy, a monster appeared in the city's central river. This huge and terrifying creature is called the 1,000-year-old spotted snakehead. He went through the monster world to the river in the human world and became incredibly powerful, so he now claims the role of a god. This monster wants to call himself the Lord of the River, and has declared that now no one will be able to use the water until his demands regarding the victim are met. The new hero of our story, George, had already learned about this news. He was dissatisfied with the actions of this stupid snake. George is a disciple of one of the 8 sacred celestials on the island, the Heavenly Wolf King, the guardian of Jungsun. He was asked to refrain from making comments that were in no way related to the topic of today's meeting. A woman in a suit entered the office and asked everyone to take their seats as quickly as possible. Her name was Ruth. She is the youngest disciple of one of the 8 celestial priests on the island, the immortal Donald, the guardian of Mount Pektu. This girl immediately had a conflict with George. He believes that this is not a problem that they can discuss and solve on their own. Moreover, he looks into her eyes and understands perfectly well that solving this problem is wrong, and she understands it. From the very beginning, this is all based on the will of the elders, so you have to act as if everything is fine. Rudd started yelling at him and said that this was not the behavior that the master should have taught him. More than 10,000 citizens are already suffering from infectious diseases, including intestinal disorders. And that's exactly why they must find an immediate solution to this problem. That's what her master ordered her to do. And she will not allow anyone, not even the disciple of the Heavenly Wolf King, to insult her own master. But George doesn't understand how she's going to kill the Lord of the City River. Just yesterday, the 4 mystical celestials who were near this river to destroy this monster failed. There is no one in this room as powerful as those great celestials who tried to stop this monster yesterday. So it's strange that this girl wants them all to unite and start working together to stop this sea slug. The reason why the River Lord is difficult to defeat is that he uses both land and water techniques at the same time. There are only a few people who could master the 2 techniques, just like the River Lord. Therefore, only a celestial who has a sufficiently remote territory to drive away the monster with his power can defeat him. Or it must be done by something that has a rank higher than earth and water combined, such as a tree. George isn't going to stop anyone from doing their job, but he doesn't want to get involved in this either. He said that instead of doing these stupid things, he would rather go for extra training. After these words, all the other people followed him. This large office became empty in a few minutes. If someone could destroy this snake, it would be the quickest solution to this problem. Ruth is ready to give all her strength and energy to find an opportunity to do this. The next day, she received something. It looks like the wooden sword we saw earlier. The girl knows that a year ago, a man killed the Lady Pinaqua bird with this sword. The peachwood sword he used was confiscated and kept by the worshippers. It was a rare wooden instrument. It can be used even by those with a low rank of celestial, and because it was in the form of a sword, many in heaven were very angry. But after the energy that was filled with this sword gradually disappeared, everyone calmed down. Ruth knows that this man has not left the city in recent years. He worked in an ordinary restaurant nearby. Sometimes he appears in various establishments with his mother or friends. Sometimes he visits cinemas in his free time. The girl found out that this guy's phone is always turned off and he doesn't use the app. Because of this, he will not be able to use the talisman or appreciate his achievements. If you consider what he had to go through, his actions become understandable. After she thought about this guy, within a few minutes she saw him running towards her in this garden. She was already ready to talk to him, because she had been looking for a meeting for a long time. But at the last moment he turned in another direction. Ruth cannot let this opportunity pass her by, which is why she activated the unexpected pursuit technique, the spirit of the roe deer. But the problem was that even using this powerful technique, she still couldn't catch up with him. She runs at full speed and uses her talisman, but the distance between them does not decrease at all. She kept repeating that she couldn't let this opportunity pass her by, until she realized that she had completely lost it. It was at this moment that he finally appeared and spoke to her. It seems that Brian understands that she is connected to the Celestials. He explained that he didn't want to run away from her, but he was surprised that someone was interested in him. She was surprised to see that he was sweating, which meant that he wasn't using the talisman and was running away from her using only normal physical strength. She immediately took out her phone and handed it to him, probably so he could finally log into the system. He started changing the user in the system and said that after that he hoped she would get rid of him. When she saw his profile, she was incredibly surprised because he had an earthly divine foundation and a high level of achievement. He has the solar wind technique, as well as the light step ability and 2 ability cards. Later, the girl told him that she wanted to use his wooden element to kill the River Lord. He can't believe that the Celestials really want some monsters dead. He used to think completely differently, especially after what happened when he destroyed the flying monster. Maybe this is just his view of the situation, but he perceives it as deliberate ignoring. Ruth disagreed with his thoughts and said there was a reason why their leaders weren't taking any active action. They want to see how students will cope with this problem on their own, and not wait for help from masters. It's strange to hear this, so thousands of people are suffering at the same time because the masters are waiting for their students to act. Brian said he was only willing to act if all sanctions against him were lifted. He would receive compensation and get his sword back. The girl was generally shocked that he knew that she had come here with a sword. Brian explained that with his breathing he can interact with the trees around him, a feature of the technique he is currently studying. It is probably for this reason that he can run quickly in the forest, since the earthly basis of Celestials is influenced by the environment that suits their element. Also, for starters, Brian wants to know if he can finally get rid of his curfew. The girl reported that this problem has already been resolved for this task, although it is temporary for now. She explained that this was an important task that would attract the attention of others. And besides, there was no one here who would scream because Brian would help. To begin with, the curfew was imposed by the authorities to punish Brian for killing the Lady Pinaqua bird. Now this incident is practically forgotten. The problem will be easily solved if Ruth does everything possible and persuades this man to finally destroy the snake. Soon she managed to persuade him, and together they went to the bank of the city river. They were not alone. Professionals who were unsure of the success of this plan came here with them. There was an incredibly foul smell all around. It was difficult to be there. Ruth assured her that everything would be fine and that she needed to kill the serpent that controls these waters. At the same time, she looked at Brian and tried to understand what he was going to do. This guy remained calm, showed no signs of nervousness, and kept looking at this river. He considered it a very dirty job, but he knew what to do from the very beginning. He immediately prepared something extraordinary for this mission, but he didn't expect to have to use it from the start. He took a few steps forward and heard the red one stop him. She explained that he couldn't come that close. A little later, she finally realized that he had done this in order to throw some plants into the water. It's strange that she didn't see this when she was in junior high school. He used to bring it up in his class. A little later, she finally guessed that he was using water hyacinth, a plant ideal for purifying water. Half the work was successfully done, and now they immediately saw the response from the water monster. At this moment, Brian immediately took out his sword and said that he had long dreamed of fishing. The snake was very angry that someone was trying to clean his pond. He considered himself the god of this area. He is not someone who will follow orders and do what other people want. But Brian has completely different thoughts about this. He came here to successfully complete the mission and does not think about the monster's wishes. We must forget about the hatred this guy feels towards all these demons. He hates them with every part of his body. And it has been a long time since he took pleasure in killing these ugly creatures. As he charged and prepared to show his true strength, it was noticeable that the monster was surprised and even frightened. It seems as if he considers the attack on him in this river a personal insult. For him, it is something personal. You can be sure that he will not give up without a hard fight and will be a worthy opponent until the very end. But from the very beginning, he felt that the attack of this guy with the wooden sword was much more dangerous than the attack of yesterday's Celestials. This water snake immediately started screaming and calling the guy various unpleasant words. He was too uncultured. The water almost reached the bodies of the people watching this battle. If it had still been contaminated, they would have risked death. But something amazing happened. With the help of his plants, Brian was able to completely purify the water in this river. But at his current level, it would still be too difficult for him to defeat such a strong and powerful being. Although he is dealing with energy that is very difficult to see, the snake is sure that these tricks will no longer work. Brian started having serious problems and he realized that he needed to use other plants. He took some sprouts out of his pocket and started throwing them into the water. And very quickly they began to sprout. This battle has already turned out to be much more interesting than anyone expected before it began. The monster was surprised when he felt the power of a tree that had been defeated by the forces of lightning being directed at him. He couldn't believe that this guy was trying to destroy his super strong body with some little toy. But Brian has put all his heart, knowledge, and skill into this toy, and the monster will now feel it on his own body. This is a lightning storm dart that he spent a lot of effort creating, so he can't easily let the monster go. Although this water snake decided to run away and return later, Brian had completely different plans. He wants to show off all his skills today because he's done almost nothing all year. He has already forgotten what victory over strong opponents tastes like and wants to loudly declare himself to the whole world again. The water snake tried its best to escape and find a safe place, but it didn't have time to do so. The people around were shocked by the capabilities of this warrior. Even the Ruth who brought him here did not expect such a performance. Very quickly, sunlight again reigned over the river, and the water became completely clear again. There was no longer any unpleasant smell. All that could be felt was the smell of fried fish, who would have a delicious dinner today. Now here you can enjoy life again. Be poisoned. Brian defeated the River Lord and restored hope to the people. In conclusion, he still believes that he did something pretty bad and attracted unnecessary attention. The guy thinks that this time everything will not end well because there are reasons why the Celestials have ignored the River Lord up to this point. This reason may lie in trials and growth which are only possible for the disciples of masters, not for ordinary people. Brian made a hole in the body of this monster and waited a long time for the necessary substance. Soon, he finally found it. This is the inner core of creatures that live in water, a crystal of effort that appears in the hope of becoming a dragon. It was at this moment that he saw angry people above his head shouting at him. They immediately imprisoned him in some heavenly chains and said they would not forgive such an act. One of the 8 sacred celestials on the island, the Heavenly Wolf King, was speaking to him. He was unhappy with the boy's actions and said that he didn't understand what he had just done. The Heavenly Wolf King is George's teacher, which is why Ruth immediately remembered the words of this unpleasant guy. It's strange that they appeared at the exact moment the River Lord was killed. Probably right now they also wanted to attack him. Although it's strange, Ruth immediately approached and greeted the master. She couldn't understand how these elders ended up here. The Wolf King immediately recognized that the immortal Donald's disciple was speaking to him. He cannot believe that the student of such a brilliant master does not understand the seriousness of this situation. The guy she brought here has only been training for a year, and there isn't even a master. If she continues to do such things, it will bring shame upon her master. At this moment, strange things started to happen because Brian listened to all these words and began to laugh out loud. It seems as if he has completely lost the sense of fear, but the guy believes that he has nothing to be afraid of. He didn't do anything wrong. He's only being doubted because he has an unclear basis. This isn't the first time this has happened. This was already verified using the app. And of course, Brian noticed that they appeared immediately after the snake died. It seems like this is exactly what they were planning, and he sees their true intentions very clearly. They must have been watching this snake quite closely for a long period of time, as they only appeared when he killed it. They thought that if they killed the fish, ordinary people would immediately show them mercy. And after he destroyed their plan that would have allowed their student to ascend, they ran here as fast as they could. It all looks very funny and Brian can't help but smile. even though the Heavenly Wolf King is about to explode with anger. He believes that this guy is to blame for what is about to happen, although some of his assistants thought that this was too much. Then something strange happened. After an extremely aggressive attack by the Master, Brian was still alive. He smiled and said that he had expected this blow to the stomach just as much as before, and drew his sword. The Heavenly Wolf King was shocked by the behavior of this brazen guy who didn't even have a master. Brian probably doesn't understand at all what it means to raise his sword and point it at such a serious warrior. Now the time has come for this cheeky guy to say his last word before dying. But Brian is still smiling. He said he's not going to die today and he will never be killed by the Wolf King. The Master had never seen such impudence even from mentally retarded students, and now an incredible spectacle awaits us. A legendary warrior must demonstrate his abilities in front of everyone else to confirm his authority. He started attacking the guy, but Brian remained calm and not nervous at all. He held his sword firmly in his hands and looked ahead with complete confidence in his own strength. This attack by an experienced master was truly amazing. Brian had never encountered such strength and power before. A little later, everyone saw that by some miracle this guy remained alive. He was protected by another master. It's time to meet the high-level spiritual celestial of the three heavenly kingdoms, the Master of Marks. He came and said that he had received a request from Lady Pinaqua, and that is why he came here now. He hopes that he is behaving correctly, despite the fact that he is preventing the wolf from demonstrating his strength. The Wolf King replied that the lady probably also wants to take this boy for herself, in order to tear him into 1,000,000 pieces. Mark said that the Master Wolf King turned out to be even more stupid than he thought, but they better not fight each other so as not to ruin their reputations. After these words, Master Mark took Brian with him and disappeared in an unknown direction. The Wolf King was furious. He did not understand why this cunning and treacherous lady called upon the Elder Mark to help her save the little snail. Meanwhile, Elder Mark found himself together with the young talent in a large and spacious house. Brian has never seen such a large garden indoors before. It's very beautiful. It seems as if Brian knew that the master would come and help him, which is why he behaved so relaxed. The master decided to give him some advice because it was immediately clear that Brian considered himself an exception to the rules. He explained that being too arrogant towards serious opponents very often leads to downfall and defeat. After a short pause, Brian smiled and thanked the master for this advice. It's been exactly a year since he cut off the head of the large bird. He still clearly remembers how shocked he was at that moment after what happened. No matter how good his intentions were, no one understood it. That's why he was perfectly prepared from the moment rumors of the water snake first began to appear. He was preparing for all this so as not to go through all these difficult trials again. Now he has finally met the Pinaqua lady, and he is no longer going to act rashly. He is a confident guy and will not let anyone treat him like a fool or a child. Lady Pinaqua has a special garden, or rather a room, in which divine medicinal herbs are carefully selected and grown. The story of this garden is most likely just a rumor, but Brian came up with a brilliant plan to find the right evidence. This plan is very simple. It should attract the attention of the lady, the mistress of this garden. One of the lady's assistants approached the boy and showed him the small seeds. Pinaqua greeted Brian and asked him if he knew what it was. The guy replied that it was the seeds of purgatory grass, a rather rare plant that was found among mortals who bought it on the black market. Lady Pinaqua began to take a close look at the seller of these seeds, hoping to punish him severely in the future. She looked at Brian carefully, smiled, and asked him if he knew who this salesman was. The guy immediately fell to his knees and began to apologize for his actions, saying that he had no choice and almost no money left. The lady smiled and asked him to raise his head. She believed he had already paid enough for his sins. Even though she forgave him, he still had to suffer the punishment. The price for killing her monster was not small. But she is ready to be kind to him again if he agrees to work in her garden, of course. The lady explained that she has a garden with trees and herbs, and she understands that Brian knows how to grow herbs from purgatory. He also has enough skills to use ordinary water plants to purify water that has been polluted by a water snake. The guy was pleased that the lady appreciated his skills so highly. She even already knew about his solar wind technique. This technique helps the plant bloom in just a few days. But with purgatory grass, things are much more difficult. He has already tried to work with this plant. So Brian wants to say that he doesn't have enough skill for this job. She appreciated his self-confidence. It was hard to believe that this guy was ready to dictate his terms at the first meeting with her. The lady decided to send him back with a small amount of medicinal herbs and give him all the necessary tools. Now he will work with the youth to achieve success faster, and he will also obey her, so she will give him her power in return. Brian smiled, bowed, and thanked this woman for her mercy and kindness. After he left, Another interesting dialogue awaited us, which is worth paying attention to. It's time to meet the wilted flower of the Sura, a girl named Carol. She was asked about this young master Brian. The girl replied that she found him quite suspicious. He is too obedient, does not want to see the garden in person, not because of the lady's order. Carol had also heard all these stories about how this guy killed the lady's favorite, the monster bird. And of course, rumors that it was he who had recently destroyed the water serpent, the lord of the river, also spread throughout the city. Of course, he's not experienced enough, but the fact that he achieved all this means he's either a genius or a lunatic. Carol can't understand. If the lady knows that this guy can't be trusted, why did she accept him anyway? That's probably why Pinaqua asked Carol to look more closely at this guy. She will only allow him to manage the sixth garden. Even if he has bad intentions, he will not be able to steal anything. If it turns out to be too stupid, it can become an ideal fertilizer for plants. Carol and Pinaqua agree to work together over a peach on the half-island, but the lady is a person who would never have liked Carol in real life. Carol hopes that this young and talented guy will prove to be much more useful than ordinary plant fertilizer. It turned out that Brian could sense Carol's celestial power. He felt that her power was over 300, and Lady Pinaqua's power was over 400. He has already reached 10 solar wind stars in 1 year, so he can already sense other people's powers, although he is not sure about these two women. If we recall the Heavenly Wolf King, who looks very much like a psychopath, his strength is 600. It's strange because Master Mar, who appeared and protected Brian, is about on the same level as Lady Pinaqua. Now the guy took out his phone and saw that the system update had begun, and soon there would be a new assessment of his divine foundation. A little later, it turned out that he was already at a mystical level of achievement. He has secretly studied all the solar wind techniques over the past year, but it is all just theory. Now it's time for real practice and improving his theoretical skills. He's been waiting for this for a long time. Today he brought something for his tree. It was the very object he had taken from the body of the water snake. He buried it near the roots of the tree, and it should help the plant grow stronger. He does this not just for fun, but hopes that the plant will thank him for this help. A little later, he began the process of meditation near this tree. In such training, he could spend several days in a row. A little later, he finally opened his eyes and smelled the incredible smell of peaches. He had been training for a year since he learned to enhance his attacks with his breath. But just a week ago, the flowers on the tree bloomed and produced their fruits, although they are still quite small. They look juicy and ripe enough, but why can't he eat it right now? Suddenly, the boy heard a voice behind him. This voice asked him not to hurry. He turned his head and was incredibly surprised to see a brown bear standing behind him. Of course, Brian immediately asked him who he was and why he came here. It turned out that the elder gave this brown bear a name. They call it a guanac. Brian had already heard of this creature. He is the god of a famous mountain. Many legends have been composed about him. 100 years ago, earthly officials believed that the energy of the mountain's fire would have a bad effect on the city. They decided to add water energy and use a statue of a mythical horned lion. They didn't stop there and dug up the southern pond and many other things, and because of this, they terribly damaged the energy of Guanaxan Mountain. The bear has been training here for over a year and had hoped to meet the guy much sooner. It is unclear why Guanacaste did not approach Brian earlier. Perhaps the reason is peaches. After the tree began to grow and change the ground, the bear could not get through the barrier. He correctly asked him to wait a bit while he ate one peach, but the bear started yelling at him and told him to stop. He believes that the energy of the tree is inside this fruit, and if he picks it now, the tree's protection will stop working. The poppy will start having serious problems if people who like this tree take it away after the protection stops working. The brown bear is not only talking about itself, sooner or later people will start to learn about the existence of this tree. Right now, someone is waiting for Brian at the bottom of this hill, and it might not be a friend at all. The guy raised his head up and saw that there was too much dark energy around him now. If they destroyed the barrier that much, then they definitely don't want to catch Brian here. Maybe they came for the peaches of the holy tree. Already now, the bear senses that one of the famous Taoists is approaching with a fire technique. With this preparation, Brian could awaken the true form of this tree. But the human body is unable to absorb the healing properties of the peaches of the sacred tree. But the bear is a different creature, so the peach must be given to it. He is confident that after this he will be able to regain his strength and protect Brian and the tree from the bad guys. The boy carefully picked the peach, said he was very sorry, and ate the fruit himself, while the guanaco almost died of anger. He doesn't understand what kind of guy this is and why he's so stupid and so strong at the same time. This is the same peach from the sacred tree that made the Monkey King Dong a celestial. Now, I wonder what exactly will happen to Brian. The nutrients have already been absorbed. The active ingredient is the peach of the sacred peach tree. The bear was very interested in the effect. He wondered if the boy was feeling any changes in his body. Brian replied that he felt that this peach turned out to be very juicy and delicious. The brown bear didn't even have the words to comment on this stupid answer. While the brown bear was incredibly angry, Brian felt warmth begin to spread throughout his body. No matter what technique he tries, the heat doesn't focus on one point, but continues to spread throughout his body, and he doesn't know what to do with it. By the way, the warmth he feels now is completely different than last time. It is warmer and gentler. Technically, it takes 3,000 years for even the smallest peach to be born, so the effect of a peach that is only 1 year old will be too weak. Brian asked the brown bear for help, but he replied that he could not help because he no longer had the strength. After that, Brian gave him something. The brown bear looked more closely and realized that in front of him were seeds of purgatory grass. He was shocked that this ordinary guy had such plants, especially since these seeds began to sprout. Guanak hopes that he can keep this seed and Brian will not take it from him. The boy thought that this bear was too cute and took some more seeds out of his pocket to give it to him. The guanaco had not looked so happy since childhood. It was noticeable that he was very pleased to receive this gift. Brian hopes that the bear will be able to replenish its strength with the help of this divine seed. The bear began to eat this plant and replied that from now on he could sell mountains and caves. Brian froze in place for a few seconds, as if he had heard something. All 3 seeds of the purgatory grass won't be able to fully restore this bear's strength, but that doesn't matter right now. Now they have to think about those bad guys like the ones who are hunting Brian right now. Using his phone and the system, the guy hopes to check their current location. It has such a function. This is a map of the area, and they need to quickly figure out what to do with this guy who is approaching them. Brian is going to fight him, otherwise the peach tree will be taken away from him, but the bear believes that the boy will lose this fight. At the moment, his training is insufficient to stop a valuable enemy, but for some reason Brian is too calm. It turned out that our old acquaintance, a student of a famous master, a young guy named George, was approaching him. He soon saw that Brian had personally decided to come out to meet him and meet him in this forest. Brian immediately felt this guy's energy and realized that he was a disciple of the Heavenly Wolf King. It seems that his master ordered his student to personally bring Brian to him, and for this, he even gave his student an interesting artifact that could help in this battle. It's unlikely that Brian understands what this is. It's called the Nine-Tailed Fox's Scolding. The bear said that it was a very formidable weapon because even a fox with 5 tails had only been seen once, 300 years ago. It's hard to believe that such a treasure was made from a 9-tailed fox. It's truly a rarity. Since this artifact is very valuable and the tail is still intact, the energy of the Sky Ghost must be enormous. It seems that despite the fact that his master is the Heavenly Wolf King, he is going to cause an explosion with the help of this artifact. The problem is that this explosion will occur in a city with a huge population. Other people may be affected. But George is calm. He says that it doesn't matter what skill he uses, and it doesn't matter how loud Brian screams. Because of this protective barrier, people throughout the city will not see or hear what is happening here at all, because this is the flag of the Northern Dark Squad. Guanak was shocked when they said that the energy was quite unusual. It turned out that they meant a treasure that contained the powers of the 4 celestial beasts. George couldn't understand what kind of creature was sitting in the tree and why was it constantly talking. Brian replied that he didn't know this bear and that it was the first time he had seen it, that it was probably Winnie the Pooh. For a long time now, he has been explaining various interesting facts while sitting on the top branch of this tree. You could say that this bear works for Wikipedia and is constantly explaining important nuances. George was angry. He had been annoyed by Ruth lately, and now this stupid boy appeared with his bear. He is unhappy that they are all interfering in his affairs, and believes that the water snake was his personal prey. So now, instead of taking the life of the water snake, which has already been killed, George is going to kill Brian. It immediately became noticeable that George's strength increased by about 100 in a few seconds, which is 5 times more than his normal strength. This can be compared to an artifact in the game that you have to donate to. When Ruth came to Brian in the past, he distributed all his energy to the mountain and lowered his skills. He has now activated the wind distribution technique and the first power star, meaning he is returning the energy he previously distributed. We are waiting for a battle between 2 very talented young masters. George is more experienced, but it seems that Brian has more talent. Brian has already participated in difficult challenges, but now his opponent is too aggressive against him. You could also say that this is a battle of different techniques, and it's always very interesting to watch. Brian has his own artifact. He holds his favorite wooden sword in his hands, And we should also not forget that he recently ate a sacred peach. All this gives him confidence in his own abilities, especially after a whole year of constant training. The brown bear was shocked to see this guy's skills. It seems that Brian has completely entered into symbiosis with nature. Previously, the guanac believed that such a thing was impossible, but now he realized how wrong he was. Now George looked quite uncertain and was visibly trembling with fear of death. From the very beginning, he said that everything that happens here will remain within this barrier. So if he decided to point his sword at someone else, he must always be ready to counterattack. Of course, George doesn't respect Brian. He considers him a loser who hasn't even found an experienced master for himself. He prepared to activate his artifact and show Brian all his power, but he felt an incredible pain, as if he had been struck by lightning. Within a few seconds, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Brian did not understand anything. A little later, he and the bear came closer to him. It seems that George is in a very bad situation now. When he used his weapon aggressively and relied on its great power, his soul was completely absorbed, so he had no strength left. This is a very frightening part in the story of sacred artifacts that were made by demons, although it is unlikely that he will die. If the right person took the artifact in their hands, this mountain would begin to fly, because every sacred artifact is a treasure capable of lifting a mountain or digging a river. Previously, Brian had no idea that sacred artifacts had such great power. As soon as he took this weapon in his hands, he saw a flash of fire in front of him, something he had seen before. It's not hard to guess that it's time to meet the fiery Taoist again. This experienced master immediately ran up and took George in his arms to inspect his condition. He can't believe that the disciple of the Heavenly Wolf King has become so stupid in his personal realm. He started yelling at Brian and trying to understand why he did it, but the guy replied that it was just self-defense. Now the fiery Taoist is sure that this stupid boy will not be able to escape the true wrath of the Wolf King. He believes that he personally should have burned this fool's body a year ago. He doesn't understand why the Heavenly Wolf King has to suffer such a disaster as Brian. That is why the fiery Taoist now wants to burn all of his respiratory tracts and personally bring him to the Heavenly Wolf King. So we have another battle ahead of us. Brian met too many interesting characters today. It will be much harder for him now because he is no longer fighting a student, but an experienced master. His fiery and hellish attacks are a real danger to any living creature on this planet. Of course, Brian has learned a lot over the past year. He holds his sword in his hands and tries with all his might to defend himself from fire attacks. But even with his weapon and the peach he ate, he's still too weak for now. Perhaps the artifact he was able to take from George will be able to help him in this unequal battle. There is too much difference in experience and strength between these two warriors, and it is also very difficult to stop fire attacks. The bear was still in the tree and asked the boy to try using the nine-tailed fox artifact. The fire Taoist immediately heard these words and attacked the brown bear with fire. But Guanac managed to say that Brian should put all his energy into it and use the artifact no matter what elements he uses. Of course, the boy began to worry that this artifact could absorb his soul, just like it happened to George. But until he personally tries to do it, he will never know the answer to this question. So the decision was made very quickly, and this artifact immediately showed all its power. The fire Taoist was shocked that this scumbag dared to use an ancient artifact against him. But no matter how angry the experienced master became, he immediately felt the hellish power of the fox's attack. Not only the master was shocked by this attack, but also the very boy who used this artifact. It was truly impressive. This attack can only be compared to a Godzilla attack. After that, there was fire everywhere. It seemed like there had been a big explosion and nothing alive was left. Brian decided to go look for the guanaco, and it was at this moment that he felt his enemy begin to insidiously attack him from behind. It was really very painful. Brian had never felt such pain in his life. He immediately looked to the ground and saw that blood had started dripping from his chest, and this was real trouble. It seems as if the fiery Taoist, with his last strength, was able to inflict a very serious injury on the boy. The master said that it wasn't enough for Brian to turn the disciple of the Heavenly Wolf King into vegetables. He didn't stop there and decided to use the ancient artifact against the experienced master. The fiery Taoist was going to punish the boy very severely for his behavior. This was the last straw of his restraint. He began to attack Brian with all available methods. It seemed as if this guy was about to turn into a steak. It is generally unclear how he is still alive. No living creature in the galaxy can withstand such attacks. The fiery Taoist came closer to him and said that he would never let him use his trick again. He is not going to kill him right now because he believes that he must personally transport him to the Heavenly Wolf King. Surely this will be cruel revenge? Surely the Wolf King will personally want to kill him. At first, Brian began to worry that he was very seriously injured, but after a while he felt that the pain was becoming less and less. It turned out that the active component of peach from the sacred peach tree helps him. A long time ago, the Monkey King wanted to get rid of possible damage and therefore got his skin. He was invulnerable to a vast number of sacred artifacts and survived 49 days on the path of the Eight. Despite the pressure created by the Buddha's 5 fingers, the skin saved him for 500 years. Dong always wanted a body that would make him invulnerable to death, which is why he got the immortality cells. Even the most brutal techniques invented by the messengers of death could not kill him, so in the future, even the king of the underworld stopped trying. Right now, Brian finally got what he wanted so much, the active components of the peach began to act in his body. There are apparatuses in the body that are responsible for various metabolic actions, including the neutralization of poison. The boy's new liver filled his body with warm water from head to toe. Even an experienced master felt the energy coming from the boy. He didn't understand how he could have the energy of water. Only now did the fiery Taoist finally understand that this guy really had an incomprehensible divine foundation. Brian doesn't understand exactly how all this happened, but in any case, he feels great. Nothing hurts anymore. Now he has prepared his artifact for the second round of a difficult confrontation. Now he has the powers of divine water, and water will always be stronger than any fire. The fiery Taoist no longer feels confident in his own abilities as he did before. Now he begins to really panic and realizes that he is in a fragile position. Of course, he doesn't understand how this is even possible, but now it doesn't matter at all. After some time, Brian lost consciousness. The brown bear tried to wake him up. A little later, he finally woke up and immediately tried to remember what exactly had happened. Guanak doesn't understand what exactly Brian did to make this whole place end up in the water. He had never seen anyone so skillfully manipulate ancient artifacts and internal forces before. The bear tried to hear something from the guy, but it seemed as if Brian himself was shocked by his actions. He made a real mess and couldn't even explain exactly how he did it. The guy immediately found the master's body and tried to find the flag responsible for removing the barrier. He put his hands in his pocket and found something very interesting. This thing immediately caught the boy's attention. The brown bear quickly explained that it was called a treasure bag. To put it more simply, it is a magical pouch that is designed to store small and large artifacts. Prime thought that George should also have such a bag with him, but the bear replied that now was not the time to do stupid things. He is sure that the assistants of the experienced firemaster are rushing here now, so new troubles may arise among them. Without thinking twice, Brian lifted the fiery Taoist into his arms and carried him in an unknown direction. Guanak continued to panic. He understood that if Brian didn't escape, the bad guys would come here and find the peach tree. But this young, talented guy remained calm and constantly smiling. He asked the bear to wait a little. After that, he activated the solar wind execution technique with the help of the second song art star. The process of compiling the falling leaves was immediately started. Nothing was clear but very interesting. Even the guanaco had never seen such beauty with his own eyes. He watched it with his mouth open. It seems as if Brian is forcing the tree to absorb the body of an overly thermal taocyte for the sake of ripening a new fruit. It turned out that they started doing this just in time, because within a few seconds the Taoist assistants arrived. The peach tree began to bloom and opened the barrier again. Thanks to this, they could not see the bear and Brian. However, it turned out that not everything was so perfect. If the experienced master did not have the element of fire, Brian would have been able to grow a new fruit. Speaking of fruit, we need to learn about its potential medicinal properties. Considering that this is a very precious and hidden treasure, only a few people in the world know about it. If nothing changed for Brian, then the fruit was not fully ripe, so it did not have enough effect. So the effect of the fruit varies depending on its size and the amount of time it has spent ripening. Even now, passing water through the liver, strength begins to grow. I wonder what will happen if you eat a ripe fruit. After that, the brown bear started to feel a little shy because he decided to ask the boy to show him the surroundings behind this barrier. It turns out that the mountain deity can walk the streets of the city. All he needs to do is release his alter ego. But for this, he needs extra strength. It's terrible, because even if people come here, no one brings anything interesting with them. Now that their paths have crossed, the bear will be able to see the world and the various interesting things thanks to Brian. The boy agrees to these conditions, but in return, he also wants to receive something from the deity. The bear quickly agreed to these conditions and gave him the Donsan. Of course, this is a pretty strange gift, especially considering that it's the name of a peanut snack that looks like a mace. It's time to listen to some new lessons from the Guanacast history teacher. For a long time, someone strange appeared in East Asia. including the Korean peninsula. A fantasy race with intellectual abilities, they were called goblins, and they had not only incredible physical abilities. These guys were also born with a spiritual foundation. Their nature is incredible. They created special tools that made their abilities more precise. And this is the legendary goblin mace that the brown bear was just talking about. Finally, Brian realized what was in his hands, but he had read that this item could only be used by its owner. This is true, but it is an important treasure that can be exchanged for anything from goblins. The goblin helmet and mace are not artifacts that can be created twice. Losing each of them means the owner has lost half of their power. Brian can now force the owner of the castle to do anything he wants if he starts blackmailing him properly. Judging by all these stories of the bear, it looks quite interesting. In any case, Brian did not expect anything special. After that, he agreed to take the bear with him. The guanaco was incredibly happy. He was excited because he had long dreamed of finally seeing the world and all its good sides. Brian said that now is the perfect time to go work in Lady Panaqua's garden. In connection with the new year, the summit will be held on the 31st of this month. The country's leadership is preparing to meet with city mayors and higher celestials. Rumor has it that the reason for this summit is the Tower of Babel. At least that's what the common people say. I need to say a few words about the Tower of Babel. It is unique because it was built by humans. And they built it so that it could reach the heavens and exist even before the gates of heaven closed. Thanks to the current dynasty of the Celestials, it has been reconstructed in the Babylonian style. Brian was riding in a taxi and wasn't thinking about any towers. He was relaxed until something interesting happened. The car started to brake very sharply. This happened because the person stepped into the middle of the road. The guy couldn't understand what exactly happened, only later did he see the cause of the incident. At first it seemed to him that a monster had appeared in front of the car, but then he looked more closely and realized that everything was completely different. Carol, a girl who works with Lady Panaqua, was standing in front of the car. She looked at the guy and ordered him to get out of the car. Once he did what she wanted, she explained that she had been asked to be his partner for a while. She also said that this was the lady's order, and she didn't care whether Brian would listen to this order. But she immediately warned that if her name appeared in any problems because of him, he would pay dearly for it. Brian immediately started smiling and assured me that everything would be fine. All this time, a bear disguised as a pop socket was with him. He recognized this girl and realized that Brian would not have an easy time with her. He said that he knew some information about her and also knew her weaknesses. And of course, he already found out that this girl likes guys with model looks. For many years, a very handsome man, known for his elegance, lived on the island. According to rumors, he was very handsome and was also the son of a deity. He was called Moon. One day, an ordinary girl named Carol accidentally saw him bathing. Of course, she was shocked by this, but it was this moment that awakened her spiritual foundation. She immediately felt her inner strength begin to fill, despite the fact that the gates of heaven were closed. Brian can't believe that she awakened her divine power just by looking at this guy. He thinks the guanaco is lying. The guy believes that this is absolutely impossible. But according to rumors, there are people who have exercised their abilities at a time when their mind and body were in a state of shock. These people were chosen and raised by deities from the human world. And because Carol had the same foundation as the Moon family, she was accepted into their fold. Carol is a very confident girl who knows what she wants. She constantly chased after the Moon. But apparently, the way this guy perceived her was, she was just an ordinary young skydiver with no connections or support. Realizing that he had no reason to see her, she realized that she had to create those reasons on her own. In less than 100 years, Carol was able to conquer Jeju Island and show incredible progress. It became known as the flower that will reach the heavens and destroy the entire world if you don't pick it. That is, the withered flower of the Sura. Having created a dynasty, Carol officially proposed to Moon to tie the knot. But Moon and his father were scared and came up with a plan to get Carol out. As she prepared for her wedding and dreamed of a happy future, father and son discussed the plan with all the residents of Jeju Island. When the wedding day arrived, strange things started happening from the very beginning, but Carol didn't even suspect it. Real mercenaries visited her, and it's unlikely they came to congratulate her on her wedding. They began to attack the girl and said that they wanted the wilted Sura flower to finally die. Instead of seeing her beloved and beloved Moon, she saw professional killers. She was so angry that it was scary to even look into her eyes. She could no longer contain her inner feelings and aggression and began to attack these mercenaries. From the first minutes of the battle, they already began to regret having come that day to destroy her. Despite the fact that many murderers came that day, none of them could escape her punishment. The battle that day was documented as a battle that nearly engulfed Jeju Island. But in the end, it was Carol who lost, because she was the one who was betrayed by her love. Even though she defeated all these mercenaries, she didn't feel any better, and her eyes were still filled with tears. She was approached from many places because of her abilities, and various boys with beautiful faces were sent to her. Very quickly, everyone found out that she liked handsome men, but none of them survived. If it weren't for her friend Princess Barry, who intervened in this situation, Carol would have been banished from the island long ago. The bear thinks that Brian should be happy because this girl will have no reason to hate him. Guanak believes that Brian's appearance is not to Carol's taste at all. Carol said they were already there. I had to immediately apologize to her for my behavior and start hurrying. Later, she explained that there are 6 gardens in this lady's building. Each garden is looked after by a separate person, and among these gardens, Brian can only be found in the 6th garden. The boy immediately began to think that the 6th garden was the least important place, and he would hardly be allowed to approach the important medicinal herbs right away. When they opened the gate of the 6th garden, Brian was shocked. He couldn't believe that there were 2 suns here. But still, this place looks too horrible, as if no one has looked after it for over 1,000 years. Each garden gate is located in a different time frame and exists in different parts of the world. Brian must now take care of the 6th garden personally. This place has been closed since the death of the last lord hundreds of years ago. As the world changes and the number of celestials increases, the importance of ordinary herbs increases rapidly, so the 6th garden is finally opened. But this does not mean that he has to work here without pay. When the plants grow, Brian will earn a lot, and he will not have to share with anyone. Suddenly, Carol's phone started ringing and fell out of her pocket. Brian couldn't help but pay attention to it. He saw that some kind of melody was playing on her phone. It seemed like some handsome guy was calling her. He immediately remembered flashbacks of recent stories about this girl and felt sick. Brian has to be very careful. If he says anything bad now, he'll get into trouble. A little later, he said that he respected her, and then lost consciousness for a while. When he opened his eyes, he saw a brown bear in front of him. He again waited a long time for Brian to wake up. The bear said that he had been waiting for this for more than 2 hours, and during that time he had managed to get hungry. He told the guy that it was a very wonderful blow, the first time he had seen such a thing in his life. He probably means the Carol kick. It's the first time in his life he's seen someone perform this kick without adding any technique. So only now did Brian realize that he was beaten by a girl, but that's okay. Take it, he said that even though this garden was the worst of all, only the best plants had already grown, so their quality and taste are incredible. Anyway, Carol said they'll be keeping an eye on how well Brian is doing, and that will continue until next season. If he can demonstrate a few of his important abilities, he will be entrusted with growing more important plants, such as the sacred peach tree. And maybe he will be even luckier and will be entrusted with even more precious plants. He must seize this opportunity and become even stronger than he is right now, so as to no longer be a victim of the games of more influential people. Brian decided that he would never let anyone touch him or his family again in the world of unguided celestials. In order to realize all his intentions, he needs to do something with this field, which no one has been involved in for many years. There is complete chaos all around. It seems as if a huge fire has broken out here. He took out the weapon of the legendary Taoist Fire Master and thought that he had been too cruel last time. This master has saved his life several times in the past, and he is very grateful for it. The bear watched the boy's prayers and could not believe that he was doing it sincerely. It's just a plant. He couldn't raise it to the sky without doubt and compassion. But the Guanak still doesn't know this guy well enough and underestimates his potential. It turned out that Brian is capable of much more than others expect of him. The bear couldn't believe that this was even possible, but if you look at the boy, he wasn't at all surprised by his own actions. A peach tree that was burned and needed a month of rest now only needs 4 seconds to grow back so strong. It really looks incredible. After this guy, we should call him the king of plants. He does this through the solar wind execution technique, the 9th star of the art of song. The trees seem to have risen from the dead, he said, allowing them to be the mainstay of experienced farmers' duties. They listened to their master and immediately set to work on this garden. The brown bear is completely unable to hide his surprise, which is understandable because he has never seen anything like this before. The ability to revive trees is a skill that requires a lot of effort even for high-level celestials. But Brian did it like a true master. After that, the guy said that he was tired. It was time for him to rest. He had spent too much energy on this matter. The brown bear wasn't against the extra rest and gave the boy a date that had just ripened. When they entered the house of this garden, they saw that it was much more spacious than expected. The past lord of the Sixth Garden was called Pak. It was written in the memoirs of this house. At the moment, Brian wants to restore his energy using breathing techniques. He spent a lot of energy restoring the garden. The guy calmly immersed himself in the meditation process, but suddenly he saw something strange that he had never seen before. He was immediately frightened and stood up, although he was not sure what had just happened. It was as if he heard the call of the plant. The plant seemed to respond to his breathing. It seems as if this plant, or plants, are on the ground floor of this building. Brian isn't sure, but maybe he should use the seeds left over from that date he just ate. He made a small weapon out of them and started making a hole in the floor. A plot twist even the bear didn't expect. Within seconds, there was a huge hole in the floor and they began to fall into it. At the last moment, the bear grabbed the boy and saved him from falling. Now they can see what is below them. Guanak explained that this was a special barrier that was drawn in blood. Whoever did this most likely felt intense hatred. And that's quite strange. There must be something from below, because the call that Brian felt during the breathing exercises comes from below. Now he is sure that he must break this barrier, and he is not at all interested in what this may lead to. After a few minutes of active action, he managed to do it, and they finally saw that there was another room below. Some unknown force picked up Brian and Guanak. It turned out to be the Lord of the Sixth Garden Pack. He summoned the new head of the garden to tell him about the evil deeds of Lady Pinaqua. One day, he was walking home after parting ways with his friends. He accidentally stumbled upon a deity's sanctuary and was possessed by a ghost. There was nothing he could do about it. At the same time, a kind scientist who was passing by helped him get rid of the ghost with the help of red beans, which he scattered nearby. But he explained that if the ghost chose him, it meant that his spiritual foundation had finally awakened. If he leaves everything as it is and remains in the human world, he will be pursued by people obsessed with obtaining the power of the Celestials. So it's better to leave this place before he gets into trouble. The scientist asked him not to worry. He knew one celestial being, so he would only have to follow his orders. That's how he ended up in Lady Pinaqua's pavilion, and they told him that if he worked hard and practiced, he would become stronger. But because he was born an ordinary person, wanting to become a high-level celestial being was like counting the stars in the sky for him. Without any progress, he did all his work, and then his debt became his limit. He thought he could do something about it, but he was wrong, and only later did he realize it. When he was about 30 years old, he met a girl who looked like him, who also came from the human world with an awakened divine foundation. He was shocked by the reason why this child ended up in such a place, because that reason was the same as his own. He finally realized that he was possessed by a ghost, but not because he had entered the sanctuary of a true deity. It was the scientist who sent this ghost at him so that his spiritual foundation would finally awaken, and then forced him to come here. After studying the stories of other people, he realized that he could not live his whole life as an ordinary servant. That is why he bowed in prayer before all the masters of earthly arts he knew, asking them to teach him. Every time he was given some bits of information, he tried to put them into practice. But his mortal body, which had no strength, grew weaker with each passing year. While he was in such a weak state, they even managed to come up with a terrible nickname for him, Foxtail. Every time he bent down to do his work, he was compared to a foxtail that grows everywhere. When this started happening constantly, he first began to think about suicide. This happened because he was always unhappy, but then a real miracle happened. Lady Pinaqua appeared and thanked him for his suffering and efforts, and made him the Lord of the Sixth Garden. She rewarded him with the martial arts of the earth element, the art of the earth dragon, which was passed down from master to master. After that, he promised not to forget the kindness of Lady Pinaqua, and swore to fulfill the obligations of the Lord of the Sixth Garden until his death. From that day on, he dedicated himself to studying the art of the earth dragon, practicing in the Sixth Garden. His power grew with each passing day and eventually rose to the level of a mystical celestial. But despite what he was able to achieve, his body began to grow even weaker. Only then did he finally understand the secret of the earth dragon's arts. The effect of the earth dragon art is incredible, but the power was absorbed by the very medicinal herbs around him, not by him. He turned into living fertilizer, although he didn't realize it himself. And only then did he realize that he didn't have long left. Previously, Brian had only seen such stories on TV. It was hard to believe that even Celestials would do something like this. It was terrible. But the guy believes that there is nothing unusual in this whole situation. The brown bear explained that this was a common practice, Celestials doing such things to maintain their comfort. Brian is now scared because he really doesn't want to become someone like Foxtail. He won't allow himself to be sacrificed like Puck. If someone was able to break through a barrier that they created with their blood and life, then there is no doubt that this person is quite strong. Park hopes that Brian will have enough strength to burn down this pavilion, and his followers will help him do it. They will keep hidden treasures and protect them at the cost of their own lives. Probably he is talking about those things of the coma that lay next to his will. This is the seed of the mountain mandra that grew across the ocean. It is also called the ghostly cry of ginseng because they scream to take away the soul. Also found was something resembling a container from which people in the temple draw lots. All this is strange because the call that answered the boy does not come from the seed at all, but from this. Should he grow this plant just like everything else? At that moment, a large explosion occurred and threw them all back several meters. So this thing doesn't want to sprout at all. It looks like it's bound to grow in this form. It's not at all clear what this object is. If you look closely, it looks like the hilt of a sword, but where is the blade then? Meanwhile, new guests came to Lady Pinaqua, and all her assistants gathered to greet them. The lady was very pleased that her guest had found the time to come to this humble place. It turned out that the master of the sanctuary, Mrs. Sandra, had come to her personally. She understands that this will sound quite rude, but she wants to get to the important thing right away. She had already heard that inside this palace there was a treasure that was important to her. That's why she came here for property that was lost during the scandalous events 100 years ago. This treasure is called the hilt of the seven-pointed sword. And that's exactly why the master of the sanctuary came here. She wants to take back what belongs to her. Speaking of the seven-pointed sword, it must be said that it was a rather strange artifact. The same can be said about the place where it was created, because it was a state that could not be founded. All this is because of the three states. Only this state did not have the strength to support itself. It is called Peche. The power was founded by a strong ruler who had an unclear foundation. One of the states was founded by the son of Lady Pinaqua. But this was possible with the blessing of the spirits and ancestors of the Korean peninsula. But the king founded the Pek, or with the help of human forces without support, he awakened his earthly foundation and received the element of gold belatedly. He was a rare genius, and thanks to him, Peche was at its peak. But over time, his successors were weaker, and therefore the state began to decline. Traces of the powerful king soon disappeared. There was only one person who resembled him, because this man was as much a genius as the king. He was called a prince, and this sword was a rare artifact that he made. The sword was kept on a remote archipelago. Lady Pinaqua believes that this handle should have been handed over together with the blade. This information is known to everyone. But it turned out that in the past, the ambassador who was supposed to bring this sword with him had an accident and died. The ship it was on was quickly found, but there was only a blade and no handle. That is, the master of the sanctuary claims that the sword must have a hilt. Lady Pinaqua finds this quite strange. It seems as if they only recently realized the possibility of a handle. Therefore, the lady wants to know why Ms. Sandra is asking everyone around her about this artifact. Sandra said that she had come a long way not just to ask stupid questions. She is here on behalf of the sanctuary to propose a celestial battle in 6 months. Celestial battle is a method used by celestials to resolve conflict peacefully. They will argue over the blade of the seven-pointed sword. If the sanctuary wins, then they will take the hilt from the temple of Lady Pinaqua. Of course, if this handle is here, then Sandra will not tell anyone about what she saw in this temple. The lady is ready to accept these conditions but wants to ask for one more important condition. It is not known how this conversation ended. Now it is time to look at what happened 6 months later. According to rumors, this celestial battle will be broadcast live. It was Lady Pinaqua who said that she wanted to show it to the whole world. Now these guys have approached the sixth garden, they will check its progress and their boss asks them to behave calmly. When the doors of the sixth garden opened, they saw before them a true paradise. It's even hard to believe that just 6 months ago there was a desert here. These are incredible changes in such a short period of time. Brian personally greeted his guests, while he was reading a book and enjoying the fruits of the trees. They were unhappy that he was sitting like a king and enjoying a delicious melon instead of respectfully greeting them. They want at least a drop of respect from him, and Brian has no problem with that. He stood up, approached them, and gave his name, and a little later announced that he was the head of the sixth garden. A guy named Lee greeted him and said he had come to check on his progress. Brian showed his characterization and said he didn't understand why he should consider them his older brothers. All of these people were incredibly shocked to see that he had reached the level of a celestial god. They quickly set out to carry out his orders because he was the one with the highest rank. Lee talked about the upcoming celestial battle. 2 players from each rank, from celestial to supreme, will fight against the Japanese side. It turned out that Brian was completely unaware of this information because he rarely leaves the 6th grade. It turned out that the young warrior Lee would also participate in this battle. During the Korean War, he pursued his spiritual foundation through the shock of losing his family in an explosion and later ended up in the Lady Pavilion. Lee is a very talented guy with abilities who glows brightly with happiness after meeting the master. Although Brian doesn't trust other Celestials, this guy seems pretty kind and honest to him. Lee also talked about a guy named Paul, rumored to soon be an incredible celestial being. People also say that he is a blood relative of the son of Lady Panaqua, that is, King Daniel. The young warrior is incredibly happy to be participating in the same competition with someone as talented as Paul. The sanctuary accepted the lady's offer. Everyone has known about it for a long time. They are very strongly supported by mortals. This is because the sanctuary killed several monsters. If you help ordinary people with their life problems, you can easily gain the support of the people. This is exactly what the young disciple of the immortal Donald, a girl named Ruth, who sometimes kills monsters in the city, does. Soon, one of the assistants approached Lady Panaqua and told her that the Lord of the Sixth Garden wanted to see her. She remembered this confident guy and told him to wait until she finished her tea with her family. But it turns out that Brian decided to personally challenge Paul, the celestial we recently talked about. Paul immediately prepared for battle and said he saw nothing wrong with it. At this moment, Helen began to speak. She had already heard rumors that Paul was deliberately stuck in his rank because he was afraid to fight stronger opponents. If he doesn't like these rumors, then he should accept Brian's challenge and fight him. Lady Panaqua completely agrees with Helen's words, but will Paul be able to defeat the Lord of the Sixth Garden? The guy looked incredibly motivated and angry. He said he was ready for battle and soon everything was organized. All members of the lady's family gathered to watch their relative fight. Of course, there were also many servants and lords of other gardens. This battle interested many. The Lord of the Sixth Garden, Brian, looked quite calm and relaxed, basically as usual. The Celestial, a relative of Lady Panaqua's son, Paul, on the other hand, was very angry and aggressive. He looked at his opponent angrily and said that he would not blame him for the fact that he would suffer greatly. It seems like he wants to kill the Lord of the Sixth Garden today, even though it's just a normal battle. Brian quickly realized that this would be an advantage for him, because his opponent was too angry and it would hinder him during the fight. Soon the battle of the Celestials will officially begin, and this battle promises to be very intense. The young master of the floor is not used to spending a lot of time defending. His strong point is precisely the attack. Brian understood from the very beginning that he had to act very carefully and attentively. If he does everything right, he should win this battle because in the last 6 months in the Sixth Garden, he has made great progress. He was able to stop his opponent's first attack, although it wasn't easy because Paul is a pretty serious opponent. Paul thought that no one could block his attack with a regular plant shield, but Brian managed to do it. Now Paul is even more angry and promises that Brian can forget about this technique forever, as well as about a quiet life, because now he will be disabled. It seems Paul has prepared something truly special for this battle. He is sure that Brian will soon die, and Lady Panaqua will have to look for a new owner of the Sixth Garden again. It seems as if during all this time of empty talk, Brian's weapon has managed to recharge. He is already ready to reactivate the second star of the Art of Song, the Solar Wind Execution skill. This attack is called Solar Exposure, and now this force will be directed against the floor. There is no doubt that this young, albeit talented master, is encountering such power for the first time. Only now did he realize that Brian had been using an unusual defense all this time, a defense that absorbed the opponent's strength. It was such an aggressive attack that a third person had to intervene in the battle. He stopped Brian and explained that they had to end this battle because they couldn't be left without this child. Now it was obvious to everyone who had won this battle, so a man named Christopher finished this competition. Of course, Paul disagreed with this decision and continued to shout that he was ready to continue the battle. However, Christopher was adamant in his decision and told the lady that he considered Brian the winner. Although it was not very pleasant to admit it, she could not disobey such an experienced master. The Lord of the Sixth Garden was surprised to hear that Lady Panaqua would so easily accept her nephew's defeat. He looked at the guy named Christopher and couldn't understand who he was. Why did the lady listen to his words so much? Later, he approached Panaqua personally, and she decided to ask him about the training he had been doing for the past 6 months. It seems like she's stressed out by his rapid progress lately, and she can't help but like it. The guy explained that due to the rarity of the wood element, the pace of development of his martial arts is quite rapid. He also already learned that he got this position in order to grow something, and he is ready to do it right now. He assured her that if she trusted him, he would never betray her, and that was a pretty bold statement. The lady said that Brian should concentrate on the competition now, but she would definitely think about his words. Although he wanted to ask a few more questions, the lady ordered him to go and rest. A little later, Lady Panequa promised to find Brian a walking companion. Brian wasn't against it, but he didn't expect Christopher to be his companion. Only now have they fully met, and Christopher told us a little about himself. The Lord of the Sixth Garden noticed that compared to how Christopher looked when they first met, he was now very soft. In any case, Brian was very happy to finally go outside for a little walk. Soon they saw a shop where they made various delicious cocktails, and the guys quickly decided to try these drinks. This is approximately what true martial arts masters look like in real life. Despite the fact that Christopher had already heard various stories about the human world, he did not expect that it would be so interesting here. Rumor has it that adult celestials interfere in the human world, but Christopher does this too rarely. When he first died in the human world, Lady Panequa helped him become a celestial. He didn't know that now he wouldn't be able to live in the human world. He wanted his name to be remembered after his death. Now it is clear that these were just childhood dreams. While in the world of the celestials, he constantly thought about what he had not managed to do here, and in the end, he remained an average ruler of the past. Then he thanked Brian for keeping him company in the human world. It had been a truly wonderful walk. While they were enjoying the wonderful weather, they managed to see people continuing to protest. People believe that human sacrifice is a terrible catastrophe, and we cannot turn a blind eye to the deaths of innocents. Human sacrifice is murder. They believe that only the mentally retarded can advocate it. People want to make the celestial fools respect their rights. They are willing to stop even the Dragon King for this. Hearing this, Christopher could not believe that the head of this country was killing his own people. And how could such people still exist? He believes that this is all some kind of mistake and suggested that Brian immediately resolve and understand the situation. This conversation ended immediately because their attention was drawn to an unexpected solar eclipse. It is not known what is happening right now, but it seems as if the people protesting need to be protected immediately. You have to act incredibly quickly, because within seconds the attack on people began. It is not yet clear who exactly is attacking the protesters. Perhaps it is the head of state's people. They may have been dissatisfied with all these protests, which is why they decided to personally intervene in this situation. Brian acted very quickly and activated his ancient artifact to protect the population. He immediately began attacking the enemies, but even his speed was not enough for this. Because of this incident, he realized that opponents could be much stronger and more powerful than him. They act very harmoniously, as if they are members of the same team. This angered our protagonist even more. He felt the same hatred for them that he feels for monsters. As he prepared for a new attack, he felt something approaching him from above. Only at the last moment did he manage to dodge a huge rock falling on his head. The boss of these bandits approached him. It was a woman, and her name was Betty, and Vino did not expect to meet Brian in such a place. She believes that Brian is a traveler from a completely different world and now wants to take his life. He immediately felt her strong dark energy and guessed that she was one of the patronesses of the Heavenly Wolf King. This was not difficult to do because he had already felt this yin energy before and had felt it during the explosion of the statue. It seems like she doesn't hide her desire to kill Brian at all. She was probably a close friend of George. So all this can be called a vendetta. She is ready to make Brian pay for all his evil deeds no matter what. When he heard about the evil deeds, he started smiling. It seems she doesn't know, but he tries to do only good deeds. Brian acts as usual. He doesn't care who stands in front of him. If he feels that he is fighting for the truth, he will stand until the last. His self-confidence is enviable. He has not recognized any authority for a long time. Of course, Betty came well prepared and also confident in her success. But he asked her not to joke with him and said that she was the only one who had to pay for her evil deeds. After these words, Brian called a real team of wooden warriors to his aid. Now you can call it his new technique. With these guys fighting against a large number of opponents will be much easier. Betty doesn't look so confident now. She saw that her people couldn't withstand the pressure of the wooden warriors. She began to scream and ordered her assistants to immediately call for help. Some goblins appeared, looking like ghosts. It seemed as if they were half imaginary. These spirits are very evil. It will be difficult to defeat them with the help of Ents, and their number is too large. Brian was lucky that he had managed to buy a small smoking pipe before this at the store, although he had no intention of using it now. But within a few seconds, he still inhaled a little tobacco smoke and felt the active component of the mandrake. Now his concentration was improved. Sensory and reflex nerves showed maximum power, as did his muscle tissue. He became very angry and promised that today he would not spare anyone. It's always nice to watch this guy's rapid progress. 6 months ago, he wouldn't have been able to do this. But today his power is felt. And we can already talk a little about his experience, because this is not his first battle. Nevertheless, Betty smiled and said that it didn't matter how many more wooden boys he could summon. She believes that these ents are no more helpful than a regular toothpick, so she and her people should not be afraid of them. She asked her assistants to summon even more demons and fight incredibly fiercely. It seemed like they were controlling the initiative in this battle, but suddenly everything didn't go according to their plan. It seemed as if some dark force had begun to fight them. Most of the bandits began to spit blood and suffocate. Some couldn't move at all, and some began hearing strange words and voices in their heads. Even Betty didn't understand what was happening, although recently she had enjoyed taking the initiative in this battle. Brian immediately ran over to her to check on her condition, despite the fact that they were enemies. For him, this smoke is not at all dangerous because it triggers a detoxification process through the liver and extracts all the beneficial components from it. All this is due to the mandrake component in his body, but to his enemies it is a real poison. Passive smoking turned out to be too harmful. Now Beta will remember it for the rest of his life. Although if you look at her more closely, it's hard to tell if she'll live until tomorrow morning. As it turned out, this girl always has an ace up her sleeve. She is ready to use this advantage at a critical moment. When Betty felt that she was one step away from death, she immediately called her father for help. But it quickly became clear that no one today would be able to defeat a warrior named Christopher. Brian couldn't believe that Christopher was stronger than the Heavenly Wolf King. It is also strange that Betsy turned out to be his daughter. It was believed that she was only his student. Christopher said that he didn't care who the Wolf King was. Maybe he just sinned too much in front of people. The Heavenly Wolf King laughed at these words and said that he was not as easy to defeat as everyone else thought. He asked to listen carefully to his words before he killed all these puppies and sent them to hell. Because of Christopher's actions, he will now spare no one and will start a real war here. I guess that this experienced master had begun the process of absorbing not only the dead bodies, but also the power of the living people around him. Brian can't understand what's wrong with this warrior. Why does he constantly do bad things and offend innocent people? It's immediately apparent that he's very strong and uses the terrible art of songwriting. Even Brian is starting to panic now because he has no idea how to stop this tyrant. Brian began to think about using the nine-tailed fox artifact. He's not sure it will work, but he doesn't see any other way out of this situation. At this moment, Christopher approached him and asked to take his sword for a while. Realizing that this guy was truly dangerous and a great warrior, Brian decided to trust him in this situation. Now we'll finally see what this guy is capable of in real battles. Before that, it was usually just talk. His very first attack had already made others respect his martial arts. Even Brian did not expect that his new friend would turn out to be such a skilled and determined warrior. Christopher has no right to execute someone who is a non-believer, even despite his sins against innocent people. But if we talk about what the Sky Wolf did to his subjects, then that's a completely different matter. Christopher, as one of the Celestials, is ready to take responsibility and carry out the necessary punishment measures. It seems that he is not at all concerned about the consequences and is willing to take risks. It's even hard to believe that Christopher was able to defeat the Heavenly Wolf King so quickly. Of course, it looked very cruel, but sometimes good must show cruelty towards evil. If you are constantly too soft, you can lose an important battle. Thanks to the quick response of the general community of Celestials, all the terrorists were arrested. The identities of the people who died and were injured in this battle are currently being determined. Of course, people are now even more dissatisfied with the actions of the authorities. This news spread very quickly throughout the island. There is also dissatisfaction with the actions of the celestial community because their reaction was too slow. Footage from the scene of this incident has been released online, and now everyone can understand who the real heroes are by watching this video. If you look very carefully, one of these people in the video may look very familiar. People recognize the guy who, a year and a half ago, defeated a huge bird in the city center and saved a woman. This news angered Lady Pinocchio. She ordered her assistant to turn off the TV because she could no longer watch it. Christopher realizes that he has caused her a lot of trouble and is upset about it. He doesn't even have the qualifications to prove that he is a celestial being. He made a mistake by coming down to the world of humans and doing this. He is ready to accept any punishment from the lady, but right now she is focused on Brian. The woman doesn't understand how, after everything they've done, he can look her straight in the eye. The guy immediately lowered his head and apologized for his behavior. Lady doesn't want to say that Christopher's actions were wrong, although she advises him to be more careful in the future. Then she looked at Brian and said that he should prepare for disciplinary action. At this, the conversation with the Pinocchio lady was over. The boys were free and could go wherever they wanted. Brian immediately returned to his sixth garden, feeling as if he hadn't been there in 1,000 years. He can finally check what he found during the battle with Beta and her bandits. He didn't expect someone to hide these books in a large statue. Maybe there was some power in that. It seems to be written there about the great sage. He was named that after the death of that little guy from the family. This was done because he began to suppress the energy of the mountain when he founded a state near it. Whoever wrote these words is undoubtedly King Sage the Great. Brian was able to guess this without the help of the bear. It was written there that Sage knows that he has very little time left to live, but he is still not afraid of anything. He is only worried about the thought that his own son will die first, and he will have to see it with his own eyes. It's hard for him to see his son getting weaker and losing weight every day. A long time ago, there were a huge number of people who gave their own lives for the gods. Before the era of celestial rule over humans begins again, humans who have not yet awakened their divine foundation need to gain strength. They will also need courage to fight the celestials. On a distant island, there are letters called runes, and if used correctly, they can show their strength and power. It looks like poetry with immense power within the words. It seems the king wanted to create power from a language system similar to the tongue of an oracle. This guy's intelligence was popular even among the Celestials. If he had lived 100 years longer, he might have done it. If someone can read and write, they can learn to activate their power and use the power of the runes. The king's last wish was to try not to let these 28 symbols fade away. He hopes that his work will live on. It felt as if the future that the great king had dreamed of so much had finally arrived. These mysterious but very interesting books have fallen into the hands of a young and talented guy. Now it's time to see how he will use them. He very quickly began practicing and trying to master this ancient technique. He was shocked to see his true attack technique, as well as its incredible potential and power. It's all about the power that is hidden in these words and sounds. The main thing is to pronounce it as in the instructions for people. It says that if you can visualize words in your head, you can harness their power if you say those words out loud. As soon as Brian said the word fire in the correct language, he immediately saw a bonfire in front of him. We need to capture this moment, because now Brian is reaching a completely different level of skill. If he correctly masters all of this technique, he will become incredibly powerful and strong. All this time, the brown bear guanaco had been sleeping peacefully, but now he was awakened by a noise on the street. He can't understand why Brian is trying to burn everything he has at hand. It seems like the guy doesn't know how to build a proper fire without the support of a bear, so he decided to have some fun. Brian said that sometimes he wants to go overboard, but he still has to be more careful not to burn anything else. The boy also noticed that the louder he spoke, the bigger the fire became. This means that he needs to say this word louder than ever if he wants to squeeze out its full potential. Or maybe the louder the word, the more power it absorbs. So the more people say the word, the greater the effect. Of course, this is all just a theory in Brian's head. He will have to find answers to all his questions in the future. Maybe things would be completely different if instead of using one word he created a long sentence, then the effect would be much greater. He raised his hands up and asked the heavens to help him find answers to all these questions, but of course there was no answer. Because of all his foolish behavior, he didn't notice at all when a guest suddenly came to visit him. He hadn't seen Carol in person for a long time, also called the withered flower of the Sura. The guy immediately broke out in a sweat because he realized that she could have been standing there for a long time watching him act like a fool. The most interesting thing about this story is that now, she raised her hands up and began to ask heaven to help him. It seems like they're a perfect match for each other. A family of mentally retarded monkeys. Then the girl laughed and asked him not to worry. She thinks it's normal to behave like that sometimes. When Carol smiles and does it sincerely, it seems that everything else in this world is completely unimportant. In response, Brian began to get noticeably worried and didn't know how to react to these words. Was this really love? Finally, it was time to ask her why she had come here today. The girl replied that she had heard that Brian was participating in the celestial battle, and also learned about his rapid progress and victory over Paul. Carol also said that she would also participate in the celestial battle. She went outside to better prepare for this event and better understand all the nuances. But she found something for him. She should have always been watching him, although she didn't do it at all. There's probably no need for that anymore. After these words, she gave him something like a book. He was allowed to read it because he was participating in the heavenly battle. At first, Brian couldn't understand anything. He was curious who exactly gave him this gift. The answer was incredibly unexpected because Carol said that this gift was given to him by his father. Brian immediately began to tremble with anger, looked closely at the girl and asked her, what kind of man dared to call himself his father? In ancient times, a divine regent descended from heaven to Mount Pektu and gave wormwood root and garlic to a bear and a tiger who wanted to become human. The tiger immediately began to flee after this, but the bear survived by feeding on garlic and roots in the cave. After that, he transformed into a woman named Karen, after which the divine regent and Karen created a new history. This is the most interesting and popular myth among people, and behind this myth lies the fact that Karen was not the legal wife of the regent. Now it turns out that Brian has a father. He is married to the younger princess of the divine regent and lives in the neighboring city of Shenfu. She had finished all her business in this city and was about to return when his father approached her. He said that there would be unrest soon, and wrote some important things in this writing. That's all he conveyed. Brian was pleasantly surprised because he always thought that his father had forgotten about the family union and had run away. He spent his fortune for his own pleasure and all his debts were passed on to his mother and grandmother. Despite this, his father did not take the blame, and after that, his grandmother died very quickly. Now it has become clear that this man has probably found a new family. It is unknown how he was accepted there, but now he is part of the family of an influential person, so his past family means nothing to him. It turned out that he had not only handed over writings, but also some very important object. I opened the box and saw a closed mystical bamboo fan. The fan-shaped scripture was created to catch demonic animals and evil spirits with its help. A fan with 24 blades is considered to be of very high quality, and the more blades, the better the fan is considered. This fan had 72 plates. It is unknown why the father passed on something so incredible to his son. This fan is of sufficient quality to absorb a large number of evil spirits. Of course, Brian said he would use it, because otherwise he would be the ultimate fool if he didn't accept such a treasure. He began to assure Carol so strongly that he would use this gift that it began to look quite strange. He also received instructions on how to use this fan, otherwise it would be difficult for a beginner to master this technique. In the following weeks, Brian continued to train actively and improve all his skills. One fine day he saw a guest appear in his garden. Of course, he immediately recognized Christopher. Christopher thinks it's incredibly beautiful here. Thanks to Brian, this place will never look like a desert again. Now it's time to talk about the case. Christopher came here to ask for something. He wants to make a flute with Brian. History records that the flute brings peace. It appeared after the unification of forces, but in fact it was created much earlier. Long ago, when even the wise could not interfere, the human age was complete. But without the intervention of the sages, the dragons of the three seas began a war, as if they had expected exactly this, and the casualties would be incredible. To stop all this suffering, all three states joined forces. That's how an instrument that can be used against dragons appeared. It was called a flute. Since this mother has incredible strength, restrictions began to be imposed on her. Firstly, the flute could not be imported into the country, and secondly, it could not be used against the people of this country. She was entrusted to Scylla because she is close to the strongest dragon king of the Eastern Sea, but her whereabouts are currently unknown. Now Christopher has decided to create a new tool. Brian must know what ingredients are needed for this because he is the master of the sixth garden. Since the heavenly battle will begin soon, the boundaries of the flower garden will be weakened. At this time, Christopher is going to get the black jade bowl. But if everything really works out, then we must not forget that suspicion will arise from the side of Lady Pinaqua. We must also remember the possibility of a new war with dragons, who will immediately want to destroy this flute. But Christopher is ready to take full responsibility for this situation. Probably all this is connected with the past situation when he saw the protests of ordinary people. Then he could not believe that the head of this country was killing his own people. This situation affected him too much. We must admit that he is different from other sages, and that is why Brian is ready to help him. Brian is a man of the people, and the very thought that there are people like Christopher makes him very happy. Brian said that he, on the contrary, very much doubted that he would be useful to such a wise man. Christopher immediately started laughing out loud and said that he knew Brian wouldn't refuse help. He was a really good friend. To begin, you need to find a place where there is a simple tree that is ideal for creating a flute. Soon the two set out in search of such a tree. They could not afford to make a mistake, otherwise the flute would not have its own characteristics. Brian was very surprised when he saw a whole huge island flying in the air. He didn't know that you could get here through the dumpster door, but Christopher immediately explained everything. The ladies' pavilion is a collection of spaces, so if you touch the structure of the formula, you can enter this place. A little later, a real horse appeared in front of them. It seemed that Christopher was waiting for him. This horse's name was Harmy. At this moment, Christopher immediately asked his comrade to take his hands, and a combat uniform appeared on his body. They mounted the horse together and began to move in an unknown direction. Christopher assured Brian that he shouldn't worry or be afraid of anything. Everything would be fine. But for now, These were just words because, as it turned out, huge fish began to chase them. There were not only ordinary sharks, you could also see an octopus and a crab. Because of these monsters, Christopher cannot enter the island. He asked Brian to trust him and try to find the right tree on this island on his own. It quickly became clear that there were also plenty of dangerous monsters on this island, so it would be fun. Brian decided to smoke some mandrake again. The component was immediately absorbed into his body. While brother Christopher is trying to cover him up, we need to finish this task quickly as possible. Brian immediately felt that an unusual aura was coming from two places. It would be ideal to find a jade bowl there. But in order to find the right items, you need to stay focused because there are too many scary animals around. These are not ordinary wolves and foxes like in the classic forest. These are some kind of mutated animals of large size. He immediately sensed that some monsters were at the heavenly level, or even higher, so he was at a great disadvantage. It was getting darker with every minute, and the monsters around were becoming more and more numerous. The guy realized that using the mandrake again wouldn't help, so he had to invent something new. The monsters won't wait for him to choose the right tactic, they will attack right away. But Brian is sure that his father's gift will be useful in this critical situation. His attack was truly incredibly impressive, fast and powerful. This was enough to defeat a large number of reptile monsters, but what followed was even more interesting. As it turned out, Brian decided to call on something else very interesting for help. He always carried a guanaco with him, so now he can use its strengths in this difficult moment. He asked the brown bear to transform into a larger monster and help destroy these reptiles. Brian enjoyed watching the guanaco destroy all those small rats. Now it is clear that it is not for nothing that he is called the mountain deity of fire, but this is also not his true image. Now it's time to talk a little about Mount Guanacaste. It has the shape of a mountain peak that looks like fire, and this makes it a volcano. The ancestors believed that fires would be easily contained in the capital, overlooking this mountain. To extinguish the fire, a pond was dug at the top of the mountain and a bronze statue was installed, which for hundreds of years stopped the energy of Mount Guanac. Suddenly, the large reptiles began to flee. It's no wonder they flee wherever they feel strong energy. Besides, this black jade bowl probably eats up more than half of the island's nutrients. Bear and Brian followed the direction of the reptiles and saw where these nasty guys were running. Soon, Brian finally saw what he had been so actively searching for, a black jade bowl. Meanwhile, the bear asked to be lowered to the ground. He said that he wanted to fry these nasty rats. It's always nice to watch the teamwork of animals and humans. This symbiosis looks killer. At such moments, you realize that the Guanac is indeed a very powerful deity, although when he is in another form, he looks like an ordinary fluffy toy. He moved closer to the jade bowl and realized that now, serious problems would begin with his fire. The bear began to panic and immediately called Brian so that the boy could come and save him. Of course, the Lord of the Sixth Garden, Lady Pinaqua, does not abandon her friends in difficult situations. He very quickly used his strengths and was able to save the brown bear. They came closer and saw that there was a Hedda puppy in this place, a blue dog with an interesting ornament on its face. Brian began to wonder how many such dogs there could be around. The bear replied that they were very vile creatures. It is not uncommon to meet those who have the appearance of a divine beast and, as an intermediary, tame such dogs. The reason the brown bear could only watch as his energy was being sealed was because of one vile guy. The bear looked at the heat and said that this child was about 200 years old. It was strange that he was still called a child. He needs to grow and learn the world at this age, and seeing that he can't resist technology, we can conclude that he hasn't learned the basics. Brian smiled broadly and assured the brown bear that everything would be fine. The bear immediately began to panic because he guessed what the boy was going to do, but it was too late. With his new fan, he began to use a strange technique. Within seconds, the Hedda dog and the brown bear were trapped in this fan, like ordinary spirits. They met inside and finally got to know each other. The encounter didn't go well, because despite the difference in size, the heat decided to attack the brown bear. Brian was very happy and told the two animals that they were perfect for each other. After that, he prepared to pick up all the necessary items and move on. Soon everything was successfully done and they and Christopher returned to the pavilion. It seemed that everything ended well, but soon Brian saw that his new friend was seriously injured. Christopher immediately assured the boy that if he rested long enough, his wound would heal quickly. He asked not to pay special attention to it and said that he had a special gift for Brian. You could call it a favor. Brian really deserves it. It turned out that this garden was protected by twin dragons linked together, so difficulties arose. At first, he wanted to keep it to himself, but then he realized that he had to give the dragon pearl to Brian. He asks not to be surprised too much because he considers it a completely fair reward. Whatever his intentions, he must forget about the kindness of his godmother. But we must not forget that if the plan of these two boys is successful and they create the flute, it will be difficult to avoid the wrath of Lady Pinaqua. Brian decided to help his friend a little to get to his break room. He promised that soon he would be strong enough to call Christopher his big brother and not be ashamed of it. Soon the broadcast of the battle for supremacy will begin. It will take place on an island in the East Sea. The attitude of these warriors is surprising even before the battle begins. It is noticeable that they are all incredibly motivated. They are all preparing for a very fierce confrontation and are ready to give everything they have to win. These competitions differed from what had happened in the past. Now the winner stayed and fought a new opponent. I watched Christopher and saw total confidence in him. He didn't show at all that he was seriously injured. Before the competition begins, representatives of the sages from each country send greetings to the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Through these references, they hope that the Dragon King will understand what it means to hold a competition at sea, in the Dragon King's domain. They say that this means making a sacrifice. In any case, the preparation for the battle takes place without pause. After this, work will begin on temporarily filling the sea for the battle, the two islands immediately becoming much hotter in a matter of seconds. This cannot be seen in real life. It can be called the power of the ancestors. Also, foreign observers of the descendants will appear on one part of the island. They are here for fair judging. They say that along with the inspection, each representative invited the high-ranking official to fulfill their conditions. They will all observe justice and will do their job very carefully. Until a winner is determined, they vow to protect Lady Pinaqua's wealth at the cost of their own lives. There is also a man who speaks on behalf of Odin. He will judge fairly with all his integrity. Also, until it is decided who exactly won, they have sworn to protect the seven swords at the cost of their own lives. At this moment, Brian started having problems. He felt a serious resonance. He took with him an object he found in the house of the Lord of the Sixth Garden, and this object reacts to the seven-headed sword. This hilt is connected to the sword, which is why it reacts to this strong energy. Brian immediately grabbed the object and tried to calm him down and not show him what was in his pocket. The whole process has already been launched. The competition will begin soon. Broken Sword apologized for his sword's behavior. Sometimes when they meet their rivals, he reacts very actively. Although, of course, he noticed that this was very strange behavior even for this sword, because despite the fact that it had no owner, it showed such a reaction. If this is really a sword that can match the swordsman's divine power, his spirit level must be very high. Brian couldn't take his eyes off this sword. He felt some kind of connection with this weapon. The broken sword can be called the destroyer of weapons. This name was given to it because its grip is so strong that no sword can withstand it. Even among the ancestors of the Valhalla, he is the owner of a human skeleton with incredible fighting power. There are too few like him. He is also called the Beowulf. If it weren't for Beowulf's wish, the sword's hilt itself would probably have jumped out of the treasure chest due to resonance with the blade. Probably the whole reason is hidden in the fact that Brian was the one who had the hilt of the seven swords. Our old friend, a warrior named Lee, will fight first. He will have to fight against an opponent named Ahmed, who is at a fairly high level of training. Of course, he has already become a friend for Leia, so today he will be rooting for him. It turned out that Helen was sitting next to Brian. She said that all this was some kind of great pity. Brian knows that this girl was a member of the family he saw when he was accepted into his current class. She said he should watch this fight and figure it out for himself. She hates explaining the obvious. It is unclear why she speaks of pity, but soon Brian will be able to personally understand the reasons for her words. Ahmed has already started using his fighting techniques, looking really powerful and aggressive. Lee must demonstrate his full potential and incredible talent to stop this attack. Of course, he also has enough tools to fight strong opponents on equal terms and not be inferior to them in anything. This guy has loved constant training since childhood, so his progress has reached great levels at a young age. Thanks to his perfect defense, he was able to dodge Ahmad's attacks and very quickly approached his opponent. It was noticeable that Ahmad was starting to get nervous. He expected to start the first round much more confidently. But we should not forget that this is only the beginning of the battle, and he is still ready to demonstrate all his strengths. Within a few seconds, Brian saw too much blood above his head and was scared. In terms of combat feel and abilities, Lee is ahead of his Japanese rivals. But that Japanese representative's power increased too quickly, probably because of additional tools. From the very beginning, the teacher was a traveler, constantly on the move, but always returning. Helen doesn't understand why a student was taken if the teacher doesn't have any Dharma tools to pass on. This battle is also a place where the skills of Korean and Japanese ancestors are tested, a battle that is watched by people around the world. Lady Panakwa, in order to restore her family's power, wanted to portray the image of a clan that would defeat its Japanese rivals. From the very beginning, Lee was just an assistant, but it turned out that he had no chance in this battle. However, just when it seemed like everything was over, it turned out that this determined guy was not going to accept defeat. He almost lost consciousness after his opponent's attack, but he managed to withstand the blow. Of course, his condition now seems very serious. Perhaps the problem was the serious injury he received from Ahmad. But does this really mean that the Korean Celestial lost the first battle? It is noticeable that he does not have as strong an attack technique as his opponent. Nevertheless, he understands that he cannot lose so easily. He has character and will fight to the last drop of blood. In response to this, Ahmad only smiles. It seems to him that his opponent is wasting his time. This game has always been equal. If your opponent is on a different level, it will be difficult for you to stop him. Young Master Lee has always had incredible potential and character, but right now he is still not ready to fight real masters. Although at the beginning of the fight it seemed that his defense was at a high level, then he started having problems with stamina. He has a big heart and tried to continue the fight until the end, but his body refused to obey him. Thus, the Japanese delegation won the first battle, although it had to be carried off the battlefield with the help of doctors. Helen believes that Brian, on the contrary, should be happy about this situation, because against this background he will stand out even more. She looked at him and said that he should try to last longer in battle than Lee. If he loses nicely and quickly, that will be much better, in which case she will also stand out. After a short pause, Brian replied that he would fight with all his might and assured her that she would not be able to stand out against his background. He is confident that he knows he will win this battle, and he will be the best warrior. At first, Helen wanted to laugh at these words, but then she changed her mind. This guy is too self-confident. Maybe he is really strong. It is Brian who will fight next. He is already known to many for killing Lady Panakwa's favorite animal. Everyone was interested in watching this guy's actions and wanted to see what he was capable of. According to the regulations, he must fight against the previous winner, that is, against Ahmad. This guy from Japan is smiling because he's sure he's fighting him again as a too-weak opponent. He was surprised to see that Brian was not at all prepared to defend himself because he had come out here to attack. Ahmad had never felt such a lightning-fast approach to himself in his life. He missed a very powerful blow to the jaw. It's always nice to watch Brian's inner circle when he breaks stereotypes. Everyone always believes that a beginner without a master will not be able to fight on equal terms against a serious opponent. But today is a completely different story. No one understood what had just happened. Everyone was shocked and couldn't even put two words together. In any case, the judge officially announced that Mr. Brian won with an incredible handicap. People even started to worry about Ahmad because he might lose consciousness from blood loss, just like Lee. Oddly enough, Carol was unhappy with his actions because he completely forgot about defense and acted too aggressively. She also couldn't understand where Brian had learned about the rapid movement technique. Christopher looked at his friend and explained to the girl that in training, Master Brian looks like a bottomless cup. At this point, Brian took another stimulant, folcicide, calcium, and vitamin D. This helped increase cell strength and blood production. This should help in the future. His performance must continue, but he must not forget about defense, because without defense, a warrior will sooner or later lose. Now he will have to fight against a new opponent, and it will not be an easy ride for him. This woman from Japan summoned huge iron warriors to her aid. It is done in order to avoid close combat with Brian, thus respecting his martial arts technique. It is noticeable that his first performance scared future rivals, but they will not be afraid all the time. She had already seen him fight against Ahmad, so she was able to analyze his fighting technique and prepare for it. This girl was sure that now the advantage was on her side and everything would end very quickly. That's why she was so surprised when Brian started attacking again. It seems that she's not the only one who can summon large monsters to help her. Her opponent has mastered this technique for a long time. We've already seen these huge wooden warriors fight. His puppets always come to the rescue in difficult times. He said he wanted to end this fight beautifully and activated the song technique. He wants his assistants to sing a battle song, a rather strange wish. What happened next is difficult to take seriously because few people have ever seen a warrior sing songs during battle. Even the Ents were shocked by their master's behavior. They didn't know how to react. It turned out that they weren't very good singers, so the wooden warriors decided to fight to the sounds of this song. Their opponent didn't know how to react to this. Her magic didn't help stop their attacks at all. Although she summoned additional puppets, they proved powerless against the tree's attacks. Brian was very pleased with the turn of events. It was clear that he was in complete control of this battle. All the spectators around were shocked, which is understandable because Brian won his second victory in a row and did it instantly. He doesn't have an experienced master and has been practicing martial arts for less than 2 years, so his results are incredible. He used only one technique throughout the entire battle, which prevented the next opponent from fully appreciating his strength and potential. These competitions are just a show to raise Lady Pinocchia's prestige. She probably expects him to become the same victim as Lee. But Brian is not going to play according to her script at all. He wants to become the main character of this play. Due to the fact that two Celestials from the Japanese side lost, the next one to fight Brian will be the Incredible Celestial. When people saw Brian's next opponent, some were not just surprised, but began to tremble with fear. It turns out that the shinobi is also involved in the affairs of Purgatory, and today he is ready for a fierce battle. The difference in levels between a Celestial and an Incredible Celestial is too different. Brian realized that this time he would have to fight an even stronger opponent. It was noticeable that he tensed up. He prepared to attack with the help of his Ent warriors, but they did not have time to do anything because they were attacked faster. It was such a sudden attack that the Ents had no chance of surviving. Now Brian will personally experience what difference lies between a heavenly and an incredible celestial being. Shinobi is a true professional in the world of professional assassins. Joking with him is the same as insulting Satan. It only takes a few moments to lose concentration, and his sharp knives will cut your throat. The fight started almost a minute ago, and Brian still can't get back together. He understands that he must act very quickly and aggressively, but his opponent is too strong. Nevertheless, the Lord of the Sixth Garden must find the strength to adapt to the strengths and weaknesses of the opponent. He activated the song technique and turned to the heavenly forces for help. At the beginning of the battle, he almost lost his arm, which was enough to understand the power of Shinobi. Brian will have to come up with some strategy in order to win. For starters, you can ask the guanacos for help. This big brown bear was very unhappy to be left alone with the blue dog. That's why he looks so aggressive now and ready to show his shinobi strength and beat the crap out of him. The bear is absolutely sure that the unknown, incredible celestial being will not be able to do anything to him. In addition, his opponent's armor is made of gold, so he is too afraid of the power of fire. The brown bear tried to scare his opponent, but the shinobi does not know what fear is. Guanak started celebrating the victory too early. He said that now he would make the final blow and put an end to it. At the last moment, Brian tried to stop him, but the bear didn't listen to him because he wanted to take all the glory for himself. You could call this a good example of underestimating your opponent, and what such a mistake leads to. The shinobi used a metal-shaped manipulation technique and took advantage of the bear's overconfidence. Because of his confidence in his abilities, the guanaco completely forgot about caution, and now it's time to pay for it. His gold began to melt from the fire and bind the bear even more tightly. Now he needs cold energy to cool the metal. Hearing about cold energy, Brian quickly understood exactly what to do. Within seconds, he released another spirit from his fan, a watery blue dog, Hedda. Finally, old friends have met again. Now they will be able to spend some time in the real world. Spectators and reporters were satisfied with the performance they had to watch. The television ratings will be incredible in any case, because this battle will go down in history. This dog's strength was enough to stop an attack on a brown bear. Of course, it's not hard to guess that the shinobi was very angry because he was prevented from destroying the enemy. It's easy to see from his eyes that he's not going to give up, because he finds defeat too humiliating. Although he looks pretty tired, he might still have a few tricks left in stock. Brian was ready to continue the battle when suddenly someone intervened in their fight. Now a very respected person stands before him, the master of the sanctuary, Sandra. She said that they should end it there, because the main goal of this battle is a peaceful path to resolving the conflict. She believes it would be wrong to risk the lives of soldiers and watch someone die. Of course, Brian was surprised. He was preparing for the hardest battle of his life, and at the most interesting moment they are trying to stop it. Not only was he shocked, his comrades also didn't understand what was happening. This means that he should not die because shinobi are not part of the temple. Most likely, they concluded a contract under which the Saikashu was transferred to the sanctuary. The Saikashu are a mercenary group founded during the Warring States period. Their emblem is a three-legged crow. At this point, Lady Pinocchia had to intervene in the situation, and she was also put in an unpleasant position. Realizing that Ms. Sandra has decided that the student's life is more important than victory, they will do the same and admit defeat. Brian was shocked. He was a few strokes away from his dream victory, and now they say he has to admit defeat. The lady approached him and thanked him for his excellent performance. She thought it was amazing that he managed to reach the third battle. She admits that she could not even imagine that he had such incredible skills and talents. But Brian understands perfectly well that although she pretends to praise him, she is actually trying to insult him, and she does it loudly so that everyone can hear. Brian said that if he had been warned, he would have made the show much more interesting, and the lady didn't like these words very much. He understands that she is very unhappy that he is attracting too much attention from ordinary people. But he's also an ordinary person who became a celestial being, so he understands perfectly well what ordinary people think. After these words, the guy turned around and walked away. He said everything he wanted. The shinobi had been watching his actions all this time. This guy was looking at Brian with hatred. But why? When Brian got to his seat, he saw Carol. She said he was doing well and moved over so he could sit down. The girl was just as unhappy with what had happened as he was, and both of them were understandable. At first, he thought she was unhappy because of his personal actions, but she said he fought like a true warrior. In the elimination show, such guys are called the producer's choice. Regardless of their abilities, they will be promoted further. For this, they are ready to do anything. This guy had to show himself at his best to earn a reputation, even if he lost. The lady doesn't want ordinary people to worship her, but she doesn't understand their nature at all. If we draw a parallel with football, it's the same as replacing a striker who is still very strong. Because of this, the public will support him less. Carol was supposed to come out for the next battle from the Korean side, but suddenly something like an earthquake began. Soon people began to panic because they saw a huge tsunami approaching them. Only a little later did they realize what was really happening. People came to them looking for traitors who had rebelled against the royal palace. No one could understand why they were here. It all happened too quickly and unexpectedly. Carol explained that these are the sons of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, with the oldest one standing in the center. They say they will not listen to excuses because they want to destroy everyone who dared to deceive the Dragon King and the ruler of the Eastern Sea. Only fools would think they could hide the location of the blade of the seven-pointed sword. They are not happy that someone thought they would not find out that their treasure is being exchanged far from the main palace. Of course, ordinary people did not understand what was being talked about at all. They did not understand the Celestials so deeply. The dragon warriors believed that even drowning traitors would be too light a punishment. But if these traitors hand him the blade of the sword and begin to apologize for what they did, then his father may forgive them. Beowulf and his assistants immediately prepared for a fierce battle. These guys were not used to apologizing. The dragon warriors await their answer and manly decision while they draw their weapons. Realizing that a peaceful settlement would not work, the dragon warriors prepared to send them all to the bottom of the sea. We must admit that these warriors really do look very scary, especially considering their dragon support. An incredibly brutal and large-scale battle between two different worlds began. Ordinary people who came to watch the competition were unlucky, because they found themselves in the middle of a real war. These people didn't understand what was happening and tried to find salvation, but it was difficult to do. Brian quickly realized that he could use this opportunity to steal the blade. He saw Beowulf fighting against the dragon warriors, and there was always a blade next to him. Brian was preparing for a quick mission, and it was at that moment that he saw that the tsunami was inevitable. Within seconds, he, like many other ordinary people and warriors, found himself deep underwater. You have to remember that when you are deep underwater, you are in the world of dragons. Although the boy still hasn't found the blade, the resonance process has begun. The handle senses the blade at a distance. After just a few minutes of active searching, he finally managed to seize the opportunity and find the sword. Brian was very happy. Now the main thing is to leave quickly and make sure no one sees it. He quickly found the strength to emerge from the water. It would have been dangerous to stay there any longer. But he was unable to grab the rock, so he soon found himself underwater again. If one of the parties to the conflict sees that he has a blade, he will be torn apart like a piece of steak. The sword immediately began to drag the boy to the seabed, which means he is in serious trouble if he doesn't have a life jacket. He needs to get out of the water very quickly. Perhaps the power of the sword can help with this matter. Only now does it become clear that this is the purest and strongest energy he has ever felt. Does it really belong to the seven-pointed sword? Probably because this artifact was divided a long time ago, it began to emit so much energy. The most interesting thing is that this energy begins to manifest itself in Brian, and he feels it perfectly. But there are also problems. This energy is too much for his body to handle. That's why he needs to release a lot of this energy, and do it right now. Brian was surprised because when he swung his seven-pointed sword, a crack appeared in space. Now he was starting to be sucked inward, as if he had created a black hole. Soon he found himself in some unknown space, not in another galaxy. Now the guy is trying to understand where he is and what to do next. He has never seen anything like this in his life. It is beyond his comprehension. He guessed that this imaginary space was formed with the help of a seven-pointed sword. It was as if he had entered another dimension, just like when he passed through the gates of the Whitebird Pavilion. He wondered if he could swing his sword again. Would he be able to return to where he came from? But first he wanted to explore this place, and very quickly realized that he had problems with that. Some unknown force began to attack him. He did not expect this attack, and therefore suffered serious injuries. It turned out that someone was waiting for him here. This enemy was approaching him to deal another insidious blow. When he got closer to him, Brian realized that now he would be fighting against the shinobi again. It seems that after his defeat, he has been chasing and following Brian all this time. The shinobi began to speak to him in Japanese, but the Lord of the Sixth Garden did not know this language. Brian chose the perfect moment to use the plant, but the shinobi noticed it in time and blocked his actions. He believes that Brian was just lucky in their personal battle. Now it is clear that he is just a beginner. Brian has a strange base, a tree attribute rarely found in the world of Celestials. The shinobi picked the plant to eat. He thought it would give him extra strength, but it turned out to be completely different. It seems like this is just a cunning trap from Brian. He deliberately fed his enemy poison. The Japanese mercenary immediately began to feel incredible pain throughout his body and began to scream. If no one intervenes in the situation, there will be two corpses in this imaginary space. Brian smiled and said that you have to be much more careful with plants that you have never seen before. This is good advice, but right now he has to think about his own health because blood is coming from his mouth. He tried to get up and return to the real world, but he had too little strength left. He defeated his enemy, but now he can't stand on his own. He had to call for help. It's probably not hard to guess who he turned to. Yes, the guanaco came to his rescue again. This big brown bear turned into a man. Guanac said that if Brian took his medicine and started practicing breathing exercises, everything should be fine. But it was clear from the face of this kind bear that he was lying, which is why Brian asked him to tell the truth. It turned out that the Dantan was badly damaged. The situation was really critical and immediate help was needed. Now it became clear why Brian felt that the energy was gradually leaving him. The shinobi had deliberately attacked his Dantian. If this process is not intervened, its energy will completely disappear, not only its strength, but also its life. This means that there is no other choice. They must use a secret weapon. But the Guanac believes that this is too dangerous. He told his friend that this was not something he could calmly and easily handle on his own. The pearl he received earlier contains divine or even supreme energy. In addition, she holds within herself the incredible power of an emoji, who has not yet had time to become a full-fledged dragon. This item is imbued with the tenacity and determination of an emoji, and is ready to do anything to evolve into an adult dragon. But will Brian, who hasn't even lived to be 100 years old, be able to handle such a volume of powerful energy? Guanac warned his companion that being consumed by this power could mean something far worse than death. He is sure that even Christopher would not let Brian use this power. Brian understood that everything was too dangerous, but he had no choice, so he decided to take the risk and apologize to his friend. It turned out that he summoned his friend because he was trying to use the pearl by controlling a closed mystical bamboo fan. Meanwhile, there was a strong tension in Lady Pinaqua's pavilion. She ordered all her assistants to leave her alone immediately. This woman is in a bad mood today. She was so angry that she was shaking and kept saying that she wanted to tear him to pieces. She is angry about the attack by the dragon team because she believes they had no right to attack them, just because they are in their territory. All this happened just because of the rumors about the flute. And these thoughts haunt Lady Pinaqua. She doesn't understand why she helped them if she still got stabbed in the back. In any case, the lady is sure that the only one who will suffer losses after this situation will be the dragon's palace. She will do everything for this. But she also remembered that the dragon team had talked about other treasures besides the seven-pointed sword. Of course, the Dragon King of the EC wouldn't give up his own life for a lie, so they must know something. Now we need to understand where these little blue lizards heard information about something like this. Previously, she believed she could trust the House of Dragons, but now the situation is changing very quickly and one must constantly be prepared for this. Her plan was simple. She wanted to make Helen the new hero, but nothing came of it. However, it is not time to be sad yet, because thanks to Christopher, all is not lost. We must wait for new opportunities. On national television, almost everyone is already talking about the new hero who saved the country. Lady Pinaqua knows this, and she is sure that soon the entire Eastern Sea will bow before her. Now let's return to the main character. After a long sleep, he finally opened his eyes and tried to get up. Brian felt how badly his head hurt and tried to understand what had happened, and how long he had been unconscious. Apparently, his Dantan recovered very quickly, but that doesn't matter now, because he's grown horns. He didn't expect such a plot twist at all. These horns resemble animal horns. In addition, he immediately felt that his senses had become so heightened that he could feel the temperature of his surroundings. His body also became incredibly clean. Perhaps all of this is a side effect of that pearl. Judging by this house, his clothes, and the condition of his body, someone had been taking care of him all this time. Brian immediately began to think that the guanaco had been doing it all this time, because it was the only one who was next to him at the last moment. He doesn't know what this place is. The last thing he remembers is how he used the mystical bamboo fan, absorbed the pearl, and created a barrier. Of course, for this he had to call his friend for help. He probably stayed with him and took care of him all this time. A little later, Brian found the strength to get up and began to call the guanaco, calling very loudly. He took a few steps and went outside. When he saw the forest, he was shocked because he didn't understand how this was possible. It seems as if he really created a barrier of plants around him, but how long has it been since they grew so much? Looking at the other side of this territory, he saw that there were not plants everywhere. This looks like some recent tracks. Maybe the guanaco fought with someone while it was resting. But wherever this funny bear is now, there is still the smell of fire around. Brian felt that someone was near him and was trying to escape from him, and a game of hide-and-seek immediately began. The guy understood that this could be important, so he tried to show his maximum speed. But as he ran even closer, he was surprised because he realized that he was in the sanctuary. It seems like a brown bear lived here, although it seems he never said anything about it. Soon, the celestial being saw a huge het in front of him. Recently, this dog has reached a huge size, but for some reason he is too aggressive towards Brian. Maybe all this happened precisely because he grew horns and is now a part of nature. In any case, the blue hetty is ready to attack and tear his head off, so you have to act quickly. At the last moment before the dog attacked, Brian activated something similar to plant defense. He had used this technique before. The blue dog's attack was incredibly powerful, but even that wasn't enough to break through the defense. A little later, Brian finally realized his new skills and decided to show them to Het. He turned into a huge green dragon and told the dog that it was bad to attack its master. The dog immediately began to tremble because he realized that against the background of the dragon he was just a small rat. He fell on his back and began to pray to the dog god in hopes of staying alive. After that, Brian turned back into a human. Because his dog was too small, he had to show strength to make it obey him. Now they are finally friends and have nothing to fear. Despite the fact that Brian swallowed the pearl, his abilities have not changed much. Perhaps this was because a lot of his energy went into restoring his inner strength. A little later, the boy saw things that belonged to him. Probably the brown bear had saved them for him. Inside his treasure bag, he saw something. It seemed he had not had this item before. He doesn't know what the text is, it's written in Japanese, and it may belong to a shinobi. He's been very lucky lately. First he found a book of runes, then a mystical bamboo fan, and now a hidden shinobi scroll. According to what the guanac said during the battle, among the shinobi warriors, there are few who wear the emblem of the enemy with 3 legs. They are also called saikashu. It seems as if this scroll was written by followers of the Japanese 3-legged crow. Brian also found the clothes that the shinobi wore. Probably the bear also decided to keep it as a souvenir. The guy quickly remembered that these clothes could change shape using the energy of gold, so it could be useful. Brian immediately put on this suit because it can increase your level of protection. A little later, he heard strange sounds. This sound coming from the side where the traces of the battle remained. He approached this area and realized that he was not alone there. There's some kind of battle going on there. It seems like these guys are trying to overcome a barrier. It was immediately noticeable that they had blue skin, a large body, and red hair. But where did they come from? And of course, Brian couldn't help but notice the mace with which they were trying to break this barrier. This weapon looks just like the mace the brown bear gave him. These guys are also wearing strange helmets. Only now did Brian realize that he was facing a real goblin, that this was the first time they had met. He did not expect at all that in the space of the 7-pointed sword one could meet goblins. This was probably their territory. That's why they're trying to break the barrier, because Brian got onto their land. They will soon carry out their plan, so he needs to do something to stop them. Brian has never had a problem with interesting ideas. He is an excellent strategist even in critical situations. Soon he appeared before them, greeted them, and gave his name. The goblins were surprised by his impudence, especially after he began demanding to call the boss. Very quickly, Brian was able to personally meet the goblin boss. His name was Joseph. The goblin boss immediately started talking aggressively to the unknown guy, saying he wanted to see the owner of the sword immediately. They know that this place is difficult to get to. Only the owner of the sword can open this space and enter it. If Brian doesn't answer him now, Joseph will cut off his head. But why does he need the owner of the sword? The other goblins think there's nothing wrong with telling this guy the truth. That is why Joseph said that he had long dreamed of taking revenge on the owner of the sword. The king promised that he would soon come with a sword, that he would be worthy to become a match for their leader, but this man never came. All the details of this story, but it is clear that the new owner of the seven-pointed sword had to come here. The promise was never fulfilled, which caused the former leader to be seriously upset and soon fell ill. That is why the goblins believe that the owner of the sword should be severely punished. They plan to take him to the leader so that he can cut off his head with his own hands. Brian listened carefully to this story and decided to change the subject of the conversation. He started asking questions about the brown bear. It turned out that the goblins had ordered him to get out of here. He didn't listen to their advice, so the leader came and personally captured him. Although Brian was very angry that his friend had been captured, he immediately calmed down. Now he knows where the guanaco is, so he can save it. After that, the boy calmly said that he was the new owner of the seven-pointed sword, which meant that he was now the boss of the goblins. Of course, these guys didn't believe him and said that he would die from the first blow, since he wasn't worthy of being the owner of such a sword. They called him too weak a snotty. It didn't even look like he'd ever studied martial arts, and of course they said he looked like a woman. They wanted to make him take off his pants to confirm his gender. It was too much. In any case, if he can open the passage, he can get out of here. If Brian doesn't interfere, they'll leave him alive. These snotty people don't understand who they're dealing with. Now he'll show them what the Lord of the Sixth Garden is capable of. He should not be underestimated, because only with the help of a fan can he summon a real monster to help him. As soon as the blue dog appeared, it immediately spat an unknown red liquid at the goblins. They couldn't understand anything, immediately started to panic, and immediately ran back. It was a good idea, but it should have been done much earlier, because now it was too late. If they didn't get up and talk to him right now, he would make the dog spit red bean porridge at them again. Hearing this, the goblins began to panic even more than before. It seemed as if they hated red beans. All that remained was to fall to their knees and beg him to stop and calm down. They were ready to obey all his orders. The time has come for a conversation. Brian wants to know if they really have such a strong and powerful leader. It turned out that this was indeed the case. Probably only he could defeat the guanaco. Maybe they know some other information. If he finds out they are hiding something, it will make them suffer greatly. The goblins said that their leader also has a golden gourd shield. But what power does it have? It turned out that there was no point in asking these questions because the leader felt that his people were in danger and came to their rescue. Now we will see what the strongest goblin warrior is capable of and get to know him personally. It turns out that the leader of the goblins is a woman. Although she's also a goblin, she looks much better than the men. The leader's name is Nancy. She came to see what was going on here and realized that her people were real idiots. She is ready to punish them and put them in prison for 10 years. Yes, this woman is very cruel. By the way, the goblins have a rather interesting prison. They imprisoned them in their flask like a genie. Brian immediately became curious about how strong Nancy was. First, she had to taste red bean porridge. He thought she would be as frightened by this attack as her warriors, but this woman looked very calm. At the last moment, she realized what was going to happen, but it was enough to dodge. Such obvious attacks do not scare Nancy at all. Maybe her warriors are too stupid, but she is completely different. She summoned some unknown goblin spirits to her aid and immediately prepared to attack. Brian was surprised but still thought it wasn't a very threatening ability. He felt he could easily defend himself. Of course, the goblin leader is very strong, and in order to defeat her, you will have to show your maximum. Brian is ready to use all his strengths to feel the taste of victory in this battle. He also doesn't intend to fight alone. He has enough spirits who can help him in this battle. A very interesting confrontation awaits us. The goblin leader must win and defend his territory. But today, she will face something very powerful. These creatures from another world have come to win. Now Brian and Nancy are like captains leading their brave army. I want to see the battle between them soon and see what this woman with red hair is capable of. It looked like she was completely satisfied with what was happening. Nancy probably hadn't had such fun in a long time. In this territory, the goblins have already defeated all their enemies, so they rarely have to fight. Brian quickly realized that you can't win with the first attack. It's not easy at all. Right now, he decided to remember the conversation with the brown bear when they talked about the goblins. Theoretically, goblins can create anything they want with this wood, although it's not entirely fair. Yes, this is their main ability to embody images from their brain, but goblins don't think much about their fantasies. They are unable to imagine anything concrete, but act instinctively. In addition, goblins already have quite strong physical strength and a strong body from the moment they are born. If they had a little more intelligence, they could conquer the whole world. But in reality, things are not so perfect, which is why they only conquered their own territory. Of course, the leader is completely different from the others. Her level of imagination is much higher, so her capabilities are also better. That is, Nancy is on a completely different level, Hedda is still coping, but Brian cannot approach the leader. He needs to come up with a plan to win, maybe use a protective barrier. Because he was completely preoccupied with thinking about strategy, the guy forgot about defense and Nancy took advantage of it. She is surprised that he finds time to distract himself from the fierce battle. Now Brian is trying to concentrate again. The main thing is to use his strengths to avoid losing this battle. He decided to use shinobi techniques to close the distance between them. It was the perfect decision made in a critically important situation. It seems that Nancy is enjoying herself during the battle. She probably hasn't felt such feelings in a long time. The leader ordered his goblins to attack without stopping. With their pressure and physical properties, they must pin down the enemy. Brian immediately felt their physical properties, with each minute of this confrontation becoming more and more difficult for him. If he does not immediately come up with a plan for victory, he will be forced to accept his defeat. Nancy laughs right in his face. When they started fighting, she expected much more from him. During this time, she had already gotten hungry, so she apologized to the guy and said it was time to end it. Of course, if he gets on his knees and begs for salvation, she might consider letting him live. As soon as he starts screaming, she can lock him in her vase just like she did that bear. She hopes that now he will finally start screaming. This woman probably doesn't know who Brian is very well. He doesn't understand what's so funny about this story, because the real fun will come a little later. It turned out that his favorite Ents were behind him. These wooden guys had not helped their master for a long time. If you look closely, you can see that they came here with special gifts for the goblins. Mrs. Nancy has finally lost her smile. She probably isn't as funny as she used to be. Red bean porridge is the Achilles heel of goblins. Now, even we will know about it. Nancy began to tremble noticeably and couldn't figure out what to do. All she could do was scream. A rather comical situation occurred. She was waiting for Brian to start screaming so that he would fall into the trap. But at the last moment, she started screaming herself, and thus fell into her own trap. Taking this vase, Brian asked his bear friend to go outside immediately. The brown bear had probably been dreaming of being free for a long time. He knew that his friend would save his life. This reunion is very enjoyable to watch, although the bear believes that Brian deserves punishment. Because of him, the guanaco had to play the role of a pet, and it stayed there for more than 100 days. Brian approached Nancy and asked her where the seven-pointed sword was now. She looked at him carefully and said that he was too small. His shoulders were narrow, and everything about him was too small. The guy started shouting that size doesn't matter, although it was obvious that he was very pleased to hear it. After that, Nancy stood up and agreed that size doesn't matter at all. And my mother always said the same thing, although before she always thought it was nonsense. She admitted that Brian won. He seems like a pretty smart and handsome guy, so she made a decision and wants him to become her husband. Not only was Brian shocked by this proposal, the brown bear also thought he heard it. Brian asked his friend what was happening now because he was losing touch with reality. It seemed as if he hadn't listened to the whole story the goblin was telling. Suddenly, Brian remembered that the goblin had told them that a man with a sword would come to them who would be worthy of becoming a match for their leader. This person never arrived on time, but it felt like a goblin and they kept waiting for him. Now everything is coming together perfectly. Brian came with a seven-pointed sword, which means he must marry Nancy. Of course, now he can't believe that this situation happened to him. The bear tried to calm him down and said that he would take care of the ceremony, but that did not calm the boy. He said that the person who was supposed to come with this sword had long since died, and Nancy was actually the daughter of the previous leader. But she thinks completely differently and wants him to really become her husband. Brian tried to calm himself and continued to write about the location of the sword. If she doesn't tell him this information soon, he will force her to eat only red bean porridge until she explodes. He believed that this plan would work sooner or later, because he knew how much goblins hated red beans. But Nancy replied that they could do anything they wanted with her, but she would not give him the sword until they had 3 children. After these words, the woman lost consciousness. It seemed as if Brian was using a completely wrong method. He explained to his friend that goblins are very stubborn creatures, and it is difficult to reach an agreement with them. He still can't figure out if there's a reason Brian can't marry this beautiful woman. It seems the goblins are ambushed here because only the young are left. Perhaps that's why they don't understand their power. Even the golden gourd that the leader used is a treasure of the highest rank. If they really have such an item, then this clan must have a very interesting history. Since Brian is a celestial, he can live for several hundred years. After 100 years, the goblins will become strong and he will start having problems. Although it could happen at any moment, even tomorrow, the goblins should never be underestimated. A decision was made to try to subjugate them to one's will instead of intimidating them. But how to do it correctly? Soon, Nancy regained consciousness. She quickly realized that she was tied up. At first, this woman began to panic because she thought Brian was up to something bad. But then I was very surprised when I saw something very delicious in front of me. It was at this moment that Brian appeared next to her with his friend Guanacasti. Nancy continued to scream and said that no matter what he did to her, she wouldn't say anything until they were married. But Brian didn't care at all. He said he didn't think about it at all and was going to have a delicious lunch. After these words, he paid no attention to the goblin and enjoyed his meals. It quickly became apparent how difficult it was for Nancy to watch this. Brian has always made it clear that he really enjoys this dish. He loves the combination of soy paste with rice cakes. Soon, Nancy started shouting that she also wanted to try this delicious dish. She almost didn't stop and screamed constantly, and in a few seconds the guy decided to satisfy her hunger, partially. The leader liked it very much, but she was unlikely to be satisfied after eating just one pie. Soon Nancy began to beg for another portion. She began to scream again. It's not hard to guess what exactly Brian was waiting for. It would be obvious from the expression on his face. After that, he took out a full plate of food and poured it all into his mouth. Nancy immediately started screaming, calling him a terrible person. She wasn't going to give up on the marriage because of this. It turned out that there were 2 more rice cakes left. Brian must have saved them for dessert. Nancy wanted to taste this so much that she was ready to forget about 3 children. Just 1 son and 1 daughter would be enough. The ram continued to ignore her words. He ate 1 pie, so only the last one was left. At this moment, it was very difficult to watch Nancy's reaction. She was only ready for 1 daughter. But it didn't work at all for Brian. He calmly took out the pie and ate it. Nancy began to throw a tantrum. It was the last straw for her character. She started crying and begging to become his wife, probably ready to give up her children. This is exactly what the guy expected. He agrees to marry her, but only when he wants to because he can't do it right now. It must be admitted that he is too cruel. A little later, he said that he was ready to get married only in 100 years, but he believes that this is not long. After these words, he held corn cakes up to her face and said he would tell her how to cook and grow the necessary ingredients. Such a wedding gift is completely suitable for Nancy. She said she would agree to anything. Thus, all the conditions were discussed very quickly, and the Celestial very quickly found a common language with the goblin. Nancy took out a large chest and said that it was a very beautiful object that she had received from her mother. After that, she asked Brian to wait a few minutes while she found what she needed. When she got what she was looking for, Brian couldn't understand for a long time what exactly she was offering him. This is a cone, probably referring to the cone from the fairy tale about the good old man who met a goblin and exchanged the cone for treasure. To the touch, it seemed like real flesh, but Nancy kept saying that it was a very useful thing. This lump from folk tales is rumored to be the main character of this tale, a famous singer of the time. Usually, goblins always give people what they so badly want, but in return, they take away their most outstanding talent. In this regard, goblins are very honest in their desires. They have invented a method that allows you to give and take even non-material things like talent. People wouldn't give something like that away so easily. Of course, no one wants to give away their talent. These bumps are proof that a person who faced difficult situations decided to exchange their talent for help. The bear assured him that this was a very important thing and ordered him to stick this lump to himself. Grandma told Nancy that she had received these items long before she came to this continent. It was time to learn history because the bear also began to tell stories about those ancient times. He also said that the owner of these cones was a doctor, about whom many legends have arisen. He was known for his skills in making medicines and his knowledge of acupuncture. While he was traveling the world, a powerful man forced him to treat a serious illness and then seized the doctor and imprisoned him. Fearing for his family, he gave his lump to his grandmother in exchange for her hiding them too. But who was that doctor? There is no answer to this yet, but there is a story about the owner of another lump. He was a professional martial artist and an excellent horseman, but his vanity ruined him. He took his beloved woman to the battlefield, and when the situation got out of control, he gave up his bump so that his wife could be saved. It's surprising that he even took his beloved woman with him to battle. It was the first and last time he sacrificed something for the sake of something else. This story well characterizes the history of this warrior. Brian should learn from such stories. After the conversation was over, Nancy stood up and said she was ready to begin. Brian and the guanac didn't mind, although they couldn't understand what she was talking about. At first it seemed to them that it was not important, but when Nancy picked up a huge mace, then they realized that this was not entirely according to plan. Brian tried to ask her what she was going to do, but it was too late. She hit the boy on the head with all her strength, but he didn't feel much pain at all. This was the same process that Nancy talked about a lot. Now a lot has become clear. Although Brian doesn't feel any changes at all, the girl said that when the time comes, he will be able to use his talent. Now she doesn't want to waste time on empty talk but wants to eat everything that's left. When she left Brian the same sword he came here for. Usually treasures of this level have self-knowledge, and this sword looks too self-confident, even though it is an inanimate object. The bear noticed that the attribute of Brian's base is wood, so the guy will have to work hard. Each element has opposites, so the seven-pointed sword has the opposite attribute of metal for Brian. Of course, to start with, you should try using this sword, although the result may not be what you expected. I picked up this weapon and immediately felt an incredible tension in every cell of my body. It was very difficult for him to restrain himself from letting go of the sword. The guanac had warned him about this. Anyone who knows this guy well understands that he is not going to back down halfway. After a while, even the brown bear realized that this guy was starting to change. Usually you can see a smile on his face, but now he looks incredibly aggressive. Finally, the sword calmed down and accepted a new owner. Probably Brian had to confirm his strength. Of course, the Guanacaste had heard stories about people who had become celestials and could subdue an opponent with just their willpower. But he didn't expect that Brian would be able to conquer the ultimate sword. This already characterizes him as a very talented warrior. Brian also didn't expect that he would have the desire and confidence to be able to conquer the sword. Is this really the talent of a martial arts master? The guy smiled and said that it was time for them to go back now, because they had spent too much time here anyway. After a long time spent in the imaginary space of the sword, the heroes were pleased to return to ordinary civilization. Now they can enjoy what they were so used to before. Brian and Guanac decided to stop at an internet cafe to have some fun and relax. They originally planned to go straight to Guanac-san, but the driver said they had too much energy, so he would have to drop them off halfway. After the first use of the sword, Brian was full of energy, but later he felt that there was almost no energy left. He spent a lot of energy in the battle with this girl, so I had to stop in a city not far from this mountain. Nancy wanted to go with him because she had a great sense of responsibility, but Brian refused to help and promised to return. It's been more than 7 months since the battle in the East Sea, but people still talk about it. This is probably due to the unexpected invasion of the sons of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, something that is rarely seen. Many began to accuse the Dragon Court of interfering in matters that were not theirs, but the dragons did not agree with this. A month later, the Dragon King began to justify his son's actions. Then he apologized in general and said that he had made a mistake. Of course, both sides of the conflict knew that these were just empty words. Also, no one could understand why the dragons of other seas did not comment on this situation and did not show their position. They are probably not on the eastern seaside at all. It seems like they are ignoring these dragons. Although the three Dragon Kings don't get along very well with each other, they still always team up when they encounter humans or celestials. It's illogical that they're ignoring this situation this time. It feels like they're to blame for it. According to rumors, Beowulf informed the Masters that he would remain on the Korean peninsula and would certainly take part in the war in the East Sea. Surely this is somehow connected with the oath he took many years ago. This warrior is strong enough to drown out the resonance of a seven-pointed sword with one blow. Brian must be very careful because this master will be looking for this sword. Now the East Sea is completely cornered. People talk too badly about them. After the time for online games was over, Brian said that they should go to Mount Guanacsan. He is now considered either gone or dead, so if he returns safe and sound, it will arouse suspicion. That's why he wants to calmly observe this situation from the sidelines, and besides, he needs to take care of the peach tree. The bear also wants to get to this mountain to check the condition of his main body. He has long been concerned that he has stopped feeling the energy in his body since they entered the place where the goblins live. He hoped that the connection with the body would be restored when they returned, but something must have happened to this body. So it turns out that more than 7 months have passed since the connection with the body was broken. This is very important, but he only said this now. Brian immediately grabbed his friend and said that now they had to immediately go to Mount Guanacsan. The decision was made in a second, and soon they were both on their way. As they approached the peach tree, they saw that huge bees were now living there. It is still difficult to understand how these insects were able to penetrate the peach tree barrier. It doesn't seem like the barrier has become weaker. Maybe it wasn't the bees that broke through the barrier everywhere, but the tree called the bees. Gwanak saw a pile of leaves in front of the tree, something that usually never happens here. He began to rummage through the letter and saw something shocking: his own body. Then, even stranger things started happening, because at that moment the bees became 100 times larger than usual. It is unclear what caused these insects to mutate, but we need to act very quickly and aggressively. In order to protect his own life, Brian used shinobi techniques. He had already mastered this skill quite well. That should be enough to stop these huge mutants. The shinobi's technique attacked the bees very quickly and forced them to retreat back. On the one hand, this technique really helped a lot, but the problem is that there are too many bees. While some insects retreated, others continued to attack. Even iron cannons can't cope with so many opponents, so we urgently need to come up with something. At critical moments, the guanaco always feels confident, which is probably why it is a legendary deity. His fire was enough to roast these huge bees. They are easy to kill with fire. He probably didn't think at all about the fact that with this fire he could touch a peach tree and a bee's nest. If this really happens, it will lead to huge problems, and it will turn out that with his help he only made things worse. We need to find a safe way to stop the dangerous bees very quickly and not touch the tree. Looking at these insects more closely, Brian couldn't understand why they were dying if they had no wounds. Finally, the boy understood what he had to do. He called his friend and ordered him to stop immediately. After that, Brian began throwing some incomprehensible objects into the tree. Thus, he activated the protective barrier, and at the last moment, together with the bear, managed to go beyond this barrier. Gwanak still can't understand where these huge bees came from. There is a story in which a golden queen bee grew a plant called Manga on a mountain. The golden queen bee is a sorceress in Chinese mythology. She is also known as the inventor of the elixir of immortality. The bear said that it had been too long since they had last seen her. There was no reason for her to appear now. The peach tree is a symbol of youth and immortality. It is the tree of life, so there is a reason. Maybe there were still bees alive from that moment. They could have lived somewhere else, but then flew over when they smelled the peach tree. This theory really has a right to life, but it is not important now. The guys have already figured out how to get rid of the bees, and there is no more smoke left after the fire, so they can go inside. This must be done very carefully because danger may still await them. Fortunately, they were very lucky that there were no more problems with the bees, which means that you can taste their juicy honey. Gwanak immediately explained to his friend that this was not classic honey. It was full of yang energy. If you eat this delicious delicacy, your whole body will be filled with strength. Although this honey was made on a peach tree, it has the smell of regular honey. Brian was very attentive and found the honeycombs with larvae. If they are still alive, then they need to be moved to another location. There are many beneficial substances here that can help in future progress. It is very interesting what effect this honey will have. After tasting this delicacy, the boy's body immediately absorbed the royal milk. His head began to clear, and his body was filled with strength. Now his ability to progress has increased, but it turns out that the honey is not sweet at all. The brown bear turned out to be very attentive and noticed that his friend's head began to glow. All that remains is to add a halo. His horns were also in place. It was hard to get used to this new attribute. Up until this point, the guanaco had never seen these horns, so when he saw it for the first time, he almost died of fear. Brian explained that it happened after he swallowed a pearl, but the bear replied that this could not be related. A person won't turn into a bear if they eat beef soup for 3 days, so there must be another reason. Brian also said that something else strange had appeared on his body. He noticed it when he was changing clothes. The guy believes that this could have happened because of the dragon pearl, but it's not that simple. Dragons are creatures that are born from water, but after many years of training, they are reborn. Human natural strength is completely different. To become stronger, people use other methods. Brian became a dragon, even though he was human before, and that's quite difficult to comment on. Gwanak looked at his friend and said that he had become a real monster, although at first glance it was not visible. Now it will be very difficult for him to live like an ordinary person. If he could turn back time, he would not touch this pearl. However, dragon horns and scales have their advantages. It is immediately noticeable that as soon as the boy ate the honey, the dragon parts in his body grew. If he were an ordinary person, he wouldn't receive any special benefits. Maybe one day he would even become a real dragon. Brian looked at the honey again and thought that it had to be eaten in larger quantities to get the effect. If you leave the larvae alone, they will eventually grow on their own. And when that happens, more royal jelly can be collected. While these larvae are growing, Brian can spend his time learning new techniques. He was very lucky because the first elixir he absorbed was a gongking extract, meaning it had the energy of nature within it. From the very beginning, Brian had an unclear foundation, but after studying the techniques, it changed. Because of this, he had to absorb elixirs that had the attributes of a tree, which turned out to be not very effective. So if he starts learning techniques with other attributes, he might be able to absorb other elixirs. This is a pretty interesting idea, but first we need to find other techniques, which shouldn't be a problem. During this time, Brian has already managed to find a lot of valuable information that he now has time to study. If they still have to hide for a while, it's better to spend those opportunities on training. Brian decided that the shinobi technique would be ideal for a start. It would be easier to get started with. He already has 3 items that have the metal attribute, including a 7-pointed sword. Everything seemed to be fine, but it turned out that Brian was confused about the jade bowl because he couldn't get it. These thoughts have been on his mind for a long time, so he thinks about a potential way to connect with Christopher. The brown bear doesn't understand why the boy is worried about this, and why he couldn't get the jade bowl. He asked his friend to learn to look at the world more broadly, so as not to worry about small problems. He knows what a flute is, and understands that even if he gets this item, all the items won't be solved in a few seconds. That is why he explains to Brian that there is no need to risk your own life for the sake of other little-known people. He doesn't think that Christopher is a stranger to him. They have already gone through some difficulties together and become close friends. Guanak believes that Brian is still too young and should act carefully. You can always find someone who will do everything for you. From these words, Brian immediately understood that this bear knew how to help him, but all this time he had been silent about it. The bear believes that even if his friend gets this treasured flute, he still won't use it and will give it to Christopher. But Brian began to convince him that this was not the case at all, and he wanted to keep the flute. He doesn't understand why he should give such an important and precious item to someone else when he can use the flute against the Dragon Palace himself. After a short debate, the bear agreed to help. Brian was incredibly happy with these words. The master that the bear wants to introduce Brian to is called Jean, and he has been working with his older sister and nephew for a long time. After that, the bear said that they had to get to Mount Kuval. Little was known about it, so Brian had not heard of it. Of course, there is a small problem. This mountain is located in North Korea, which means you will have to go a long way. The bear also said that his sister has no name. He, as the spirit of the mountain, inherited her name, but his sister is not a spirit. Then he started talking about his nephew. His name is Wong, and he is a rather respectable man. Together with Lady Panakwa, he was one of the 3 leaders who ruled the entire Korean peninsula. Soon the friends went to North Korea. Brian never thought he would end up here, but after seeing this mountain with his own eyes, he realized that it truly deserves to be called the sacred mountain of his people. At this moment, the guanaco again took on human form, accompanying his friend and making sure he didn't get into trouble. Soon they finally reached the place they had been looking for so long. It was really very beautiful there. The huge stone statues began to talk and said that they were not ready to let in uninvited guests. At this moment, Guanak began to speak. He told the water to tell his sister that a brown bear had come from Mount Guanaksan. The statue asked to wait a while, but the bear ordered it to move faster and remove its disguise. All this time, Brian considered his comrade an ordinary bear, but now this guy looks incredibly noble. A little later, the boy began to think about disguise. Only now he was interested in his friend's words. Strangely enough, despite the heavy rain, there were still many people on the streets in this village. It seems as if they enjoy the rain, as they understand that it is just a part of nature. It was especially nice to watch the children play and try to catch up with each other. This village is hidden behind a barrier, which is why Brian began to think that all the people here are celestials. The brown bear immediately explained that this was not entirely true. Before they hid themselves from the world, they took in those who wanted to stay. One of the conditions was that all rights of life and death would belong to the Wang, and these people are the descendants of the very first settlers. Soon the 2 guests were met by young warriors, who immediately greeted the brown bear. Guanak agreed. Quite relaxed and self-confident, he began to ask them about his sister's whereabouts. He was informed that she was already expecting him and began to ask questions about the person who had come with him. Guanak said that this was his servant and that he could be trusted, so after these words they were calmly invited into the settlement. People here don't care about the weather conditions, they enjoy life at any moment. It turned out that the brown bear's sister was in a cave at the very end of the village. Brian couldn't understand why she had to live here when there was a large and beautiful palace nearby. Soon she came out to meet them. It turned out to be a rather young and beautiful girl named Lisa. First of all, she thanked her assistants because they were very busy, but they still brought her younger brother to her. The assistants replied that it was just their job, but soon they said that they had new tasks and left. The sister and brother haven't seen each other for a long time. You don't have to be too attentive to understand how similar they are. Surely, if they both turned into bears, they would be almost impossible to tell apart. After a short pause, Lisa finally started acting like a real sister and hugging and kissing her brother. She said that he hadn't visited her for too long and that he should be punished for it. In any case, he had come a long way to meet again. So now it was time for a full rest. After this hug, the guanac immediately fell asleep. Brian thought that his sister had done something bad to him and grabbed his weapon. But Lisa immediately calmed him down and explained that she had put her younger brother to sleep for a while. She hopes she hasn't scared the boy with her behavior because this child is her only relative left from ancient times. And now she looked more closely at Brian and saw his inner strength and dragon spirit. Of course, Lisa wants to know why the unknown dragon claims to be her younger brother's servant. Finally, he completely removed his mask and said that he wasn't exactly a dragon. It would be more correct to call him a monster. Lisa invited him to take shelter from the rain and have a quiet conversation in a pleasant atmosphere. Guanac continued to enjoy a sweet sleep, while his companion told him about their long journey. Lisa listened to him, but is still worried about one nuance she heard. Brian told her absolutely everything, even how he became a celestial, so doesn't he think she's heard too much? The guy replied that he wasn't worried about it at all. The guanaco understood perfectly well what position he was in now. Despite all these nuances, he still brought her to this village to see his sister, although he had to hide his identity to do so. This can only mean one thing. The brown bear trusts Brian and his sister, and that's the main thing. After that, the sister said that the person they were so actively looking for was not here, and Brian did not expect this at all. She explained that this person had not lived in this village for a very long time, because he did not like places with many people. Since Brian cared for her younger brother, the genie would make a flute for him if a small gift was prepared for him. Brian wasn't too worried because he felt like everything was going much better than he expected. But if the djinn hasn't lived in this village for a long time, then the guanac should have known about it. But why did they come here then? Lisa decided to explain this nuance. She said that she knew her younger brother, so he probably wanted to ask Brian to stay here. The boy couldn't believe that the brown bear had really brought him here to ask to become part of this village. To be more precise, the guanac should occupy the throne, which will soon become vacant because he is a full member of the clan. Brian immediately remembered the bear's words about the East Sea being ignored. Was this really talking about the throne of the Dragon King of the East Sea? Lisa didn't respond to these words, but it was clear that this was exactly what she had been hinting at all this time. In parallel with these events, life continued for other important characters. Lady Pinaqua decided to meet Christopher and talk to him in person. She looked at him and understood that something was bothering him. Did he really not like the leaders' meeting? Lady always thought this guy would want to become a captain during the offensive on the Eastern Sea. When the sons of the Dragon King of the East Sea disrupted the battle, they caused serious damage to Lady Pinaqua's pavilion. Because of their actions, a huge number of innocent people died, and Christopher cannot forgive them for this. He is very angry and is sure that the dragons must suffer incredibly cruel punishment, even if it costs him dearly. The lady reminded them that they had always been their enemies, and they must immediately destroy all dragons without exception. He was worried about the children, but she said that if he started talking about it again, she would never appoint him as a commander again. The reason why the talk of a new Dragon King began is quite interesting. If a seat becomes vacant and is taken by a puppet of one of the factions, the consequences could be catastrophic. Fortunately, dragons are rare, so it won't be easy for them to find the right candidate. Lady Pinaqua cannot let anyone else take advantage of this. She must find a new dragon to control very quickly. Now it becomes more clear why everyone is talking so actively about the Eastern Sea and the new Dragon King. Brian asked Lisa to help him leave the village quietly so that no one would know that he was a dragon. She couldn't understand the reasons for his behavior. If he became the new Dragon King, it would be easier for him to achieve his goal. But even if he becomes king as a member of this village, he will only be an ordinary puppet in the hands of others. Brian wants to be king, but he doesn't want anyone else to rule his life. And if possible, he would like to ask for advice on his next steps, because it seems like he is completely confused right now. He doubts that among the Celestials he will be lucky enough to meet someone who can help him, so he wants to find advice. Lisa replied that she was pleased to hear such words from him, but she was sure that her brother would be upset when he realized that Brian was gone. It is implied that she will not allow her younger brother these lands, and will not be able to let him go with Brian. Once upon a time, her brother had to leave the village, although she tried with all her might to avoid it. Still, he did what he wanted and became the guardian deity of Mount Guanaxon. But then he lost everything and became like this. It seems as if Lisa is trying to trade her younger brother for Brian's help, but that's not entirely true. She wouldn't let go of Guanacast under any circumstances, even if Brian hadn't asked her for anything. By the way, the throne that the dragon can enter is not only in the sea. In places where a large amount of water energy is concentrated, a throne can also appear. Although the level of such thrones is lower than the sea thrones, their energy is still quite pure. And Lisa knows about such a place. She had a friendship with the Dragon King who lived nearby, and when he died, she received the right to his land, and now she wants to pass it on to Brian. Of course, it's not as good as seawater, but it should be enough. This place should be perfect for Brian, so he cannot worry about others and calmly increase his strength. It was a really great gift, but Brian was sad because he had to leave before the guanaco woke up, even though he wanted to say goodbye to him. The boy said that he would never forget what this brown bear had done for him, and they would remain friends forever. After that conversation, 3 days passed. All this time, Brian went to the sea. When he finally approached his destination, he felt an incredible energy. It was quite strange. He had never felt anything like it. At first, he did not believe that the throne could be located on Mount Pektu. First, he needed to absorb the water core of this sea. To do this, you need to jump into the water. Fortunately, Brian is a great swimmer, so there shouldn't be any problems with that. Lately, he's even learned to breathe underwater. It feels like he's become a fish. Maybe it's because he's now a dragon. Soon he finally saw the water core. It was glowing on the seabed. Such great power is enough to destroy anyone. Only when he gets closer does he feel himself being filled with strength. The boy became very curious about how strong he could become if he absorbed this core. When he touched it with his hand, he began to feel that this core was trying to resist absorption. This took some work, but soon the job was almost done. Brian began to feel quite strange. Probably this core had merged with the dragon pearl. At that moment, he immediately remembered the conspiracy with Liz when she told him what to do after he removed the barrier. The girl said that Imugi would appear because they would immediately feel this energy. The Imugi have trained hard to become dragons, so they will be very difficult opponents. These guys arrived much earlier than Brian expected, but in any case, he is ready to meet them. He had only heard stories about these dragons before, but he was not interested in their power because he was not going to give up without a fight. Brian has prepared for a very serious test. He is sure that his strength will be enough to win, but it will be difficult. The very first attack by this dragon showed that the boy should not overestimate his strength. Lisa warned that dragons trained for a very long time to improve their skills, and she turned out to be right. The dragons immediately sensed a similar energy in this boy, but they also realized that he did not know how to control his own power. They believe that Brian is a pitiful creature who will not be able to withstand a single blow from them. They are now on their way to fully transforming into dragons, and if they eat the guy now, they can speed up the process. But looking more closely at him, they saw peach tree leaves around him, and at that moment they had to guess that the guy was dangerous. They were still absolutely confident of their own victory and told him that there was no point in resisting. After that, one of the dragons asked Brian to enjoy the leaves of the peach tree before his own death. They didn't pay attention to the fact that the guy didn't panic at all or show any signs of fear. It seemed like he had a plan. The peach tree is supposed to play a very important role today, and that's exactly what Brian is waiting for. Using his powers, he began to attack the dragons and seize the initiative in the duel. Then he remembered his additional abilities and artifacts, and happily used them. The dragons didn't understand how this brazen guy repelled all their attacks in 1 second. He was probably not as weak as they thought. One of the dragons even said that they had to retreat immediately, otherwise they would become victims themselves. It's that simple. In just a few minutes of the fight, Brian was able to defend himself from the attack of 2 strong enemies. When he tried to absorb the core, he used too much force, so now he is having a hard time. He cannot stop halfway through his journey because he traded this opportunity for his friend. The dragons tried to escape, but Brian caught up with them to finish the fight. Although he has little strength left, his determination and perseverance are still at their peak. The monsters started attacking because they didn't understand how he ended up next to them so quickly. But now they have to think about something completely different. If they want to live, they must immediately find a way to protect themselves, otherwise he will turn them into sushi. One of the monsters was sure that they had the opportunity to attack, because their opponent could not use the power of thunder at the moment. This probably only happens when you underestimate your enemy and then see how powerful he is. Brian demonstrated incredible speed and aggression. It was impossible to keep up with his actions. He felt that a harsh end awaited the dragons soon. All that was left was to take the last step. At such moments, this guy, like a real predator, begins to smell blood and increases the pressure on his opponent. If 10 minutes ago these dragons were calling him a pathetic snot, now they are ready to beg for salvation. One of them even started to run away, leaving his brother to his own devices. All this was done in order to survive. This dragon hoped to become the future Dragon King, but now he realizes how far he is from that dream. He forgot about his brother and tried to escape, but when Brian is motivated, there is no escaping him. The plant with which Brian defeated the two imugs is called Chinese black bamboo. Even in ancient times, it was believed that with its help you can fight dragons. If you pierce their body, the dragon will soon lose its vitality. A little later, Brian saw that he was above a rather beautiful house, which interested him. Only soon did he finally realize that he was looking at the dragon's palace, although he had not seen it there before. Apparently, this house only manifests itself when the owner of the water core approaches it. The monsters still hoped for salvation. They said that I would do whatever he wanted if he let them go. It was difficult for them to bear this pain. Brian understood this and decided to take advantage of this opportunity. He wants to make sure that there is no one here except them. But it turns out that the guards of the Dragon Palace are here. There must be 5 of them. They are probably hiding now before they attack. The Amugs appeared immediately after the barrier was removed. Because they are associated with this place, they were previously servants of the lord of this city. But he died 600 years ago, so they trained for a long time to take his place. If they were really servants, they should know this place, so they could be useful in the future as they know where valuable things are. Brian decided to trust them and let them go, which caused the monster to immediately transform into its true form. To begin with, he only let one of them go. It turned out to be a girl named Dorothy. He ordered her to follow him so he could show her the place and also tell her about all the nuances. Finally, she looked at her brother and said in a quiet voice that they were very lucky to be alive. Upon entering, Brian realized that it was incredibly beautiful and spacious. The mechanisms in this palace are powered by the energy of the water core, so the owner of the core can easily manipulate them. Despite its small size, this palace was created during the Sango era, that is, before the 3 kingdoms were founded. Until the last ruler, no one was inferior to the Sea Dragon Kings. This yard looks quite spacious. You could move a peach tree here and even make a garden. A little later, Dorothy showed the place where the treasures of the Palace of Pektu are kept. Only the owner of the core can open these doors. That's why the treasures have remained in place for so many years. But now times have changed. Since Brian became the owner of the water core, he was easily able to open this door. He went inside and saw something very large scale. At first, he didn't understand what it was. Upon closer inspection, he thought they were just ordinary books, but Dorothy explained that they were martial arts. This is the hidden technique of the White Sword King. Creatures like him must actively train to become dragons. Most of them are just observing or looking for an experienced mentor to guide them. Dorothy and her brother were mentored by a past dragon king, but then he died, so they were never able to become dragons. If everything she says is true, then by mastering this technique, they will be able to become dragons. In this case, Brian can use them and manipulate them as he wants. He said that he was willing to let Dorothy learn this martial art, but in return, she had to become his servant. She agreed and immediately received an assignment from her new boss to prepare for the guests. Looking at this girl, he realized that she looked very familiar. She looks a lot like the dragons that attacked him and Lady Pinaqua. They probably all have the same appearance. Now he was curious about what her brother looked like. He probably looked like the others too. Soon Brian met the first guests, surprisingly. But the Lord of Divine Fire came to visit him. Although the guy is only at an incredible level, this master has already recognized him as the Dragon King. The master could not understand why the new Dragon King, who should be busy restoring the palace, wanted to see him. The boy replied that he had a request for the master and took something out of his box. After examining this object more closely, the Lord of Divine Fire realized that it was Chinese black bamboo. Brian explained that he wanted the master to make him a flute, which immediately made it clear that the young Dragon King's ambitions ran very deep. From the very beginning, the guy began to assure that he was not going to use the flute for bad purposes. The master laughed and said that there was no need to worry about it because he knew how to keep his clients' secrets. The size of this Chinese black bamboo is perfect. It will be easy to make a great flute from it if you put enough effort into it. At one glance, he already understood the full value of this bamboo, so it is immediately clear that he is a great craftsman. That's why Brian decided to ask a question. The master allowed him to do so, and then the guy got something else. It turned out that he wanted to ask a few questions about the sword that he had already found in the vault. This match seemed very strange to him, so he took it out to take a closer look. As soon as he picked up this sword, he immediately felt an incredible aura emanating from it. Brian had no anger or resentment, but as soon as he took this sword in his hands, he had a desire to cut someone, to see their blood and death. This is called pure intent to kill, and that is why this weapon interested the young Dragon King so much. He could use this weapon, but he feels he won't be able to master this sword 100%. The master took it in his hands and said that this sword belonged to completely different lands. As soon as the master grabbed the sword, Brian immediately began to worry that the situation would not get out of control. Brian could not control this weapon even with all his efforts, but for the master this turned out to be no problem. This is what a true master of divine fire means. Now it is clear why legends are made about him. This sword is a terrible weapon that was made by the dwarves of the Northwest. It can grant its wielder immense power, but if careless, the sword will only bring death to its wielder. If a guy is worried about the power of this sword, then he can be subdued by making a special place to store this weapon. As long as the sword is there, there should be no problems, but if you take it out, you can feel all the lives that this sword has taken. It must also be remembered that if Brian had not tried to subdue him, this sword would only calm down when it felt blood. When everything is ready, the master will return to Brian, but for now, he needs to take care of business. After saying goodbye to the master of divine fire, Brian continued to study the chronicles from the vault. He was sad that there were no guanacos here. His help would be needed right now because this is the perfect place to study something. He thought that while he was preparing the flute, no one would bother him, but everything turned out completely differently. The new Dragon King was approached by his maidservant and told that a guest had come to their palace. Brian went out into the yard and personally met Charles, the sage from Tabak Mountain in Balandur. Balandur is called the place of 8 sacred halls. During the Korra dynasty, a monk founded 8 sacred temples. In each of them lived a deity, to whom gifts were brought and prayers were offered for the prosperity of the country. But in reality, everything was somewhat different. Celestials who had incredible power settled on 8 mountains, which is why these mountains were called sacred. Various gifts began to be brought there, and these people were called the sages of the 8 sacred mountains, but after many years all this was abolished. But now, when the gates of heaven have reopened, the Korean leadership has restored the status of the Balandur sages. The master of the Mount Pektu sanctuary, in other words the rightful owner of the mountain, Master Charles, came to Brian. The guy greeted the legendary master and said that he should have found him first, and not waited for him to come visit him. The master replied that everything was fine. He was still busy with his own affairs, and also introduced Brian to his younger student. Looking more closely, the guy was shocked, because he had known this girl for a long time. It was Ruth. It was hard for him to believe that they had met her again, especially given these strange circumstances. He pretended that they didn't know each other and greeted the girl, then said that he was now taking them to his house. As soon as they arrived, it was immediately noticeable that the atmosphere around them had changed. After her full recovery, the girl began to be called Fairy Charles, although she did not really like this name. It's immediately noticeable that Charles treats Brian well, but there's probably a reason he came here. The master knows that this guy has reached an incredible level at such a young age. It is immediately noticeable to the experienced eye. In addition, he managed to make many acquaintances with respectable people. It is rare to meet such celestials who reach the heights so quickly. The master said that his student's young age would not prevent her from achieving success. She had already almost reached the heavenly level. He probably came here to ask Brian for help, or rather, to have the guy teach his student something. Surely what he called pair training could also be called training for building friendships. This is exactly what an experienced master wants. By practicing together, they will be able to satisfy each other's desires. Charles is not sure, but perhaps in the future this girl could become Brian's concubine. All these words shock the boy too much. He didn't expect to be surprised so often today. The master calmed him down and explained that this was the point of pair training. That is, training between a man and a woman who are in a relationship. Taoist sexual practices are truly incredible. If you release this energy correctly, you can bring harmony between a man and a woman. This is the only way to reach the highest path in the shortest time. So using his apprentice, Charles tries to tame the dragon. This is exactly what the world of the Celestials looks like. But Brian is against it and does not want to enter into such a relationship. The master asked him not to rush into making a decision. Pair practice could help him a lot, and besides, they could become relatives. Master Charles said that he is not one of those people who treats his sons badly. He took out the jug and placed it on the table. Brian immediately smelled the Gongking extract. Thanks to this substance, he was finally able to awaken his hidden foundation. He has never had to find anything similar to this elixir since then. The rarer an elixir is, the more precious it is, as all Celestials know. Brian explained that he was already in love with someone else and was ready to marry her. But the master assured him that this practice had nothing to do with feelings. At this moment, Brian looked closely at Ruth. It was noticeable that she didn't really like this idea either. But after some pause, Brian finally made a decision. Given his respect for this girl, he agrees to have a pair practice with her. His goal is very simple. He wants to make progress and get the most out of it. After just a few days in the office of heaven and earth, he began practicing various techniques. His progress is incredibly rapid. If no one hinders him, he will very quickly increase his level. Now that he understood the principle, he could make it rain using the energy of the air. When he reaches level 6, he will be able to combine different properties and create natural disasters, which is a lot of fun. A little later, a maid approached him and said that Mrs. Ruth wanted to join him in the bedroom. Brian immediately smiled and said she could come in. It was time to use the immortal Charles. Ruth has been thinking a lot lately, and she understands that this is a great opportunity to become part of the Dragon King's family. The master had already hinted at what this might mean for them, that if she worked hard, she would be able to get the dragon. He believes that everything will work out for her, and everything that belongs to her also belongs to him. Although it was unpleasant for her to do so, she was always used to obeying her teacher and doing everything for him. A little later, she came to Brian's and greeted the young master of the dragon's house. She saw that he was dressed quite strangely and had been waiting for her for a long time. He thinks the atmosphere should be something like this, so he made the place a little better and hopes she likes it. At this moment, she remembered again that she had to do everything for her teacher and thanked him for his concern. She was ready for anything, but at that moment, Brian said he knew she didn't want to do it. He could tell from her face that she didn't like the whole idea. It was strange that such a pitiful mortal woman would think she was equal to a king. He had already noticed that she had learned to speak well. But did she really think that the Dragon King was ready to give up his most valuable treasure? If he says she can only get the treasure by turning her back on her teacher, will she agree to it? It seems that Brian knows that Charles's position has deteriorated recently, and therefore deliberately wanted to anger this girl, and he succeeded. She said that if he continued to insult her teacher, he would pay for it with his own life. This girl probably overestimated her strength and skills because now Brian is on a different level. He stood up and said that a mere mortal could not match the Dragon King. He doesn't care at all what Charles thinks of him because he is the king of dragons and this is his court. She can do absolutely anything she wants, but she can't hurt him. After these words, he ordered his dog to calm down and asked the girl to follow him so that he could show her another way. At first, she was unsure if this was really necessary, but she became curious nonetheless. When they went into another room, Brian offered her something to eat. Ruth was visibly worried because she didn't understand what he was up to and what he wanted from her. It seemed like some kind of pill. Soon he told the girl that it was an 8-treasure energy preservation pill. It's strange because it's a completely normal medication that she doesn't really need right now. But why did he offer it to her? If you look closely, the quality of these pills is different from the ones she's used to, so it won't get any worse. She was sure that she wouldn't feel anything strange, but a little later she finally realized that she was wrong. This medicine has no taste or smell. It is different from what the teacher gave her before. In addition, the wounds she received from the battle with the Hedda immediately began to heal, and she also felt an increase in energy in her body. Can such a basic pill really have an effect on the heavenly level? But what is the trick? Brian smiled and replied that the trick is in the right ingredients and skills. He is a true master of this business. He knows that her teacher is a very cunning rival who is difficult to ignore. But Brian was not going to enter into an intimate relationship with her. He is ready to suggest that she pretend that they have become close to each other, so that her teacher will think so. She's afraid he might guess about it, even though she didn't think about it at all when she took the medicine. Brian suggested that he would give her this medicine in the future, but in return, she should give him the Gong King extract. She began to doubt, but her doubts would dissipate as soon as the air energy began to increase. Soon, the girl said that she was ready to agree to these terms, but she had one condition. She understands very well that the Gong King extract is very valuable, so she wants to know exactly how the Dragon King will use it. Brian started laughing. If he used it incorrectly, would she start crying and tell the teacher everything? The girl replied that he didn't need to worry about it, and that this whole conversation would remain just between them. He said there was no more time for idle talk, they should get down to business and have a drink. It was at this point that Ruth started to get really worried because she realized she had made a mistake. As soon as Brian tried this drink, he immediately felt that the effectiveness of the drug was decreasing. He has no choice but to increase the dosage. This should be enough for practice. But for this, you will need to add a little alcohol to this extract. Then the result will be excellent. It seems like Ruth has taken too much extract with alcohol and now she can't stop. He explained to the girl that she had already drunk 2 full jugs, but she replied that she could drink 4 times as much. This is what happens when you mix the extract with alcohol. Now it will be difficult to calm her down. She couldn't stop herself from calling Brian a lizard instead of admitting that he was a dragon. Dorothy had to be called for help because Brian couldn't calm the woman down on his own. Although it was difficult to do, Ruth soon fell asleep because she could no longer vote. Oddly enough, in this chaos, Brian learned something useful. A little later, he would decide how to use it. For now, he wants to finish with the Gongqing extract and get its incredible effect. Several days have passed since then, and the guy is sure that everything should work out. The aroma is incredibly strong. If the Celestials smell it, they may find themselves in a difficult situation. He opened one of the barrels and realized that even just the aroma was enough to get him intoxicated. It is immediately noticeable that he added fig peach. He used bee bodies as a base to make the drink even more sour. He is curious whether it will be very different from the original. In any case, he needs to check it out in person. This scent could be enough to make a person lose their mind, said the Celestial, whose approach Brian did not feel at all. He turned his head and saw a man. He said he was just a traveler who liked to drink a delicious drink. This man greeted the Dragon King and said that he would also like to taste this drink. He explained that this scent was too hard to resist. He had smelled it just 10 minutes ago. Brian is not greedy at all, so there is no problem with this. He is even ready to give an entire jug to an unknown man. At first, he didn't want to accept such a generous gift, but this scent made him change his mind. He immediately liked this divine drink very much. He said that he had not drunk anything like it in a long time. This drink made him think of his friend. But Brian knows that this man promised to forget the taste of alcohol after his death. He couldn't believe that this young master really knew this story, but from where? Brian bowed to the master and apologized for the late greeting. According to ancient records, he was a traveler who settled north of Mount Pektu after developing a taste for the alcoholic beverage Pektagon. This is one of the 8 immortals, a descendant of the Thunder Sword technique, who killed a huge number of dragons and punished evil. His name is Richard. Brian greeted the master of heaven and earth, the immortal sword. The master was pleasantly impressed by this guy's knowledge. He came to greet the new Dragon King because he lost an argument to the previous king. That is, Richard promised not to drink alcohol until he received the nabi from the new king. That is, he did not violate the rules of the agreement at all. It's hard for the master to admit it, but at this point he still didn't know who Brian was, even though he had kept his word for 600 years. Even though he understood how precious this drink was from this aroma, he still showed no anger and was polite. Richard asked the guy to stop and say that he was a real drunkard because he couldn't listen to those nice words anymore. It seems that he is ready to keep his word to the end, and this deserves respect. He is either too stubborn or too correct. It is still difficult to understand. Brian finds it hard to watch his older brother use such horrible words to describe himself. Instead, he suggests sitting down at a table with a good drink and drinking in memory of your ancestors. In this case, the immortal sword is not against this proposal. He is pleased to see that the younger generation respects the older one. He thanked Brian for getting him out of trouble, and if he ever needed help, he could ask for it. Because of this, Brian immediately said that he would like to ask Richard something. Probably talking about the astronomical sword technique, this amazing martial art received from an experienced sage. According to rumors, with the help of this art, the sage defeated an evil dragon in a difficult battle. Using even an ordinary sword in combination with this technique, one can achieve power that surpasses other martial arts. Brian explained that he also practices sword techniques, and he wants Richard to teach him his vision of this art. 2 months have passed since this conversation. Now let's move on to North Korea. It's too scary to get up here on a dark night. It's hard for small children to fall asleep. Lately, there have been too many monsters appearing. It seems as if they dream of eating small children. These monsters are not at all like the monsters from downtown. They are much bigger and look scarier. Without the help of the gods or people with extraordinary powers, it is almost impossible to escape. But sometimes people get lucky, and a true hero comes to their aid, a hero who uses a sword. At such moments, they realize how incredibly lucky they are to live in a world where there are such heroes. The new Dragon King is always ready to come to the aid of ordinary people and save them at the last moment. For children, this is an incredible event. They look at him speechless as if he were a real Superman. He looked at them and couldn't believe that these children were really being used as victims. Understanding this situation shocked him and made him incredibly angry. Now is the perfect time to be evil, because new monsters are appearing. They're sure they'll tear Brian into a million pieces, but we already know what overconfidence leads to. It's not really right to show such scenes to children, but sometimes circumstances force you to do so. They thought that a monster had killed the hero and now no one would come to save them. But it turned out that this hero is in no hurry to die. He is ready for the second round and does not know the word tired. The monster was sure that it had swallowed the boy, so he doesn't understand how he was able to escape from its deadly jaws. Within a few seconds, he forgot all these stupid thoughts because he started having real problems. This time, we decided to surround our enemy and cut off his ability to retreat. This is a pretty smart tactic. Brian knows perfectly well that a celestial escape means hiding from the gaze of heaven. He has only recently mastered this technique, but he already knows how to use it even in the most difficult situations. The progress of this warrior is impressive. It's even hard to imagine what will happen when he fully reveals his incredible potential. If it is possible to hide his presence and change the direction of the attack, he is always ready to take advantage of it. The human body, in which the power of air is concentrated, is capable of many incredible things. Judging by this battle, one can already guess that Brian managed to master the technique of the immortal sword. Today, he demonstrated his incredible talent and potential, as well as the progress he has made in recent months. Finally, the second monster was destroyed. This unpleasant worm will no longer bother the children. It turned out that to teach this technique, the older brother constantly threw Brian off the mountain, although the reason for this is unknown. Nevertheless, this training worked, and now he has moved to a new level, so he trains in a place where a large number of monsters live. Brian is pleased because he understands that all of them will become incredible fertilizer for his plants. After he destroyed the monster, he heard words of gratitude for the rescue. Someone even called him a hero. He turned and saw these two children, still trembling from the horror they had experienced. They were expelled from the settlement where they lived, but their family worshipped and believed in the gods for generations. A little later, they also said that witches are descendants of shamans. A little time has passed, and now we will move to a place guarded by soldiers. These armed men sensed an unidentified flying object approaching them. Of course, like true professionals, they prepared to defend the territory, but they turned out to be too weak for that. It soon became clear that they were attacked by Brian and his blue dog, Hattie. To explain these events, we need to go back in time and hear the conversation between the celestial being and these children. They said that their mother was a shaman, and when that creature appeared, the villagers began to offer sacrifices to it. This monster ate many people, even their father, and he constantly came to take a new portion of food. That is why their mother, in order to somehow stop this monster, tried to create an iron spear. But somehow this information reached the soldiers, who immediately came to this village. They brutally killed the mother of these children and gave them as a sacrifice to the monster. It was very difficult for Brian to listen to this story because he understood that this woman was only trying to protect the village. It was too cruel. He tried to calm these children and assured them that now they had nothing to fear. He promised that now the monster would not come after them at night, and also promised to avenge the death of their mother. That's why he called and decided to attack these soldiers, as well as to sort out this situation. Although the building's security guards tried to stop them, their strength was not enough. Soon, the head entered the house and began destroying the soldiers there. Lately, this blue dog has been following all of his master's orders. Perhaps he perceives him completely differently after Brian became a dragon. In general, Brian believes that Het was much better friends with the brown bear than he thought. Perhaps through this friendship he learned a lot, especially about attacking others. He expected that celestials or masters might appear in this house, but it turned out that he came to a monster who had only been masquerading as a human all this time. This dog was angry, and I don't understand why he was attacked suddenly. Brian explained that he had come to act as a judge for the murder of an innocent man and to return the stolen artifact. The dog immediately understood that the conversation was about the shaman. He said that the item that was taken from her must have belonged to the general. The guy noticed that this dog was dressed in an officer's uniform. He was taking advantage of his position and easily manipulating the state and the people. Surely all this is being done in order to turn all the inhabitants of that village into food for the monster. The dog started laughing and said that judging by Brian's reaction, he had no idea who he was dealing with. He also explained that the reconnaissance units had already reported this to headquarters, and reinforcements would be arriving soon. The boy approached this rabid dog and said that he wanted to be taken to the den of these disgusting creatures. He is ready to personally go to them and destroy them for their bad deeds, although the dog is still sure that Brian is digging his own grave. The dog is sure that even though this guy is a celestial, he is nothing compared to their boss. We will see about that soon. Once upon a time, demons were fleeing from celestials from China and South Korea. They fled and paid no attention to anything until they found refuge in North Korea. They needed to choose a new boss for their squad, and he was a large white tiger who was 1,000 years old. He is called a great demon who is on the verge of reaching the supreme level. That's why this dog is so confident, because no matter how strong Brian is, he still won't be able to defeat this tiger. Meanwhile, the boy had already found himself near the lair of these demons. he saw something he didn't want to see. In addition to pretending to be part of the human race, they also openly engage in cannibalism. This is terrible, and Brian is ready to punish each of them for this behavior. With his new abilities, he only has to raise his hand up to summon a tornado upon them. He ordered the Heat to release the hostage so that he too could experience the punishment. Of course, one could say that this is a rather cruel punishment, but still, these demons deserve it. Soon the great white tiger became curious about what was happening in his territory. He went out and saw that there was a petty person here who thought he could judge others. This demon is called Tanga, and his glance was enough to stop this tornado. The demon began to scream at the boy and call him a pathetic worm who would pay for coming onto his territory. After that, he called his subjects and said that all who were hungry could taste human flesh. The tiger said that he also wanted to taste this guy, but at that moment the weather changed. It seems as if the heavenly forces have intervened and sided with Brian. But it's not heaven at all, but his new techniques. A little later, the demons saw some large reptiles approaching them. The great white tiger quickly realized that now he would have to fight against the Amugi. After all these battles, Brian has managed to get hungry, so he asks his assistants not to make him wait long. This battle was over very quickly. All that remained was to collect the corpses. And we'll see what Dorothy's brother looks like. This guy looks quite old, but he's ready to carry out all the master's orders. His name is David. Brian finds him a very interesting person. When he sees his boss drinking alcohol, he says that he reminds him of the past king of Pektu. After talking with his assistant, Brian went to look at the trophy left by the demons. He saw a higher spirit that feeds on iron, capable of driving away evil demons. The guy decided to play a little with this little monster, but it might cost him his fingers. After that, a Heat approached him. They look quite similar, so maybe they will become full-fledged friends. After the guanaco was left with his sister, this dog looks a little sad, so it would be useful for him to find a new friend. After that, Brian took them both to his fan, where they would always be together. The guy was satisfied with the successfully completed mission and said it was time to return. He understands perfectly well that the Dragon King's house cannot be left unattended for long. When he returned home, he realized that he had no right to make such mistakes anymore. It feels like this dragon's house has turned into a tavern. It's even hard to look at. It seems like Ruth and the immortal sword have become real drinking buddies, which is interesting because she doesn't know the teacher's true identity. Brian also left the children he saved from the monster in this house because they weren't too worried and were eagerly awaiting his return. The king greeted the children and said that he had brought them their mother's things. That was all he could find. The children were very pleased that at least something remained of their closest person in the world, but of course this would not bring their mother back to them. These things are very precious to them because they are a real family heirloom in their home. Their grandmother received this item as a gift from an unknown person. It was a long time ago. She said that if these items are preserved, family members will always receive help in difficult times. Unfortunately, when their mother was in danger, they were unable to take advantage of this. All this is because they lack sufficient knowledge and skills to use the spells that are written on these relics. Brian said he was willing to try to help them learn this, if they would give him the items, of course. The children had already managed to trust this guy, so there was no problem with that, and he could try to activate the spell. Although these things have belonged to members of this family throughout their history, the children have never seen these objects activated. This effect is even difficult to compare with anything else. It looks so incredible. He said it was very similar to a signal light talisman. He had used something similar before, at the beginning of his celestial journey. But the problem is that the person who gave this item many years ago may forget about this signal. Suddenly, everyone felt how much the wind had sped up. Had the owner of the talisman really come so quickly? Brian raised his head and saw a woman in a suit in front of him. She said that he should immediately release the descendants of the talisman. Otherwise, he would face severe punishment and death. This meeting turned out to be unexpected. Brian decided to calm the girl down and said that there had been a misunderstanding. He suggested that we first listen to his words, and of course greeted the withered flower of the Sura, Carol. The children looked at this girl as if she were a real deity. She also barely held back her tears when she saw how upset they looked. Soon, Carol couldn't stand it anymore and burst into tears, apologizing to the children for not having had time to help them. The girl asked them to follow her, and promised that now they would have lots of nice clothes and delicious food, and she would also teach them martial arts. She felt guilty before Brian, but he assured her that there was nothing wrong with it, and suggested she rest and have a nice meal. Since he is in the uterus, she also cannot recognize him, just like Ruth. He quickly switched to a water base because a wood base is rare and could give away his persona. Brian wants to understand what exactly connects this girl with the talisman. Is she really that old? That's the question. Carol asked that the children be taken to another room and given the opportunity to rest in peace. After that, she could calmly talk to the owner of this palace and tell him about the place where she was born and lived as a student. In her village lived Princess Bari. She is considered one of the three deities of the Korean peninsula and is right after Lady Pinakwa and Wang. She was treated like the boss of the shamans. The princess had a hard life because all her relatives abandoned her, so she made Carol her assistant. The princess had an incredibly good attitude towards her assistant, although Carol doesn't even understand how she deserved it. But nevertheless, the princess did not want to return the key to the Seoshin garden to her. Because of this, Carol became angry and destroyed the garden. Now this girl would like to bring all these monsters back to life and destroy them with her own hands. In general, she was never able to return the key, so she stayed to repay the debt. That's when they first met. Carol and the ancestor of these little children. This woman was a shaman. She studied with an experienced shaman from that village. Her name was Hem. She was a beautiful and kind woman. They became friends, but then an unpleasant incident with the key happened. The key was made from a branch of a sacred tree, and to repair it, Carol decided to perform a ritual at the waterfall. This waterfall was filled with the element of water and yang energy, but the key was gone. The search failed to help with this problem, and after that, Princess Berry accused Gem of stealing the key. The princess believed that no one except Gem knew where the key was kept. But even if she stole it, she knew perfectly well that she would not be able to enter the garden with this key. Carol decided to protest this decision. It helped, and the gem was released. But the problem was that during the interrogations she was severely beaten and then expelled from the village. When the friends met again, this shaman was already married and preparing to give birth to a child. She was very hardworking and could have achieved a lot. But life took a different turn. Carol always blamed herself for what happened. If she hadn't lost the key, this story would have been different. She was never able to find this key, so she blessed the talisman and gave it to her friend. From time to time, they could see each other. It seemed that Gem was living a comfortable life, and after that, Carol decided to leave the temple. She couldn't stay there because it was because of her that the gem was kicked out, and the key has never been found since. Brian took something out of his bag and said he found it among the children's mother's belongings. When he showed this thing to the girl, she couldn't believe her eyes. Carol immediately became pale and began to tremble. Of course, she recognized the very key that had been talked about so much. Brian recalled the girl's words that her best friend was very persistent and determined. When he was looking at the trophy, he saw two interesting books. They were diaries written by Gem. Despite the fact that she could not continue to live as a celestial, her knowledge did not disappear anywhere. She wrote all this knowledge in these two books, the first of which she wrote about Pulgasari. And in the second book, the mystery of the key's disappearance was described. It said that they tried to burn it and hide the remains. This means that these burnt pieces are the very key that Carol has been looking for so long. The girl tried to understand who exactly did it. Brian explained that in the diary, Gem called her mother. As soon as the boy said this, Carol immediately looked surprised as if she remembered this mother. This means that the gem was not a thief at all, but only a witness to this situation. Princess Berry needed Carol, so she made Carol dependent on her. Gem saw a person in red trying to burn the key using the QI burning technique. And next to this person stood the one who gave this insidious order, and this person was the mother. In order to tell Carol everything, Gem gathered the remains of this key, but before that she was grabbed and started to be beaten severely. They accused her of stealing the key, and it was very difficult at that moment. Of course, Ham understood that they wouldn't stop beating her until she admitted her guilt. Princess Berry was obsessed with Carol, which made her jealous of Gem because they were very close. Just when Gem was ready to give up, Carol believed her and took her out of that hell. Ham understood that if she told the whole truth, Carol would try to take revenge on everyone involved, despite the fact that it was very risky. Princess Bari is one of the three deities. She is a very serious opponent against whom you cannot fight without support. If Carol really opposes her and openly enters into conflict, then this will greatly undermine her position. That's why Gem decided to keep quiet about all this until Carol regains her former status. It is when this happens that she will be able to return the remains of this key to her sister, who has always believed in her. She said that even when she dies, she must come to the sacred tree every morning and recite prayers. Even if it takes several thousand years, her plan will still be fulfilled. In its original form, it became the same as it was before it was burned. The reason the key was recovered lies in the deep devotion of the sisters, who cherished each other as their own lives. After hearing this whole story, Carol was incredibly moved. It was noticeable that it was hard for her to listen to all this, but she was happy to learn the truth. Brian immediately explained to the girl that immediately challenging the princess would be suicide. Instead, he decided to make her an interesting offer, and after these words began to restore the key. The girl could not believe that the key, once considered lost forever, was now in her hands. Brian explained that he can control water, which makes trees and plants grow. If he can help her get into the Seocheon garden, then he hopes she will help him with his affairs. Carol felt she had to make an important choice, even though her answer was already clear. She understands that in order to fix the key, this guy used his life energy. Even if he were a divine being, fixing the key would require expending a large portion of his strength. So if he took this step, then he really needs something from Carol. Brian said that if his identity was revealed, not only would he be in danger, but also the lake and this dragon palace. He had planned to hide here for a long time, but when Carol arrived, neither the barrier nor the emoji could stop her. He was very lucky that it was her. If someone else with bad intentions had come instead of her, he would have been in trouble. It was for this reason that he repaired this key. He also noticed that Carol has incredible power, but she does not use it for her own purposes. When he first saw her, he felt that she hated this world because it was built by celestials and that they were similar to her. It was from these conversations that she realized that the Dragon King needed help to confront the current regime of the Celestials. He probably wants to take an advantageous position that will not be inferior to the 8 temples and 3 deities. The world of the Celestial is incredibly difficult. Does he really think he can do it just because he has her? But if the key to the Seocheon garden is fully restored, the Celestials will have to reckon with this woman. Although the decision was not easy, Carol made the decision very quickly and said she would help him. This is exactly the answer he expected, and you will be happy to help this girl with her plans. He immediately began the process of fully restoring the key, which was very interesting to watch. A little later, Carol began to yell at him. She considered it a big mistake to spend such a large amount of vital energy at one time. He could die sooner than recover the key, so he behaves like a little child. She doesn't understand that his primary element is wood, so it's easy for him to make plants bloom. He disguises his element as the element of water, which is why it always seems to her that he is doing something incredible. Carol thanked him for his help and promised to do everything possible to help him become the main one in the world of Celestials. Now there are ideal conditions and opportunities for this. She knows how to act in this situation. The girl looked confidently at the Dragon King and said that they should take part in the conquest of the Eastern Sea. Because of the bad deeds that were done by the Eastern Sea during the last battle, the Western and Southern Seas, as well as the sanctuaries, were very unhappy. They agreed to participate in the conquest of the Eastern Sea in order to solve all their problems. In case of success, they agreed to divide the treasures of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace between them. That is why adepts who wish to take part in the conquest have come running in huge numbers, as everyone wants to be in the front ranks. Brian lacks the knowledge and strength to join them, but he has a whole year in reserve and Carol knows how to fix it. She has lived for many years, so her experience is much greater than Brian's. The boy received an important item from Carol. Now he will help him get to the place where his father is. In this place, which was created by respected masters from the legal world, time passes much slower than in the human world. Carol is happy that she received the desired item. Now it's time to restore her strength. To remove any plants from there, permission was required because only the owner of the Serato was allowed to remove all the plants as he wished. Now times have changed and he is forbidden to leave the garden, so only Carol and Princess Bari can take some plants to Seocheon's garden. Carol is only allowed to take the flower of life, the flower of reincarnation, and the flower of destruction from there. But these flowers alone won't be enough to restore full strength, so she needs permission to report to the 4th plant. In principle, that's all that needs to be done now. But Carol also wants to pass on her successes to Brian so that he can take a good position. He was shocked by this proposal because he believed that this girl was entering the gardens of Lady Pinaqua. But she explained that she had achieved her position thanks to her abilities. So if the lady started attacking her, she would be able to defend herself. Carol admits that she is good at it, but she also understands that she could go crazy again someday. At this moment, Brian looked carefully into the girl's eyes. He immediately remembered the whole story of the withered flower of Sura. She guesses that the Dragon King knows about her past. Almost all experienced Celestials know this story. She's not worried about the story becoming a legend, but she wants to say that her revenge hasn't happened yet. After all those terrible conversations, Brian didn't feel very confident, but that's okay. Carol explained that she decided to help him only because it would help her get revenge. She also said that her father gave her the name Carol. He always wanted a son, but got a daughter. That's why he named her Carol, because in their village it means born by desire. When she first left the house, she tried to pretend she was a man, and wanted to come up with a new name that didn't belong to her family. She began to call herself Kim. This name means blessed by the universe. It's a common nickname that shouldn't be taken seriously, but she likes it when people close to her call her that. In the few hours they had talked today, he had learned much more about her than in the time they had spent in Lady Pinakwa's gardens. If she told all these stories, then she really trusts him. And this is an important step in their relationship. Brian remembered reading Ham's diary when he first realized how much Carol valued the people close to her. And he also understood how much pain the betrayal from these close people brings her. The Dragon King said that he was very pleased that their relationship was improving, and he hoped for fruitful cooperation in the future. Soon, the children left with Carol, and Brian had some free time. He decided to leave the palace to his assistants Dorothy and David and set off on a journey. Finally, he approached the peach tree. He had been paying little attention to this sacred plant lately. During this period, several fruits have ripened, and they look incredibly juicy. As he got a little closer, Brian smelled an incredibly horrible smell. It hasn't been that long since he caught them, but the smell is just awful. He looked at the tree and enjoyed the fruits, although there were only a small number of them so far. He is satisfied that the bodies of monsters are the perfect fertilizer for the tree, especially if plants that remove toxins are planted next to them. It usually takes them over 100 years to grow to this size, so this can be called a miracle. Then he wondered what would happen if he ate all 3 fruits at once. He probably overestimated his capabilities because the effect of so many peaches can be quite unusual. We must not forget that this is a sacred peach tree, so we had to know when to stop in time. Brian couldn't understand what was happening to him. His head started to hurt incredibly, and he felt slightly dizzy. A little later, he woke up in the house, had to take a few pills to normalize his condition. He took a substance whose active ingredient is menthol, which has antibacterial and analgesic effects. Then Brian realized that he couldn't eat peaches in such large quantities because they could make him grow big horns. That's exactly what happened last time, but as soon as those horns grew, they immediately fell off. It seems to him that nothing has changed in his body at all now, and he feels the same as before. He hoped to get something useful from these peaches, although he must have become too greedy. At this moment, his assistant came to him and said that it was time to visit the residence of the Divine Fire. Brian immediately understood who had visited him and was very happy. Probably the flute was already ready. When he went to the residence of the Divine Fire, he was shocked by the condition of the place. He looked around and didn't understand what exactly had happened here. It felt like a real war had taken place here. The residence of the Lord of Divine Fire looked completely different from before. Soon, the Lord of Divine Fire came out to him and personally greeted Brian. He thanked the guy for the visit and assured him that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. He immediately apologized for receiving them on the street instead of in the guest room. Brian noticed a man who was very sick. There were too many servants around him, probably some kind of strong celestial being. Judging by his injuries, he is in critical condition and everyone around him is trying to save his life. But who could do this to him? The Lord of Divine Fire said that he had to do everything, and then personally come to Brian. To create a scabbard that neutralizes the evil power of the sword, he used steel that was imbued with the sword's energy. He also tried to assess its strength. And to do this, he tried to insert a spirit stone, which has a fire attribute. But a problem arose very quickly. The experienced master realized that he had underestimated this sword. To suppress its power, he tried using a unicorn horn and even a dragon tooth, but it didn't work. After that, he invited a professional from the Western family. He is known for being able to create the best metal called buin. In the process of work, the Lord of Divine Fire was forced to show this sword. This professional immediately realized what kind of sword was in front of him, but it was already too late. This sword's power proved incredible and completely took over the mind of the Lord of Divine Fire. He completely forgot about his task and began to attack his guest. The moment he picked up the sword, his mind completely darkened and he began attacking everyone around him. This metal professional managed to explain why this happened before his death. The materials used by the Lord of Divine Fire could not subdue the sword, its power. After that, the sword burst into the house and conquered all the insects that came in its way. The Lord's wife tried with all her might to stop this infernal weapon. It was very difficult for her because this sword turned out to be a real weapon of Satan. As soon as someone picked it up, they would immediately lose their minds and behave like a professional killer. The wife said that they could not lose this opportunity and must stop this sword at all costs. The Lord of Divine Fire allowed her to do whatever she wanted and ignore him. Now he explains his act by saying that he had no choice at all because he had to save others. If it weren't for his wife, the situation would have gotten out of control and a real disaster would have begun. So now it is clear what kind of wounds the person lying in this room has. The sword took over the body of a girl who had recently joined their family. From the first meeting, she seemed friendly and calm, until the sword took over her mind. Although the master managed to stop her, the sword still controls her consciousness to this day. It was necessary to either destroy the sword or create new ones that would be able to calm it. Brian mentioned that the master used a dragon tooth. Such a body part is difficult to find, so it is very highly valued. After some thought, he suggested trying to use a dragon horn to create a scabbard. Of course, the year of the dragon should be in perfect condition, and finding one like that is almost the same as plucking a star from the sky. But we remember well what happened after Brian ate the peaches, so everything turned out perfectly. The Lord of Divine Fire could not believe that he was seeing the dragon's horns with his own eyes. He didn't understand where the guy had gotten such a valuable item at this difficult time, but in any case, it should be enough for the success of their cause. The Fire Lord began his mission, so Brian had some free time. He went to look at the man holding this sword in his hands. When a sword inhabits a person, it is he who speaks on their behalf, so the sword immediately recognized its first owner. He was interested in watching Brian start to tremble, feeling his strength, and he knew that the boy wanted to sheath his sword. He asked the boy to come closer if he wasn't scared, although the sword is sure that Brian is afraid of him. The Dragon King is sure that he has nothing to fear because the sword is restrained, but why does he need a mobile phone? The Lord said that the sword had taken over the body of a new girl who had recently joined them. But why was he using a mobile phone? In theory, he had only recently captured her consciousness. Had it already had time to affect him? Because of this phone, the sword turned into a real child. Brian felt it immediately. He started playing with it and then saw that the sword was reading some kind of novel on his phone. It turned out to be a pretty interesting book about an unpredictable main character. Brian pretended to be really interested and started asking additional questions. It turned out that the main character was a complete loser from the very beginning, but then everything changed. Soon the sword told the entire story of this book, and told it with incredible fervor. It was noticeable that the plot of this novel was very interesting and completely captured it. Brian didn't even know how to react to it. If you compare the sword to the moment he first picked it up, it doesn't look so evil now. Probably the fact is that he has too sharp a character, and even in the book he only likes active moments. Soon the phone was completely discharged, and this upset him to the max. He began to panic and asked for Brian's phone, but the Dragon King replied that he didn't have a phone. Instead, he offered the sword an interesting story to listen to. This is Brian's personal story. Soon, the sword could not believe that this was really happening. It seemed to him that it was pure horror. He screamed loudly and said he couldn't accept it. It was too terrible. Of course, hearing about how a father abandoned his wife and child will always be difficult. Then he found out how Brian saved people, and because of that he was brutally beaten and thrown in jail for a while. Then he learned the terrible story related to the pavilion lady, and how she showed talented people to make her family look better. And of course, Brian couldn't help but tell about how, due to the large number of dangers, he had to leave the little bear alone. The sword took him by the shoulders and offered to kill everyone who had offended him in this life. He said that if Brian lacks strength, then he is ready to help him in this matter, because this is the first time he has felt such great anger. The Dragon King laughed and said that he appreciated the offer, but the sword was now imprisoned, so he could not help it. Although Brian can ask the Lord to release the sword, he will not do so after he has placed the sword in this territory. Of course, after these words he lost his mind again and started shouting and getting angry, always the same thing. Brian smiled and said he had one idea on how to get rid of anger. In response, the sword smiled, but said that it was better for the main character of this story to do everything himself. That is why this sword must be in his hands, because that would be right. Brian remained calm, even though the sword could very quickly take over his mind and change him forever. That's exactly what happened. After a few seconds, it was noticeable that Brian was losing control of his body. The sword plans to use this young and strong body to punish all his enemies and break them into small pieces. But dreaming is never harmful, especially if there is a Lord of Divine Fire who is ready to keep the situation under control. He is not going to let a disaster happen to his house again. That's why he arrived in time to stop this hellish creature. When we talk about a hellish creature, we mean a sword, not the Dragon King Brian. A real battle began between them, the second in the last few days. The sword is dissatisfied with the old man's behavior. He is sure that no one will be able to stop him anymore. He probably underestimates the Lord of Divine Fire, because he is a very serious character indeed. His experience, combined with his strength, makes him a formidable threat to any opponent. Although the sword is sure that it cannot be afraid of all these attacks, it does not need to underestimate the old man. It feels as if the sword was truly made in hell, and that's why it feels great amidst the fire. Very quickly, the sword began to realize that it was losing control, but it was too late to scream. This process could no longer be stopped. All that remained was to wait until the sword lost control of Brian's body. Within seconds, the Dragon King lost consciousness due to the incredible strain on his nervous system. After a while, he opened his eyes and realized that this terrible dream was over. His maid Dorothy was nearby and was very concerned about her boss's health. He assured her that there was nothing to worry about and said that he was feeling fine. Dorothy examined him carefully and realized that there was no problem. And she also gave him the medicine that the Lord of Divine Fire had given him. The sword is now fully controlled thanks to its sheath. But there is one problem. He has become too loud and is constantly trying to offend his master in some way. It turns out that only Brian hears all these words, perhaps because of his horns, which receive this information like an antenna. The guy approached this iron comrade and asked him to calm down and behave more quietly. The sword answered him, for now the Dragon King could speak to weapons. Maybe it's fate that after he ate peaches, he grew horns. It's a very mysterious fruit. The sword tried to explain that it was angry because it had been imprisoned and again suggested that its owner take revenge on his enemies. Soon it was time to return home. The Lord of Divine Fire hoped that Brian would stay a little longer as a guest in his house. The guy said that he didn't want to bother anyone because he understood that the Lord should be busy repairing his territory. The sage thanked him for the precious dragon horns. Without them, it would not have been possible to tame the sword. Brian assured him that there was nothing special about it, that if he hadn't asked for help, nothing bad would have happened, so it was all his fault. The Lord of Divine Fire never in his life could have imagined that he would one day be able to work with dragon horns in such perfect condition. Thanks to Brian, he managed to create the perfect scabbard that could pacify even the most brutal demonic sword. The Lord of Divine Fire has created his greatest masterpiece in life, so he thanks Brian for this opportunity. He said that he would not charge the guy any money for this work. Brian was very grateful. It was obvious that this experienced man was a true master, and there are too few of them left now. The master also said that this sword has a name. It is called turfing. Soon they said goodbye to each other, and Brian went to his house. He was glad to finally return to his native walls and felt a great sense of relief. As soon as he entered the territory of his house, he immediately saw Ruth. She greeted him and said that she would go with him. The guy was shocked because he didn't understand where she was going. He had just returned home. It turned out that she had learned from her teacher where the Dragon King was planning to go, and decided to go with them. Brian said that a wish alone wasn't enough to get into this place, but it turned out that Ruth had received a pass from her teacher. She explained that she wanted to take part in the conquest of the Eastern Sea. It would be wrong to miss such an event. In addition, they must train together to avoid the teacher's attention, because they have long since made a pact. After a while, Brian got tired of listening to all these explanations, so he let her go with him. It wasn't noticeable that the girl was overly happy about this news, although that was exactly what she was trying to achieve. Ruth recently learned about Brian's trip to North Korea. Dorothy told her that it was there that the master saved the children and destroyed dangerous monsters. The girl couldn't believe that at the moment when she was constantly knocking out alcohol, he continued to save people. It was difficult for her to accept this cruel truth. Now she considers herself too pitiful. That's why she decided to never give in to him again and always work together to become better. There has been much debate as to whether the Tabak Mountain in Ballandur actually exists. Unlike other legendary mountains, it is hidden behind a spatial barrier. Usually a lot of people gather there, they all want to get to this mountain. Probably because of the conquest of the Eastern Sea, there will be a real sellout, but if you have a pass, you can enter without waiting in line. Among the crowd of people, there were those who very quickly recognized Ruth. She had already been here twice in the last year. She used to be a simple person, so she was very lucky to meet a legendary teacher. Brian noticed that the local Celestials didn't treat her too well. Soon the Dragon King and his companion approached the boy who was supposed to let them inside. They said they had a pass and didn't want to read while standing in line. He immediately woke up and recognized that the legendary Charles's student was standing before him. Ruth tried to show him the jade pass to the mountain, but he was not paying any attention so far. He was focused on looking at this tall guy, and immediately recognized that the king of the Pektu dragon stood before him. This guy said he didn't know where they got this pass, but Brian should go back to the general line and wait. Instead, the student of the legendary master can safely go without waiting in line. Probably the fact is that they only let those who have a fairly influential teacher in. Everyone else has to wait. Of course, Brian understands that he is in a big hurry, so he can't waste time standing in line. He looked at the face of this guy who was in charge of letting people through and tried to understand who he was. It feels like they've met before, or at least Brian has heard of him. The Dragon King decided to come up again and say that this guy should do his job properly and check him again. This guy's name is David. He got angry and said that the Dragon King was behaving too impudently, considering that he was just an ordinary lizard. He asked not to overestimate his strength and not to force him to use his power. But Brian is not going to back down. He wants to show everyone around him that he should be treated with respect. The battle had almost begun, but at that moment the gates to the mountain were opened and a respected warrior appeared there. This man's name is William, and he's unhappy that someone is trying to start a fight in this area. William is David's father. It's not hard to guess if you carefully compare them. Brian recognized this person immediately. He sees this face every time he looks in the mirror. He wondered if he would look the same in a few years. Brian knew this person was in this area, but he didn't expect to see him so quickly. He greeted and made sure that William was David's father. After that, Brian took a step forward and in a confident voice declared that he was the king of the dragons of Pecht. He began to complain that he was not respected enough in this territory, and he would not allow anyone to humiliate him. William admitted that his son was being too impudent and agreed that they should apologize for the disrespect. William said that they would also be very happy to welcome such a guest to their city and show hospitality. But for this, Brian must prove that he is worthy of being a guest of this city, because only strong warriors with authority enter here. William said he couldn't be a judge because his son usually does the job. He also said that there was one problem. Right now, there was no one in the city who could confirm Brian's abilities. That is why it will be necessary to hold a duel. Although David is still young, he has already reached an incredible level, so Brian will be his opponent. It seems as if the Dragon King has been waiting for this moment for a very long time. He had imagined this moment a million times and had dreamed about it since childhood. He dreamed of the moment of meeting his father, because this man destroyed his family with his own hands. Brian always wanted to kill this man with his own hands and completely destroy him. But the moment he finally met this person in person, he felt strange emotions. His mind went completely blank, and it seemed as if he wanted to use a demonic sword. He could be much more honest with his feelings and merge with this sword to form a ruthless force of punishment. He can be understood because there is nothing left in his heart except the desire to kill. However, he was able to calm down and wait for the duel to begin. You have to do everything according to the rules in order to avoid unnecessary problems. David was confident in his future victory and said that Brian would have to beg for salvation. He was given the right to attack first, so he was preparing to show his full potential. Brian remained calm, but having waited for his opponent's attack, easily dodged it. He admitted that David is a really fast guy, but that's not enough when you're fighting a real Dragon King. They are both quite young, but have managed to gain enough experience. In battles like this, experience can be crucial, especially if all other characteristics are the same. At first, it seemed that the Pektu Dragon King was losing the initiative and was constantly on the defensive. To the people who watched this battle, he seemed much weaker than expected. Someone even thought that Brian received the title of Dragon King by accident. David used space as protection, but space can only affect those insects that have a material form. That's why Brian very quickly realized that he needed to transform. This would help make his attacks much more effective. After he adjusted to the characteristics of his opponent, the initiative passed into his hands. David didn't understand why his defense wasn't working, and his father began to visibly worry about his son. He decided to intervene in the situation and ordered David to surrender immediately before tragedy struck. But David wasn't going to surrender in public. There were too many people around, and he didn't want to feel shame. He was sure that Brian would not be able to defeat him with these tricks, but he was wrong. Underestimating your opponent always leads to problems. Sometimes these problems can be fatal. William was incredibly angry that Brian had dared to treat his son so cruelly. He ordered his men to immediately intervene in this situation and punish this scoundrel. Brian was ready for such a turn of events and did not care that there were a large number of opponents. He immediately began attacking all of them and destroying them without any problems. You could call it a martial arts lesson. It feels like an experienced master is fighting with children. Brian is sure that if his father had started worrying about his family earlier, these problems would not have arisen. Suddenly, he noticed that something strange was happening. Unknown hieroglyphs appeared in the sky. His attack, and these celestials are stuck in the air. He can't understand what's happening. It turned out that someone had appeared who decided to intervene in this conflict and calm Brian down, because there was no point in continuing. This man also ordered the Williamites to calm down. They should all assess the situation. Brian very quickly realized that he was dealing with a very serious person with great influence. This guy said that his father personally ordered to stop the conflict situation and meet the guest. That is, He received an order from the Heavenly King, whom no one is allowed to see, and this technique is called stopping time. Brian looked at him more closely and immediately guessed that he was facing the Lord of Heaven and Earth, Prince Michael. The Dragon King immediately bowed to this man and greeted him. He immediately realized that he was standing in front of Christopher's brother. They really looked very similar. Michael inherited heavenly blood much stronger than anyone else in his family. This person is known by everyone around him. Everyone also knows that Michael is the closest relative of King Robert and his first heir. King Robert came down from heaven and founded this city. It was a long, long time ago. After that, he waited for the gates of heaven to close, and from that moment on, no one saw him again. Some believe that Robert has become a being whose power is much more powerful than that of the Celestials. There are also legends that this city became his new incarnation, and therefore they say that this city has a soul. There are many rumors and legends surrounding the personality of King Robert, but only his eldest son Michael knows the truth. William continued to scream and said that this guy killed his own son, even though David is the nephew of the Heavenly King. Given all this information, he cannot be treated as a guest, but Michael has a different opinion on this matter. He recalled that it was William who suggested a duel, and besides, the terms of the duel did not prohibit killing an opponent. Brian was delighted with Michael's negotiating skills. He drew a very clear line between work and personal life. Of course, this is all very well, but isn't family the first priority for every man? There is something mysterious in his behavior and mannerisms. He can only be described with the word divine. Michael looked at William and said that if he was going to apologize, he had to hurry because the time freeze wouldn't last long. The city treasury has several flower petals from the Sayashan flower garden. If Brian asks for it, then Michael can, with the help of these flowers, bring David back to life. Brian can ask for it, but first he wants to hear an apology for the disrespect. Soon, an apology was received, and Brian said that he was not against David's return to life. He didn't understand that in exchange for his son's life, David would take his hand, no matter what it meant. The city of Sinshi is truly impressive with its architecture and geographical location. You can feel a completely different aura from these buildings than in all other famous cities. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this city is a true masterpiece of architecture. The atmosphere here is incredible. The buildings are designed in a unique manner that cannot be found anywhere else. Michael believes that this style was used in his father's homeland. Brian noticed that his interlocutor began to speak in a more cheerful manner. He probably had to keep a serious attitude before that because there were so many people around. Dansu is a divine tree that grows on top of Tabak Mountain, from which you can see a view of the entire city. According to legend, when Robert first set foot on Earth, this tree grew on this spot. Soon, Michael brought Brian to his house and invited him inside. It was quite modest, but atmospheric. The Dragon King of Pektu was surprised that the king's son lived so modestly. It didn't look like the house of the one who ruled this city. Michael gave him a cup. Brian thought it had tea in it, but it turned out to be empty. Within seconds, the bowl was filled. As was the plate next to it, it was like magic. Brian was incredibly surprised and at the same time impressed by this technique. He looked at his interlocutor and realized that he really corresponded to the image that Brian had formed in his head. It's actually amazing to feel such elegance in such a modest place. Brian decided to thank Michael again for his kindness and kindness. He really feels at home. Michael said that he always enjoys meeting interesting people and gave the real name of the Dragon King. Brian couldn't believe that this person was able to recognize him with putty. But how did he do it? Michael reassured his guest and said that no one but him knew his true identity. 2 years ago, in the early hours when the gates of heaven opened, he read his fortune in the stars and saw a sign. That's how he learned about Brian's existence. Although neither his name nor his age was known, Michael could only be sure of one thing. The person who was led in the direction where the star had fallen would be incredibly talented, just like himself. This can only mean one thing: Prince Michael is also a monster, just like Brian. It's time to talk a little about monsters. We need to explain that these creatures are called anomalies. They do not belong to the sky, the earth, or humans and are something completely different. In ancient times, those who did not belong to the unity of heaven, earth, and man were called insect monsters. They were hunted because everyone believed that those who did not obey the laws of nature would negatively affect the general order of things. But at the same time, a monster became the defender of the main sacred city of the Korean peninsula. Brian took off his mask and listened carefully to Michael, but couldn't understand why he was telling him this. Anomalies are naturally attracted to each other. Once Michael met a person with a similar fate and received help from him. It was then that he first heard this story about the laws of monsters and was very surprised. The elder is obliged to show kindness and help his relatives in order to preserve the common future. Few people know about the existence of monsters. There is a logical explanation for this. There are too few monsters. It turned out that Michael was following Brian's every move, although now it seems incredible. He saw Lady Panakwa's false accusations, as well as how Brian teamed up with Christopher. Of course, he also learned about the disappearance of the seven-pointed sword during the battle with the dragons of the Eastern Sea. For the first time in such a long period, he felt such pleasure it could not be compared to anything else. The thought of someone constantly watching him made Brian both confused and happy. Maybe because they're both monsters, Brian is subconsciously drawn to Michael, and that's normal. After that, the prince opened his chest and said that his guest could take whatever he wanted and needed. Everything can be called true hospitality and a manifestation of kindness towards one's neighbor. When Brian saw the sword of the dragon light in front of him, he was shocked. In his youth, this sword saved Michael's life many times. Despite the fact that this sword is many years old, it is still in excellent condition. At this moment, the demonic sword began to talk to Brian and also appreciated the power of the dragon light sword. But that doesn't mean Brian should also take this sword for himself, because the demon sword is also S rank, so one sword should be enough. Brian understands that if he takes this sword with him, the turfing will be too loud. Considering they are both monsters, they should have roughly the same abilities. Looking at Michael, it was noticeable that he was very nice to his guest. It seemed that they had already become good friends. Next to the sword, Brian noticed wormwood and garlic, and guessed that these two bags must have equivalent value. That's why he decided to choose these vegetables, because in the future he will be able to grow them in his garden. The demon sword was happy that its owner had made the right choice, otherwise they would have had a conflict. Brian wanted to pay for this kindness, but Michael explained that monsters should help each other. He always continues to follow his principles and hopes that in the future Brian will get what he wants. After that, they said goodbye, and Brian went to the city center. This is a sacred place for this clan, so you have to be careful here. The Dragon King understands that he only got here through incredible circumstances. He wonders if he will ever be able to get to this place again. He still can't believe that he met a celestial being with the same abilities as him. He feels like they are real relatives only because they are both monsters. He is obliged to return here in the future. Continuing his walk through this amazing city, he met a man who recognized the Dragon King of Pektu. He greeted me and said his name was John. He was here to help Brian get comfortable. But first, he wants to check the guest's token to make sure everything is official. This token has a value of 10, which means that Brian can be here for 250 days, which is multiplied by the value of this token, which is almost 7 years. It turned out that the Dragon King even has the right to choose his level of living. John explained that this was allowed, but only if Brian paid for it. Soon Brian saw his room. It turned out to be much smaller than he expected. It felt like he was given a studio apartment. It immediately reminded him of the apartment he had lived in before. John reported that this room belongs to the lowest class. It seems that John would be ideal for the role of realtor. There are 5 ranks of housing in total. The best housing is located in areas that are ideal for cultivation progress. Marinbu is the currency of the Celestials. A specific amount of energy is transferred to the amulet and used as currency. Their number varies from 1 to 9, and the higher the price, the higher the number. It is forbidden to leave this city, and to leave, you have to spend all your days or give them up. Now Brian is unhappy. He no longer considers it a sacred place because the pass is only needed to rent a place. It seems like this clan is a gang of realtors, but I heard that they will need money in this place. Given his current balance, John was able to find him the right room for the next 6 months. No one will be able to enter here without the owner's permission, so Brian can do his business here and not worry about privacy. After John left him, the Dragon King realized that he had almost completely used up his balance. Even though he has no money left, he found a decent room to live in, and now he needs to pay back the money by selling plants. To start, he will plant the wormwood and garlic he received from the sun god. Then, he will be able to sell them for a good price. He bought fertilizer during his studies and took it with him. Now he will be able to use it to create something useful. Soon the boy finally felt alive again, a pleasant sensation that made him smile. He was tired of constantly using water ki. Now he could finally practice the star wind breathing technique. It is currently at the pure level, meaning it is the 6th level out of 9 possible. Everything is the same as 3 months ago, when he was still not the Dragon King of the Sky Lake. Even after he absorbed the energy around the Sky Lake and drank half of the elixir, he still didn't see enough progress. Brian began to worry that something was wrong with him, that his talent had gone somewhere. Maybe he has no talent for this job at all, or he has reached his limit and the elixir cannot improve his abilities. He decided not to think about it and practice the star wind breathing technique and hope for the best. He doesn't need to be upset that his skills haven't improved, because there are many other advantages to pay attention to. Although his strength is not very high right now, he is confident that with training he will be able to improve it. In this territory, time passes very quickly, even despite the fact that the Ents helped him in all matters. Soon, Brian began to feel as if he had been practicing the breathing technique for a very long time. 5 years have passed in this world, although only 6 months have passed outside this territory. Everything he planted earlier has already grown, so you can taste it. Everything tasted delicious, but the guy didn't notice any changes in his body or increased abilities. Perhaps the whole problem lies in the stellar wind breathing technique. Even though he was still learning, the first star wind technique had reached the final stage and he had obtained the 10th star. Even if he practices more, he won't be able to improve this technique, even though it's much easier than the others. It seems that this technique was created from the very beginning for the pure, immortal level, or it was not fully developed. Perhaps some parts of the technology were lost many centuries ago, in which case Brian can create new technology. In celestial art, there is a skill that must encompass all kinds of attributes. But there is one energy attribute that is not talked about at all, the wooden attribute. If you apply this attribute to the star wind breathing technique, something interesting might come out. It's definitely worth trying. To begin, you need to combine all the attributes into 6 stars of celestial art. Of course, progress is good, but now Brian has to pay for his accommodation because 6 months have already passed. Then something interesting happened. This situation will affect the future plot. Brian tried to push his wooden friend away from him a little, but it turned out that with a light touch of his hand, he made it fly back a few meters. It seems as if after he tasted this vegetable, his strength indicators increased several times. He quickly realized that he was holding a special garlic, even though it looked ordinary. It is not yet clear whether this plant can strengthen any body type or give it a human physique. Human physique is an addition that allows immortals to use human bodies. If the celestial body and the terrestrial body are used as fuel, then the human body uses these as a force that can strengthen the body. That is why even if a person's physique is on par with others, his strength is still stronger compared to them. Soon, Brian used an incredible number of wooden people to test the effectiveness of garlic. If he bites this garlic, he will have a human physique for 3 hours. Now that he knew about the effects of garlic, it was time to taste the wormwood. But first, he has to solve the problems with renting housing, and for this he needs to get money. There is constant active trade in the central city market. Sellers try to sell their goods at favorable prices, and buyers always do everything to lower the price. There is a man named James here now. He knows how to lower the price, so he got a great product at a cheap price again. People who have no money because they train in the city of God are 2 easy targets for him. After being placed in the water, he turned around and saw Brian. They had never seen each other before. He realized that this guy in the mask needed money, because people only came here to make money. After that, he approached Brian and carefully looked at the goods that the guy had brought here. He, along with his assistants, quickly guessed that these were hospital ingredients. These are important things for people who are undergoing training. Usually, you can't buy something like this here. Looking closer, James couldn't believe that the guy in the mask really wanted to sell this. It seems that this root is at least 500 years old. Although this plant is common, it is usually not that old. Looking more closely, people saw that Brian was also willing to sell ginseng, as well as some Chinese herbs. Very quickly, many people gathered around who heard that someone was selling medicinal plants. Rumors spread very quickly around this place. With the help of these plants, you can improve your abilities several times, but James and his friends are sure that they will be able to buy it for a cheap price. Brian asked those interested to write their name and the price they were willing to pay for his goods, and he will sell this product to the person with the highest bid, and of course, James cannot like such an offer. He doesn't like it when someone holds an auction because it prevents him from paying the lowest price for the item. Brian hasn't seen anyone else doing the same thing, so he decided to try it and doesn't see anything wrong with it. He wants everyone to get a chance so everyone can bet the amount they want. James began to panic and said that this unknown seller was being completely impudent. But at this moment, his friend stopped him and said that this seller was the heavenly lord of the lake. Rumors spread very quickly among people, and soon everyone knew who was selling these goods. People also knew that this guy had been training in their city for 6 months. If that was true, then all these products were from the Heavenly Lake Palace. People immediately started shouting and trying to make the best offer. Everyone understands how valuable these goods are. Brian quickly realized that the situation was getting out of his control, and that was not good. He turned his head and saw one interesting person, who was sitting very calmly and not paying attention to all this. He wanted to approach this person, but he saw that John had approached him. This was the perfect time to ask John to help out for a while Brian could get all his stuff done. The Pektu Dragon King decided to catch up with the man he had seen a few minutes ago. He understands that the person who should be in the Panaxwa Pavilion should not be in the Central Market. From this man's reaction, it was immediately clear that Brian knew everything about him. That's why this man started screaming and saying that he was tired of all this and couldn't live like this anymore. He said he would not give anything to the Dragon King because this item belonged to his family. He also isn't going to give it to evil women. After these words, he continued to make noise. Brian watched him and couldn't understand what was happening. Real chaos began. Soon this person lost consciousness and fell to the floor. All of this is very strange. Now, after looking more closely, Brian had no doubt that he was facing a warrior named Lee. They had previously become friends. He is one of those warriors who lived in the Pinaqua Pavilion. But why is he here? And why is he reacting so sharply? First, you need to find a place to put him on the bed. But Brian can't enter any room without permission. It was then that he decided to take Lee to his room, because there no one would disturb them. He knows how to prepare the right medicine for all occasions, so there were no problems with this. Brian also prepared some medicine in advance to give to Lee when he woke up. He thought his comrade had been poisoned, but then he quickly realized that this warrior had completely different symptoms of the disease. Blood was coming out of his mouth and his veins were a dark blue color. It's unlikely that Brian made a mistake and used some poisonous plants, meaning Lee was poisoned from the very beginning. Now we need to decide who poisoned this guy and why. Why even try to kill such a good person? Brian tried not to panic because he knew that there were many plants in his house that could help with poisoning. But you have to be very careful with commas because if you use them incorrectly, you can only make things worse. Brian gave him new medication, but it seems like this guy is getting worse by the second. He tried with all his might to stop the poison from spreading through his body, but it didn't help. Brian was confident that the detox was working well, so the problem wasn't his herbs. If you give him stronger drugs, you can push the poison out of his body, but the problem is that it is not known what kind of poison it is. In this case, you need to act differently and use other methods of treatment. Brian decided to use the guan and shin, which are the most important places for blood circulation. This is the first time he's used this technique, and he hopes everything goes well. After he performed the ritual, all that remained was to wait and observe the patient. Lee was getting worse by the minute. It was even hard to watch. He was coughing up blood and shaking constantly. The fever wouldn't stop at all. Soon the spirit of a huge snake, perhaps even a demon, emerged from his body. Brian guessed that the poison was charged with a great evil spirit. Now everything fell into place. This spirit is 100% angry because it was expelled from the human body. The guy decided to talk to him and ask who exactly called him and where he came from. But the spirit was very ill-disposed towards talking to the Dragon King and tried to hurt him. He entered Brian's body and began to travel through his internal organs. This big snake was looking for something. It was trying to find his inner key energy. But this boy's inner energy turned out to be much stronger than this evil spirit. Because of this, the detox ended very quickly and everything ended well, even though the snake tasted bad. Once the poison has been expelled from the warrior's body, his condition should improve very quickly. But Brian looked closely at Lee's body and realized that his plan had completely failed. He was sure that he was able to completely remove the poison from his body, but now the boy could die. It feels like it's made of glass and is about to shatter into a million pieces. There was an explosion. Brian could not understand what kind of energy was coming from Lee's body. He had never seen anything like this before. Even more so, he had never heard of anything like this before. Is this really the real form of the Lee from the Lady Pinaqua Pavilion? He turned into a young boy and also could not understand what had happened to him. Brian quickly took the blanket and dressed his friend so that he wouldn't be naked. He said that while they were talking, Lee had a seizure due to the poison, so he had to examine his body. Brian quickly noticed that his friend was not at all surprised that he had been poisoned, meaning he knew about it. Lee replied that it was his uncle who gave him deadly poison and imprisoned him for many years. The Dragon King of Pektu could not understand why his uncle had treated the boy so cruelly. Lee told me that his uncle's name was Sejo, or Flynn. And then Brian understood everything. King Sejo, also known as Flynn, was a great prince of the Joseon dynasty. Even now, Brian couldn't believe that Lee had called this terrible king his uncle. The young warrior also said that he received his name from his father, the sixth king, who had to leave his kingdom on the orders of Flynn. Brian needed time to calm down and understand everything that was happening. If you think about all this, you can guess that something is happening in the Pinaqua Pavilion. It also becomes very interesting whether the lady knows the truth about who Lee really is. Brian hopes that his friend will soon tell him his true story and reveal some secrets. If he had nothing to hide, Brian would have been happy to listen to his whole story. Lee admits that Brian really saved his life, so he is ready to tell him about his true identity. He knows that Brian will be interested in this because the story will be about the palace. He began his story with what everyone knows. He had long been deprived of the right to power. The reason his uncle didn't stage a coup earlier was because of the Song King. He wanted to make Lee his puppet, which is why he promoted him up the career ladder, but his uncle had a different opinion. To make all this happen, Sanj constantly deceived Lee and fed him poison, of course. From the very beginning, the little guy did not know that they were trying to poison him. He was shocked when he first tasted this unpleasant drink. Every time he took this medicine, as his uncle called it, he would start to feel dizzy and quickly fall asleep. He didn't understand what was happening, so his body began to collapse. It felt as if his uncle was trying to destroy their family from the inside. They all had to do this to little Lee because the family was afraid that someone, not even an immortal, would turn against them. After this, Song successfully manipulated his uncle and soon gained control of the royal power. After that, the uncle changed his mind. He still could not satisfy his ambitions for the throne and thus became the next king. After that, he punished Lee with deadly poison, and the boy soon developed an addiction. He tried many different detox medications, but they didn't help his body at all. When he finally woke up, he realized that he was buried in the ground. It was at that moment that the young warrior realized that he had become truly immortal. He was upset because he could not fulfill his duty, save his family, and take care of his immediate surroundings. Because of this, he contemplated suicide several times until his teacher found him and saved him. His teacher's name was Patron. He is one of the most famous personalities in history. After being rejected by the king, he decided to forget about his official career and devoted himself to his personal path of Tao. In order to restore Lee's existence, which had become impossible in this world, he taught him cultivation, and their relationship became very close. As a teacher, the patron ordered his student to hide his identity, as it could be dangerous if enemies found out that Lee was alive. The boy is sure that it was not easy for the teacher to take care of him, because he was poisoned and no different from a real thief. But whenever they meet, the teacher always gives him his money and the elixir. He is sure that this future king will definitely return to his place sooner or later, and therefore believes in him above all else. In these moments of incredible support, it was hard for Lee to hold back tears. He is incredibly grateful to the patron for his help and faith. Now he has spent several centuries cultivating and has made incredible progress. This can be seen from the fact that he still looks young. His experienced master, on the contrary, has aged greatly over the years. He knew that he had little time, which is why he worked hard to become the master of the Manhwa Pavilion, and then allocated this place for Lee. That's how this little boy became the patron's apprentice and got his name Lee. In the end, he was unable to do anything for his supporters and had to say goodbye to the master. But if he was so careful not to reveal his real name, how were his enemies able to capture him? Lee said that this happened a few months ago, after the battle for the seven-pointed sword had occurred. His modest persona came to greet Lady Pinakwa. She knew that he was a student of the patron, so she tried to find out about the other students of this master. The young warrior apologized and said that he did not know anyone who was familiar with his teacher. She decided to reveal the patron's real name and said that this man had been part of a recent conflict. He is one of those responsible for the war with the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. When the young warrior listened to her words, he was amazed and could not believe it until the very end. Brian also remembered this moment and could not understand why the sons of the Dragon King interfered in this process. Lady Pinakwa is probably trying to understand whether Dragon King Bart was silent until the end, and whether his case will be investigated. Through all this, she was able to find out that there was a person who was able to deceive Bart. The lady didn't say where exactly she got all this information from, but whoever is manipulating the Dragon King is a member of the East Sea organization. It seems like it's related to the ceremony. They probably hid the activation mechanism inside the statue of the king. Lee hid for a very long time and didn't even know that there were loyal servants left. The patron must also be among them. But when it became clear that he was a loyal servant of the Lee family, the boy realized that his identity would soon be revealed as well. The lady said they would investigate the patron's sanctuary, and that place was being used as cover for the Lee. The boy quickly realized that the remains of his master were being sought. So soon everything would be known about him as well. He gathered all his belongings and began to run away to escape the attack. Lee hopes that Brian has now understood a lot, although this information was difficult to convey. Thanks to the Dragon King, Lee is now free from his poison problem. He is ready to thank you for this, although he is ashamed that he has little to offer. This will be enough for Brian to train for 50 years, which is much more than what he already has. As strange as it may sound, Lee wants to ask for help again. He wants Brian to hide him for a while. If he really has enough strength, he will be able to hide it quite securely and thereby save his life. A lot of time has passed, but there are probably still those who are trying to find and catch him. If he can get out of this area, his wife will still continue to suspect him and search for him. He feels that because of his return, the life energy of his body has become weaker, and now his true face has been revealed. After long travels, it seems that he is still looking for a hiding place. The man who has been protecting the pavilion for many years has become very passive. Now Brian is also beginning to understand that sometimes you have to hide your true identity. He said he would keep half of the gift for himself, and they would spend time together in this place. But Brian has one important condition: they will train together, and he will learn from his friend. He gave him a small piece of dragon bone as a sign of respect and support. In order to hide Lee, he needs to constantly know where he is. So Brian will use this guy and learn from him, and in return he will let him hide in this house. After that, Brian called him the descendant of the king, but it seems that this guy doesn't like it very much. And it was because of this royal cow that he found himself in such a difficult situation. But now Brian wants to explain something to him. It's time to think about why his loyal servant has been so actively protecting him all this time. He considered Lee his best friend and mentor, and everything he did was for him. Therefore, you should not think that becoming a king is impossible, and you should not constantly give in to the influence of other people. If he really wants to live, he must always remember his friend who gave his life for him. Of course, Brian was talking about the teacher, and these words immediately made the boy very upset. Confucius' words are correct. If indeed all this time he was only subject to the influence of other people and his environment. But he can no longer waste time like this, even for his own friend. He thanked Brian for his support and said that he finally felt his path was clear. With the extra money, they were able to find a much better room to live in than they had before. The plant auction turned out incredible. John earned a lot of money during this time. Brian suggested focusing on training and forgetting about self-pity. He remembered the first time he met this nice guy. Those times would never come back. Now they have to spend 25 years of active training together, which will be enough for significant progress. During this time, Lee must also learn not only to fight better and use his energy, but also to trust others. He noticed that Brian came every morning and brought food with him, and then disappeared like a real wizard. Thus, 8 years passed, but only 2 months passed outside this house. Brian only has a combination of magic and wind left, but he cannot destroy it. He cannot believe that after this long period he does not feel a sufficient effect. He will have to turn to witchcraft again. His demonic sword cannot understand why its owner is so worried about this. His achievements don't seem very serious, but the more you rush, the further you get away from the result. We need to learn to see the big picture around us and also to ignore small setbacks. Brian went to prepare a new drug for training and at that moment met with Lee. This guy looks completely different. He finally looks like himself. They hadn't seen each other for about 4 years, but Brian had been secretly watching him, even though he hadn't noticed his progress during that time. During this period, the young warrior really managed to grow up and make sufficient progress. He also said that last night he achieved a complete transformation of his bones, which is a serious achievement. He started calling Brian Confucius because he gave him a place to practice, food, and opportunities. If Brian hadn't helped him, he would be dead or alive right now, so he is very grateful to him. That is why he promises to be loyal to his assistant, who saved his life and gave him all these opportunities. Brian is currently working on a method that will greatly help with progress, but so far it is not working. He always keeps it with him, and to write down any ideas and solutions as soon as they come to his mind. Lee asked his friend to give him the opportunity to familiarize himself with this method. Perhaps he could help. He was shocked to see that it was a symbiosis of 2 legendary techniques. It is very difficult to engage in the symbiosis of different methods. Few people manage to do it correctly. So we can congratulate Brian on an incredible achievement. Brian replied that he hadn't even gone halfway, so it was too early to rejoice and celebrate his success. Placing and connecting 2 different things is very difficult. There is still a lot to learn in order to complete this method. After learning about this, the forest said that he would also like to help and make his small contribution to this work. He is confident that with proper analysis, you can find ingredients that will complement this work. He hopes that his self-confidence will not hinder Master Confucius. We can say that Lee, on the contrary, underestimates his capabilities too much, although in reality, he is an incredible talent. In just a few minutes, he found the correct answers to the difficult questions and completed the teacher's work. Brian was shocked that the answers had been so close all this time. But now it didn't matter because the main thing was the result. The work is completely finished. He worked on it for a very long time and now it's time to celebrate. Soon John came to them. He tried to meet Brian to give him something. In his hand, he held an invitation to a meeting at the main palace, where the most respected members of the city's clan would meet. If he doesn't pass on this invitation, he risks losing his own head, so he's very worried and hopes that Brian will come out now. When the door opened, he felt an incredible gust of wind. For a second, he even thought he had stumbled upon a tornado. As soon as the wind stopped blowing in his face, it started to rain immediately afterwards. First, I need to say a few words about rain, which almost never happens in this place. People around know that if it rains near Tabak Mountain, then someone so strong has come that he was able to break through the protection of the gods. There is no magic around, it seems like ordinary rain, but not everyone believes in coincidences. It could be a dragon, since it deals with the weather. Many have already heard that Confucius of heaven and earth is located here. It turned out that there is also a root in this place. One might think that Shintoists have also reached the state of Zen. But without the support of her teacher, this girl would never have done this. Her modesty always deserves applause. Although the fact that she was chosen by a special teacher is already proof of her incredible talent and natural qualities. It became possible thanks to the defeat of the king by the new god Tao. The most outstanding students of the Masters of the Eight Palaces received the name of the Seven Stars. Remembering the Dragon King, Ruth thought that he was never her achievement, and compared to him, she was nothing. The teacher said that they had waited too long and it was finally time to go inside. The students confidently carried out their master's order, all of them confident in a successful future. As always, there are many people going about their business in the city. It is never empty. Many factions that will participate in the destruction of the Eastern Sea are training here. One of the master's students looked around and realized that there was no one stronger than them, so the Seven Stars could be called the strongest in the city. Soon our old acquaintance, a wilted flower of the Sura, appeared. She asked everyone to be quiet and listen to her carefully. Seeing that everyone was gathered together, she said it was time to get straight to business. The Dragon King of the East Sea was so cruel that the dragon palaces of the West and South Seas decided to destroy him. At the last meeting, the leadership decided that the adherents should join forces to conquer the Eastern Sea. The most advantageous positions for raising rates were occupied by those with the most money. But there were many complaints about this, so it was decided to change the way tribal positions were distributed. That is why now all titles, except for lords and ladies, are given based on competition. There are only 3 months left until victory, so they have no right to allow themselves to give up. This is a good opportunity to obtain a high position. Talented people can achieve success and get the desired position. It was at this moment that an unexpected guest arrived, the Dragon King Pektu, the Confucius of heaven and earth. No one knew that he would also be present at this meeting. Carol also did not expect to see him here. He knows that this is a competition to choose a place, so he had no right to miss this event. Since there were many members of large factions in the highest positions, it seemed that this choice would be made in favor of small groups of warriors. But even among the younger members of the major factions, there were quite a few representatives. Ruth and the other 6 stars of the Great Teacher are also among them, and are waiting for the opportunity to get the coveted spot. Members of this circle, even if their spiritual development is weak, receive more support and spells than others. But in the end, it was a structure in which those with more support held higher positions. Brian can't watch this calmly because it's still too disgusting for him. Since the number of participants was quite large, not everyone could immediately get the desired places, so ranks were distributed based on spiritual level. Soon, the wilted flower of the Sura revealed a ranking that was based on the level of achievement of the warriors. If someone has a complaint about the rank, they can pick a fight with someone they would like to swap places with on this list. No change if you lose, but if you win, your ranks change and you get promoted. Brian said he wanted to change his rank, which is why Carol asked him who he wanted to challenge to the fight. But even if it's a challenge or a joke, his rank is not there, and it was a real shock to Carol. She couldn't believe that he was on a completely different level. Maybe he had inadvertently looked at the list. After the opening of the Heavenly Gate, it became easy to see and measure one's cultivation level, so most adepts used it. There's a chance I could be wrong, but I didn't check all of this carefully enough, so now I have to give Confucius a chance. She wants to know what current rank he considers worthy of his level. Brian is pleased that thanks to this opportunity he can show his strengths. and that is why he said that he wants to get first place. He wants to get first place on the list of participants, and even Carol did not expect such audacity from him. She, like all the other students, at first thought he was joking, and only then realized that he was serious. At that moment, a girl stood up behind Brian. She realized that he wanted to take her place. The people around her immediately recognized her. She is the third child of a powerful master and is at a higher level of divine status than the others. She focused all her strength and energy in the direction of Aaron, that is, when the level of a sage is divided into 9 steps. This girl's name is Margaret, and she is in first place, so if Brian wants to take this step, he has to beat her. He looks calm and confident, as if he's not at all worried about a potential fight. The fight was officially scheduled, and soon it all began. Margaret immediately summoned her evil demon. In front of the crowd, she wants to show everyone her true strength and make them respect her. From the very beginning of the fight, Brian was forced to actively defend himself. His sword had already seen similar opponents in a novel where the main character was a monk and said that this battle would be difficult. You can guess this even without his clues because this evil spirit is too big and strong. But Brian has been practicing his strengths for many years. He is not going to give up so easily without a fight. If he came here and said he wanted to take first place, then he is 100% confident in his abilities. Using the natural power of water, he decided to calm this great troll. It was noticeable that Margaret was not ready for such pressure from her opponent. She expected a much easier battle. Brian approached her and said that she seemed too tense. It turned out that it was better not to anger this evil woman, because she might get angry and show her full potential. Margaret summoned the evil spirit again, but now it looks even bigger and more threatening. Brian realized that he had started celebrating the victory too early. He should not underestimate his opponents. The evil demon's speed surprised him. Usually large creatures are too predictable and slow, but this large troll has completely different qualities and has great speed in addition to its strength. Now Brian is fully focused on his opponent and is not going to let him demonstrate all his talents. Don't forget that the Dragon King of Pektu fights with a demonic sword, and that completely changes the whole thing. His attacks proved too harsh and sharp even for this talented woman. She showed all her power but still lost the initiative in the battle. Brian didn't even use a single technique. She looks at him and realizes that he is using the Syracuse skill, which is written about in the Sacred Chronicle. Brian looked at Margaret and said that a high level could be achieved even without the help of an incredible artifact. She felt that there was mockery in these words, so she became even more angry and said that she would not lose this battle. It seems she is now preparing to use her secret weapon, a withered red flower. Carol saw this immediately and began to panic. It was obvious that she recognized this plant. If you look closely, you can see that this is a wilted sura flower. Among the large number of flowers that hold tens of thousands of different powers, only the sura flower is focused on combat. It can give its owner incredible potential to destroy any enemy. And right now, Margaret has decided to use this withered flower of the sura, so this battle is becoming more and more interesting. She knows she has no right to lose today, and she wants to be as cruel as Carol was when her lover left her. Brian quickly realized that he was going to be in real trouble. The evil spirit was behind him, waiting all this time for the perfect moment to attack. Although the Confucius of heaven and earth had looked confident all this time, now he began to feel nervous for the first time. Even his incredible reflexes weren't enough to defend against the monster's first attack. He missed a powerful blow, but did not lose consciousness and continued to look for opportunities to counterattack. All of this giant demon's wounds have healed, and he is now 100% ready to fight again. His speed has also increased significantly. Brian had a hard time keeping up with him before, but now it has become almost impossible. It seems that this demon is capable of the same abilities as a true incarnation of God. Probably now Brian should also grow some sura flowers in his garden to use in critical situations. It is very difficult to defend, and he does not even have the ability to make full attacks. This becomes a serious problem. It was noticeable that Carol was rooting for this guy and hoped that he would be able to find a solution to this problem. She started shouting at him that this flower gave him incredible power and he had to be careful. According to legend, if you pluck one leaf from this flower, it will be enough to destroy an army. If you pluck 2 leaves, it will be enough to destroy an entire state. But if you completely lost your mind and plucked 3 leaves from a wilted sura flower, then that's enough to make the whole world turn red. That is why the sura is sometimes called the flower of world destruction, and that is why it is so feared. Brian couldn't understand how strong a daisy had to have the right to pick such a powerful flower. Because he thinks about all these nuances, he completely forgets about defense in real combat. The speed of the margaritas has increased several times, and to stop it, you will have to show your full potential. The guy hopes that the power of the water will again be enough to calm their aggression. But it's not that simple. He alone fights against two opponents at the same time. All of them are too fast, so it is almost impossible to defend against their attacks. If from the very beginning he managed to dodge dangerous blows, now he is having difficulties with this. Brian couldn't believe that Margaret was able to stop the demon sword's attack, even though it had seemed impossible before. The problem is probably that you have to get the sword out of its protective case, but this can cause real chaos. Brian felt that he had enough opportunities to change the course of the fight. He just had to choose the right decision. He activated the water technique along with the lotus leaves, which was enough to surprise Margaret. He started laughing and told her that now she was going to see a real disaster, so she had to watch carefully. Now Brian was incredibly angry. They both wanted to rip the hearts out of each other's bodies. But in this battle, only one person must remain. The first place in the ranking cannot be divided between two warriors. This confrontation may become legendary in the future, and legends and fairy tales will tell about it. But now we are watching it live and we see that the power of nature can help even against incredible evil. Brian found the right solution and used the vine to calm Margaret down a bit, but it's unlikely to be enough. We also cannot forget about the existence of the evil demon. He is still very dangerous. Remembering him, Brian decided to act right away, while Margaret was distracted by defense. The guy used the demon to soften Margaret's attack, and he succeeded. During all this time of the duel, the effect of the withered flower of the Sura has ended. So now Margaret is in a bad position. She can no longer use magic as actively as before. It seems as if she is doomed. Over all these years of active training in the city of Tabak Mountain, Brian has learned to control nature like a true god. This can no longer be compared to anything else. It has never been even close to this level before. It seemed to Margaret that he too must be tired and lose some of his abilities, but this guy doesn't know the word tired. She begged to give her one last chance and admit defeat. But Brian is in no mood for pity today. At this moment, none of the spectators said anything. Everyone held their breath and could not take their eyes off the battle. It seemed to everyone that they were seeing some kind of illusion, because it was difficult to predict such a confident victory over Margaret. Everything around was scorched by fire and destroyed. This training ground is no longer suitable for fighting. For this victory, Brian decided to use a demonic sword combined with the power of a dragon. With this sword, it is much easier for him to combine sword and magic techniques, which is what helped him win. Carol smiled and said that Brian shouldn't worry about anything. He won thanks to her tips. Suddenly, everyone around was shocked because they saw leaves falling on their heads. Very quickly, people guessed that these leaves belonged to a sacred tree that had just begun to bloom. This is probably related to Brian's spell. It affected the Garden of Power. He found an interesting object. The boy began to guess that it was held by the Moon King. At that moment, a man approached him and said that Brian had been invited to the Palace of Mirrors. Confucius of Heaven and Earth turned around and realized that Max was talking to him. His role in the administration is very important. Brian decided not to take any extra rest and immediately decided to go to the Palace of Mirrors. He didn't understand why he was invited there. Maybe it was because the flowers were blooming on the sacred tree. He noticed that this palace had a very high ceiling and wonderful paintings. But if you look closely, you can understand that this is a living, moving picture. Brian walked over and began looking at these paintings, trying to understand what they meant. He had already read about something very similar to this in books that were found 1,000 years ago. It was said that huge monsters came from distant space in ancient times to take over the world. But experienced sages who had reached the path of Zen closed the gates of heaven in order to prevent these monsters. If it weren't for the selfless sacrifice of these experienced sages, the world would have perished long ago. I immediately want to draw a parallel with today's sages who are responsible for the stability of the world. They are too busy with personal interests and power, and don't think about ordinary people. Max said that this painting tells about the great masters of the past. They are called external deities. The great masters were incredibly powerful, but since the time the gates of heaven were opened, almost nothing has been heard of them. Brian looked at the picture more closely and saw a large flower. He wondered what kind of plant it was. Then he thought he was looking at the two-star sun rod he had used before. Max said that this painting depicts one of the 3 great rulers and 5 emperors who ruled ancient China. It was the emperor who studied the countryside and used this interesting technique. It was this technique that Brian mastered in the first days of his awakening. It was the first skill he acquired. It's called the solar wind, and at the time it seemed incredible to him. He became curious about who exactly created the stellar wind method, as well as the solar wind method. Max reported that there is no saint who would have such knowledge, although things were certainly different before. Probably, apart from the ancient sages, no one knows this information now. It would be good if at least some relics remained. Nevertheless, Brian is glad to have learned the clue about the stellar wind here. Soon, Max escorted his guests to their destination, where many people had already gathered. In the center of this room was a huge white root, perhaps the root of a sacred tree. Max explained that these roots are highly respected by the people of this clan and are responsible for the continued prosperity of the city. After that, the guy looked at Brian carefully and said that now he must answer all the questions honestly and not even think about lying. Max asked what exactly Brian did to the sacred tree, and were these actions intentional? The surrounding environment immediately changed. It was noticeable that all the people in this city were not used to seeing the sacred tree in bloom. Although Brian helped him flourish, he did so not intentionally. Max was surprised by this answer. Even he had never seen his father in such a state in thousands of years. Brian didn't understand at first. It seemed to him that Max was confusing something and calling the tree his father. But only after a short pause did he guess that the heavenly King Robert had been incarnated in this sacred tree. He used the power from this spine to become a powerful being, and he used these roots. Only Michael, that is, the eldest son of the king, has the right to hear the whisper of this tree. Everyone else is only allowed to provide Michael and this root. It seems like Max is now telling the secret of his clan, but why is he doing this? Max believes that Brian has the qualifications and shows him the sacred blood that was shed by his father and bound their clan. If Brian accepts this blood, he will become connected to its power and will also be able to communicate with energy and make this clan stronger. Brian should be happy and drink this blood right now. It will make him purer and allow him to take his place alongside the other brothers. Of course, the Confucius of heaven and earth was happy to be given such an opportunity, but he immediately refused this offer. Max said that such offers cannot be refused. It is better for him to agree and behave calmly. Brian guessed that it would be difficult for him to escape from here if he decided to do so. He doesn't want to drink blood and get the opportunity to feel this energy, but only Michael can hear his father's voice. He would feel this power in battle if this blood was really that incredible, so it just sounds like ordinary propaganda. Of course, this energy can help his strength, but he worries about the programming. Brian guessed that he was being given poison, which was injected internally in order to program him. Even if he accepts this holy blood, he still won't become what others want him to be. Soon he decided to succumb to these provocations and taste white blood, but it made him suffer. His head and stomach immediately started to hurt badly. It felt as if tree roots were piercing his body through and through. His head was starting to explode, even though it was a language he had never heard. He understood it. These feelings are incomparable to anything else. It seems as if even death is better than this effect. Soon Brian realized that he was right. His liver calmly purified this sacred blood. The wise men around were surprised that Brian did not change his hair color. It was believed that he should become the same as them. The connection would be connected, although the conversion did not occur, which looks strange. Max started to panic and grabbed Brian by the neck. He was trying to understand what this guy had done, but Brian only smiled in response. He recalled that he had warned that everything would not be as they wanted. Max understands that if Brian had done something bad, there would have been no connection with the clan at all. There were never any dragons in their family, so maybe this guy just needs to be given some time and space. In any case, the amount of holy blood he drank is enough to put him on par with the clan boss. From now on, Max will consider him his younger brother. Brian smiled and said he looked forward to further cooperation and a great relationship. After this ritual, Brian returned to the training ground and saw that his friend Lee was actively fighting with other warriors. He continues to try to obtain the title of Celestial and is currently ranked second on the list. During this battle, he lost a lot of strength and suffered several serious injuries, so he needs to return home. Although Brian didn't tell him to take second place, Lee still achieved his goal. This guy is incredibly motivated and willing to go to the ends of the world for his goal. They returned home to heal their wounds and rest. Several days passed. Brian carefully monitored his body, but it seemed that the sacred blood was not going to harm him. During this time, his friend also felt a complete restoration of his vital energy. The list of participants in the Eastern campaign has been determined. All details will be discussed at the next meeting. There is very little time left. Brian has already finished his studies and can now complete preparations for the trip. After Brian finished training, he asked Lee to go with him. Now they must travel together to the north of the peninsula to meet with the general. When they set out, they met a girl who had previously been possessed by the demonic sword Turfing. Brian immediately recognized the disciple of the Lord of Divine Fire, General Azog. Upon learning that the general was minding his own business, He asked her if she knew about the item he had ordered. The girl said that there were some problems with this item and asked to follow her. A little later, they all entered General Azog's room together. But what were they going to do here? The maid showed them the hiding place and said that the item Brian had ordered was here. She doesn't quite understand what happened, but unknown people from another province came and took the teacher with them. The Lord of Divine Fire managed to hide this important item in a hiding place, but she cannot open this place. The master ordered them to wait, and that's why they've been waiting all this time and can't give this item to Brian. After conducting a little research, the young warriors realized that the seal had been placed in such a way that only one owner could open the cache. It turned out that this master was not the Lord of Divine Fire at all, but Brian. Lai explained to his friend that most of the disciples and servants here have fiery ki energy. If you pour the energy of water into this seal, which is the opposite of the element of fire, you can open the hiding place. The servant of the Lord of Divine Fire was named Susan, and she was completely in love with her savior, the Dragon King. She can be understood because it was he who saved her life when the demonic sword entered her mind. She always wondered what Brian looked like without the mask. Let's go back to the hiding place. Lee told us that it can only be opened using the right technique. He told us how to do it. They, together with the Dragon King, tried to open this hiding place and very quickly they succeeded. Finally, Brian can pick up the item he ordered from General Azog a long time ago. It's no wonder the general hid this item so carefully, as if he knew something bad could happen. Brian expected to receive the flute from the general and have a pleasant conversation with him. So it's too bad that everything didn't go according to plan. I wonder what Lady Pinaqua is thinking if she ordered the general to be brought to her pavilion. It turned out that the general had left a note with the flute, so he knew he would soon be captured. According to this note, it was about Tevin Rock, and it seemed as if the general wanted Brian to go there. Lee said that this name is not used now. The rock is called something else. The Tomb of King Mun. King Mun was the 30th king of power, a glorious ruler who ended a long war and united the 3 Korean states. When Brian met with his servants, it turned out that they also knew about this king. It is also known that the legendary flute also went to his tomb when it decided to become a dragon. This happened almost immediately after the end of the war, which had lasted more than 7 years. The emperor of the Tang dynasty refused to admit defeat. He awakened what did not need to be awakened and ordered these creatures to attack the Korean peninsula. To confront this evil monster, King Moon was forced to personally appeal to the dragons. He asked for help because he knew that without it, he would not be able to protect his kingdom. According to legend, this monster was destroyed, but the details of this battle remain unknown. Rumors began that the king had become a dragon, and everyone around him began to search for the secret of his transformation. Rumor has it that even General Azog knows the secret of transformation, but there is no evidence of this. Perhaps this is why Lady Pinaqua ordered her warriors to bring the Lord of Divine Fire to her. It's not hard to guess that she has long dreamed of creating a dragon that would obey her orders. In the pavilion, the Lady of the Lord of Divine Fire was being beaten very hard. She wanted him to finally start talking. It was obvious that he had been beaten for a very long time and it was difficult for him to even breathe. Lady Pinaqua is unhappy that he still doesn't want to talk. Maybe it's time to bring his family here? The Lord of Divine Fire replied that he knew nothing, but he did not want his family to be involved in this situation. Lady hopes that he will speak very quickly and without unnecessary shouting, but for this she needs to invent something. She knows that hands are a master's most important weapon, so she ordered her men to cut off his hands. It was at this moment that the Lord of Divine Fire began to truly panic. If he is left without hands, he will never be able to make a real artifact that can be called a work of art. Lady Pinaqua has tried to strengthen her family's position before, so her actions are quite predictable. Most likely, if she creates a dragon, she will definitely tell everyone that the place of the future boss of the Eastern Sea belongs to her. If there is no news yet, the general is still alive and continues to remain silent. He left a note for Brian because he hopes for this guy's help, but won't it be help too late? It is unknown whether there is a secret or not, but the lady cannot be allowed to seize power over the Eastern Sea. Connections can help resolve this conflict, but you need to act very carefully and quickly. The problem is also that he knows absolutely nothing about the reincarnation of the Moon King. Lady Pinaqua can learn all this information by using force, so in this situation she has the advantage. Brian really wants to know at least something about this secret. He needs to prepare to thwart his enemies. Later, he was happy because he remembered that he had a way to get answers to all his questions. The peach tree is already very old. It has eaten all the spirits that Brian fed it. The fruit on the tree is already fully ripe. Now you don't have to worry about getting poisoned by green peaches. Incredible medicine was taken into the boy's body and he immediately felt the effect. The peaches of the sacred tree can be called an elixir. They do incredible things. Brian immediately felt metal energy forming on his fingers. There had never been such an effect before. First, he began to possess the power of water, and now he has learned to control metal like a magnet. But Brian began to worry that this might be too little, because his opponent was very strong. If you analyze the situation logically, each peach gives one of the 5 elements, so Brian started eating all the peaches on the tree. The first fruit gave him a water base and a liver that could not be poisoned. The boy also remembered the history lessons from his friend Guanacaste, the brown bear, who told him that the bigger the tree grows, the stronger its fruits are. The tree that Brian planted on his property has long since stopped growing. It seems that it has become too cramped in this area, and it is better to transplant it to another place. Of course, it creates a protective barrier, but it won't be easy to move it. Maybe you just need to expand the space. Remembering the expansion of space, Brian also remembered an interesting object that had been in his pocket all this time. He received it after defeating David. This artifact controls space, and now it will come in handy. Of course, first you need to activate it with QE energy. If everything is done correctly, this artifact will help solve all problems with the divine peach tree. Once the problem was solved, Brian began looking for the right soil for the peach tree. After that, several days passed, and nothing particularly interesting happened. He went to a place that has the best soil on the Korean peninsula. This land has fed many generations of Koreans. This land should be pleasing to the peach tree. Brian noticed that his artifact bag began to vibrate strangely. He had felt this before, so he realized it was related to the 7-pointed sword. This sword seemed to sense a call and burst forth, which can hardly be called a good thing. At this moment, Turfing began to shout louder than usual. Brian did not tell that he had other swords. Turfing seized the 7-pointed sword for the first time, so you could call it jealousy. Brian assured that the 7-pointed sword was not designed to be actively used. But these words were not enough. The 7-pointed sword can also talk. He said he was very happy to be back home. Only now did Brian guess that this sword was made in this very area. It was on these lands that the kingdom was located where the 7-pointed sword was created. Soon he began to feel incredible inspiration and a surge of energy again. He began to swing his sword in the hopes that it would lead to something interesting. Sometimes you don't even need to have a clear plan to achieve success. In some situations, it's enough to act on intuition. They found themselves in a territory called Versen during the reign of Kiro. This place was totally destroyed. Even to this day, no one knows where it is, so we can say that Brian has become a true legend. If we recall the entire backstory, the last time Brian activated the 7-pointed sword, he met with the legendary goblins. They were also in an imaginary space that no one could find. It seems that this sword responds to hidden places that hold memories of the distant past. There is an incredible concentration of metal energy around, but there are no people here, so who lives here? Brian couldn't believe his eyes when he saw iron skeletons with weapons in front of him. With the help of their large numbers, they very quickly surrounded him and prepared for battle. This is probably the army guarding this legendary city. It seems like there are more than 100 of them. With every minute, the number of warriors increased and Brian began to panic. This legendary army is ready to fight and defend its territory no matter what. These are probably members of the royal family or their personal guard. They have long been dead, but their bodies are still ready to defend the kingdom. The general of this army came forward and ordered Brian to immediately give his name and tell who he was. The guy raised his sword and said that he was the owner of this weapon and that should be enough. It was at this moment that the sword slipped from his hands and flew in an unknown direction, as if it had renounced such a master. Now the boy has no choice but to surrender and apologize to the army of skeletons. He tried to remain calm and decided to take off his mask and give his real name. Brian also said that he was a citizen of the Republic. They didn't listen to him at all and weren't going to let the guy live. He had no choice but to act differently. Very quickly, Brian took the garlic out of his pocket and tasted this elixir. He very quickly felt a temporary improvement in his abilities and capabilities. This should be enough to destroy the skeletons. Of course, at this point he won't be fighting alone. Turfing will come to his aid again. When he took the elixir and got his signature weapon, he didn't care about the number of opponents. Now it would be fun. Brian learned to fight using various forces of nature. The foundation of wood and water now helps him a lot. With the help of these powers, he was able to defeat Margaret in their battle, and now he expects the same result. Although there are a large number of skeletons, they are still too fragile to fight a powerful warrior. Very quickly, he was able to imprison them with the help of the tree roots. But this place is cursed, and the energy of the metal has a negative effect on the energy of the tree. The problem doesn't end there. After the skeletons were destroyed, they very quickly returned to their natural form. Maybe it's black magic or maybe some kind of curse, but either way, it's a problem for Brian. He could fight an army like that for an eternity because he would never be able to defeat these skeletons. The boy already guessed that he needed to immediately look for a way out of this space, because this army was immortal. They resemble warriors who in Norse mythology were called draugr, or a warrior who rose from the dead. They are held in this world by force. To calm them down, the chains that bind them to their past lives must be broken. That is why, to destroy these warriors, we must break these chains and give them a dignified death. The problem is that this will be difficult to do because it is a very conditional task. But if the demonic sword is on your side, you can defeat even an immortal zombie. Brian removed the scabbard from his sword, allowing the weapon to take full control of his body. This is the only way to defeat the immortal army, although it is a very risky strategy. Within a few seconds, the monsters started dying for real, because when you're killed by a demonic sword, the principle of regeneration doesn't work. Even if you are Wolverine or Deadpool, after meeting this iron comrade, your wounds will never heal. Brian felt the chains that connected these warriors to their past lives break and snap. His plan really works, so you should have trusted this sword from the very beginning. The skeletons were not going to give up without a fight. They also have their own tricks that they are ready to use. Brian is unlikely to like fire arrows. He needs to avoid encountering fire. But you have to remember that this guy can control water, so fire is unlikely to be a problem for him. There are too many warriors around. He cannot break the chains of death of each warrior individually. This way, he can lose his strength entire before he can destroy the warriors. If this is a real army, then there is a king who gives orders to his soldiers. That's why Brian very quickly decided to find the king and kill him. And then all the problems were solved. He entered the central building and hoped to see the main skeleton there, and he succeeded. Before him sat the king and his two defenders, and an incredible aura of metal could be felt around him. Seeing the seven-pointed sword in the hands of this skeleton, he immediately realized that this was the king, although he didn't look very confident. The boy was immediately interested in the person of this king. He had never heard of him before. Many years have passed since Brian left his former home, but the king still smells the past. He believes that it was Brian who took his legendary sword and destroyed his home. An army of monsters has surrounded the boy again. This will happen again and again until he dies. The king believes that he can regain his crown if he gets Brian's body. He wants to take his soul and body and return to the real world. To do this, he ordered his warriors to immediately attack the boy and take his soul. Brian quickly realized that the king had lost not only his body but also his brain. There is nothing surprising in this. After many years of solitude in one's palace, it is difficult to remain sane. But that doesn't mean Brian is ready to give up without a fight, especially considering that he always has a fan with him. He took this opportunity and called his blue dog for help. They haven't seen this pet for a long time, and now they will have a great time together again. Brian ordered the Hedda to attack the skeletons and destroy them all. But he summoned not only the heat. We should not forget that now he can summon the spirit of another monster, which he found several years ago. They have been in a closed imaginary space for too long, but now they can feel freedom. Although they had fun with each other, a real battle against skeletons is always more interesting than any games. This demonic elephant feeds on metal, with the help of which it can grow. An indestructible metal beast that can grow to incredible sizes by absorbing metal. According to rumors, he can even fill all four seas, which is why he was called Pulgasari, meaning immortal. The book about this beast says that it can appear out of nowhere, from the last breath of a sick monk or from a rice ball. Pulgasari have appeared at all times, and each time they have appeared in a mysterious way. To become the owner of these incredible creatures, most Celestials tried to create Pulgasari with their own hands. But all their attempts were unsuccessful because this thing is almost impossible. That's why, when the legendary master heard about this beast, he thought it was just a legend. But, strangely enough, over time he eventually found the answer to this riddle. Pulgasari is born from human suffering. It can be created not by one person but by an era of problems. A time when the people groan under the tyranny of evil and their ruler is blind to these problems. These are the moments when greedy officials line their pockets, sucking the last juices out of ordinary people. Such people create Pulgasari, but then they will be overcome by hatred, pain, and despair. When a state is plunged into chaos, despair, and pain, then the hopes and dreams of the people form a Pulgasari egg. The same woman, the boy's mother, used the knowledge from the book to summon the Pulgasari. That's the interesting story of this monster. He is born under bad circumstances, but tries to change his situation. At first, people may think this is just an ordinary white elephant, but this demon should not be underestimated. If you anger the Pulgasari, You will soon feel the true wrath of the gods. This is not an animal you can joke with and feed sugar to, because along with the sugar, it will tear your hand off. Combined with the heat, these two can destroy a veritable army of immortal warriors. This is all because they are demons. So even an immortal cannot defend himself against their attacks. Brian was pleased with the actions of his animals. Now he understands that he was worried for nothing. The boy started looking for the Pulgasari and was very surprised when he found it because this monster had become small again. He can probably change size after he loses his strength and energy. So next time he will have to be fed metal before being let out for a walk. Now the monsters can return to their home. They have completed the task set by their master. The Skeleton King still wants Brian's body. It seems he has really lost his mental abilities. The boy has never seen such obsession before. He wants to understand the reason for the king's desire to obtain his body. He also noticed a rather interesting fact. The king's assistants did not move at all and did not participate in the battle, although they should have. They continued to hold important items, the king's clothes and crown. But why are these items not worn on the king? Now Brian finally understood why this skeleton wanted his body so badly. He is probably cursed for his defeat and cannot wear the crown while he is in this body. Now everything is very simple. The crown will belong to the Dragon King of Pektu. He believes this is just retribution for the skeleton trying to take his body. Although the real king was against such actions, Brian did not want to listen to him. This can be called a historic moment because now Brian is not only the king of dragons but also the king of skeletons. As soon as he put on this crown, he immediately found himself in an unknown place. It looks like one of the ancient small Korean states that existed during the Three Kingdoms era. The building around it is so beautiful, as if it was built recently. Brian believes he was transported here, but he feels the same aura as before. In front of him, he saw a man standing with his back to him and greeting the new guest of the palace. He asked Brian not to worry and explained that he was in his dream world. This man understands that he is talking to a hot-tempered warrior, but he is sure that putting a crown on his head was unnecessary. He hopes this won't happen again, because Brian's actions are the true scent of power. In front of Brian stands Wolf. He was the founder and first ruler of the Korean kingdom of Pakshe, one of the three kingdoms of Korea. This legendary ruler is an important figure in Korean history and mythology. He is a descendant of a legendary dynasty. Wolf sees that Brian has gone through a lot of trials and thanks him for the path he has taken. Brian said he was ready to take on any challenge that Wolf had prepared for him. He believes that this legendary ruler usurped the crown of Pex. In response, Wolf laughed. He said that it was strange to hear this from a person who also wears a crown. The ruler was born an ordinary person but then became a ruler, and even after death he continued to defend his throne. He always watched his descendants flourish, wondering why he was still here and why he hadn't passed on the right to power. Wolf explains that it is his duty, and he came to terms with it many years ago. Few people are able to easily give up the power they have built, even if that power is already weak. That is why he tests in this world of illusions those who want to become king, observes them, tries to understand whether they have the power of a ruler. He's sad that that crazy skeleton king didn't make it here because it would have been interesting to test him. He was never able to put the crown on his head, so he decided to take over another body to put it on. He learned the magic of death and remained in that world, and his obsession with the throne turned him into a true monster. Oddly enough, Brian heard about death magic for the first time in his life, and it immediately interested him. Wolf looked closely at his interlocutor and said that he liked him. It is immediately noticeable that Brian is strong, although he was born an ordinary person. The king's older brother was the same. He is also one of the two legendary founders of the Pecha kingdom. According to history, his brother founded another city not far from the city of Wolf. But he did not have such a pleasant fate. He considered his kingdom too modest, so he could not stand it and ended his life by suicide. Wolf finds it difficult to remember his brother, even though many hundreds of years have passed. But the memories still hurt him. From the very beginning, his brother was supposed to lay the foundation of this city. He was worthy of the throne, but his power attracted the attention of the Celestials. So that's when he decided to put on this show that everyone knows about. And after his supposed death, Wolf was able to become a full-fledged king. Fortunately, the Celestials were only interested in his power, not what surrounded her. If his brother were alive now, they would rule this kingdom together. They say that power has its own laws. Wolf wants to avenge his brother and therefore asks Brian to follow him. Also, next time, if Brian wants to take someone else's throne, he should use the Imperial Seal, if he has one. Until that moment, the guy didn't even realize that it had been in his artifact bag all this time. Wolf explained that instead of personally donning the crown, it was much more efficient to use the Imperial Seal. It belonged to legendary figures in the past, so only true legends used it. Brian may need this thing when he takes revenge on his enemies. Soon they approached the throne, and it was then that Wolf ordered the boy to rise. Brian could not understand anything. But then the king said that he was officially transferring the right to power, and Brian could be considered his heir. He said that this was all he could do for him, and now he could finally be free. From the very beginning, Brian did not understand anything, but he decided to obey and sit on the throne. As soon as he closed his eyes, he immediately returned to his world, to the same place where he first put on the crown. He saw the skeleton king in front of him. This guy still wants to get someone's body. Now that Brian has become king of Peche, he must visit all the cities where the seven-pointed sword will react. Right now this sword is shaking like a scared little girl, but Brian knows how to fix it. He said that if the sword continued to show him the right path, he would not melt it. But he also knows one problem. If the sword starts shining in the eyes of others, it will be difficult for them to hide. We need to figure out how to get around this problem, but for now, we can't worry about it. Brian raised his sword in front of him and ordered everyone else to listen to him carefully. He said that from this day forward, he would be the king of this territory, and anyone who disagreed with him would die immediately. Of course, the skeletons had no choice. They submitted to the new king and recognized his right to power. The news already showed that Lady Pinaqua wants to create a dragon. She loves it when she is shown on TV. Rumor has it that the dragon will be Schumann, an important figure in Korean history and mythology. This whole process should start today, so the most interesting things await us. Let's move on to the tomb of King Moon, recalling that he is considered a key figure in the unification of the Korean peninsula. There are already a lot of people gathered there who want to see all this with their own eyes. It is also interesting that the Celestials sit closer to the stage than important political figures. Journalists already know what they will write about people who divide everyone else into first and second grade, and consider ordinary people to be ants. Rumors also spread very quickly that 7 stars had been gathered in the siege. Asadal is the legendary capital of the ancient Korean peninsula. By the way, this girl looks a lot like the sister of the brown bear Guanaco. Soon everyone looked up and saw that a gray dragon had appeared in the sky. They very quickly guessed that this was the heavenly lord and king of the Pektu dragons. He came to congratulate everyone on this incredible event and also said that he had become the king of skeletons. It was hard to believe that the heavenly ruler had also become the ruler of Peche. Now he was too powerful. Many were unhappy with this news because there are people who hate the stove and believe it should be removed. A girl approached him to say hello and get to know the new ruler of the skeleton army. She remembers that in the mortal world, she cut off the head of the furnace manager with her own hands. At this moment, Christopher appeared. He said that the guest had come to greet people, so there was no need to meet him with a weapon in his hands. She approached Brian and said she was very upset because she wouldn't be able to work on his head today. Brian understands that this girl has already reached a fairly high level of skill, so he needs to be more careful with her. Christopher apologized for the rudeness of the man from his plan and then said hello to his friend. Christopher said that his mistress wants to meet the descendant of Pecha, so Brian should follow him. Lady Pinaqua has been waiting for this guy for a long time. Christopher said that the Heavenly Lord is ready to talk to her. Of course, she doesn't recognize her Lord of the Sixth Garden because he's wearing a mask. There were many people around, and one of them was the Lord of Divine Fire, General Azog. If you look closely, you can see that the general is missing his right arm. Brian couldn't believe that they really cut off his hand so that he would tell them the secret of turning into a dragon. The guy wanted to immediately take revenge on the general, but realized that there were too many people around. We need to wait for the perfect moment to take him away from here. The lady became curious about what kind of descendant of the Peche had appeared at this celebration, which is why she ordered them to be introduced to each other. Lady Pinaqua doesn't think that in 1,000 years they will forget how the people of Peche destroyed their future. Brian replied that it was impossible to forget, but you could let go of the past and look to the future. He came here to leave the conflicts of the ancestors behind and congratulate the lady on the great event, but she is still not satisfied. She said that such events cannot be left behind, and her ears cannot hear all this nonsense. She ordered her assistant Christopher to throw this crook out of here immediately. Christopher began to defend the boy, and said that he also advocated reconciliation and finding a promise. If it were 1,000 years ago, one would understand the lady, but now is a different time. There's no point in clinging to a past that doesn't exist, because even more people could suffer from the lady's obsession. Christopher is unhappy that the Celestials have isolated themselves from the mortal world after the heavenly gates closed. You cannot consider yourself anything more than ordinary people, because these people are descendants of Celestials. So you need to leave the past in the past and live in the present moment. The lady was unhappy that her assistant was going against her will. She continued to scream and ordered her assistants to immediately throw the Pecha King out of that room. But Christopher intervened again and said that anyone who even touched the king with his little finger would have to deal with him personally. He considers the king to be his personal guest, and if anyone offends him, he will regret it very much. Now the Lady Pinaqua completely lost her head in her anger and ordered them both to be captured. It was at this moment that the general approached her and began to say something in a low voice. After this conversation, she calmed down and said that she was canceling her order because she didn't want to spoil the holiday. She asked the king to leave the room, but allowed him to stay for the feast. The lady is sure that everyone around her will soon realize that she was the only one right about this. When everyone had gathered, the celebration could officially begin. But we thanked everyone who gathered today to witness the birth of a new dragon. It was in this place that King Moon transformed into a dragon to protect these lands from an ancient monster that came from China. Today they will revive ancient magic and finally be able to create a new dragon. And the lady is happy to tell you that this dragon will be her son Chumon. Looking at her son is already scary, even though he hasn't turned into a dragon yet. People couldn't believe it when they heard her son crying like a real baby. She approached him and tried to calm him down, even though he looked like a man who was already 150 years old. The lady assured her son that he would soon have the opportunity to be reborn and become a full-fledged dragon, and his death would not be in vain. Brian very quickly realized that this woman was forcibly holding his soul back in this world. She used death magic. This is what madness can lead to. After that, she turned to the general and ordered him to begin the transformation process. He began to speak various incomprehensible words and spells in ancient Chinese. The water around him began to behave strangely, as if these words were affecting him. Strange and truly fantastic things started happening, as if it were all special effects. Huge fruits were created on the algae. People had never seen anything like this before. The lady was happy with the process, which is exactly what the general was talking about, so far everything is going according to plan. She showed these fruits to people and said that this was the key to transforming a person into a dragon. All plants really show incredible energy, but he feels bad in their presence. Lady Pinaqua approached her son, opened his mouth and said that his time had come. He must eat the dragon fruit and turn into a real mythical monster. It was at this critical moment that Brian intervened. He started shouting that this couldn't be done and that it had to stop. But the ceremony was noisy enough, so no one heard his words, or no one wanted to hear them. Chumon ate what his mother gave him, and then really strange things started happening. Even the lady couldn't understand what was happening. You could see the horror in her eyes. The general started laughing and said that she was blinded by the desire for power, and because of this, she made her own son suffer. He said that only a foolish woman could truly believe that his friend, King Moon, had really turned into a dragon. He also said that King Moon personally told him how to create the legendary bamboo flute. This flute is a weapon created from the egg of the ancient goddess Mago to kill whoever eats the dragon fruit. These fruits don't actually give dragon power, they give birth to real monsters. But she should also be happy because her son, who already has one foot in the grave, will gain incredible strength. It seemed that the general was happy to take revenge, but at that moment he received a treacherous blow in the back. This blow was inflicted by Maria. She said that it was payback for the fact that he dared to challenge the Pinaqua clan. This terrible revenge took place before the eyes of Brian, who was in close relations with the general. He immediately ran to him and tried to save his life, but it was probably too late. The general is unhappy that he fell into the trap of this terrible creature and allowed it to leave him without pride. But it is all he could do. He is pleased that he managed to give Brian an artifact created from the remains of a powerful divine dragon. He apologized to the boy for not being able to do more and asked him to avenge him. He asked to destroy this monster, and after that he closed his eyes forever. It was noticeable how serious Brian had become. He told Lee that now was the time for revenge. The transformation of this old child into a monster is almost complete. The monster began to attack people and kill everyone around. Only the lucky ones could escape. Lady Pinaqua tried to stop her son, but her assistants ordered her to flee immediately. Christopher was incredibly angry when he saw what happened. He understands that it happened because of Lady Pinaqua's greed for power. This greed has awakened an ancient evil, and now it will take a lot of effort to stop it all. It is almost impossible to see fear or doubt in this guy's eyes. He is always ready to take a step towards danger to save humanity. As soon as the fight with the monster began, it immediately became clear that this demon knew how to heal its wounds very quickly. So it's almost impossible to defeat him in the classic way. You have to come up with something else. Not all people managed to escape. Some were still in danger, but they were lucky that the Celestials were nearby. Ruth also participated in this ceremony. She managed to save several people and gave them the opportunity to find a safe place. Even the best of the Celestials cannot defeat this monster. This shows its true power. Christopher tried to analyze his weaknesses but saw nothing. This monster has only just been born, and this is probably where the main power of the gods lies. A few words should be said about the goddess Mago. According to Korean mythology, she is the goddess of creation, usually called the grandmother Mago. Brian began to suspect that this monster was the incarnation of this old witch. The demon is getting stronger by the minute, so you need to come up with a plan to win very quickly. Brian immediately remembered the general's last words. Probably the key to victory was using the flute artifact. This guy must avenge his comrade and do it at any cost. The general spoke of revenge, but he blamed himself for giving birth to this monster. In any case, Brian is obliged to avenge his comrade, and also to punish the lady because all this became possible precisely because of her. She made the general suffer and cut off his arm, then ordered the creation of this monster. The Dragon King asked his comrade Lee to cover his back, so he could use the flute in peace. The music of this artifact should create something incredible and help in the battle against the monster. From the first seconds, it became clear that this creature didn't like this music at all, so it had to be used. Christopher was the first to take advantage of this. He sensed the monster's weakness and cut off several of its limbs. He noticed that the monster's regeneration was slowed down by this music, and this was an opportunity for the Celestials. He ordered all the warriors to speed up and attack the monster without stopping. They must demonstrate their entire arsenal of capabilities in order to stop the ancient evil. Of course, this won't be easy to do because the monster has its own strengths that it's ready to use. Brian continued to play the flute all this time. His life was saved repeatedly by Lee. Judging by the appearance of this monster, it has a lot of jokers, so you need to find a safe place to stay alive. Because of conversations with his friend, Lee completely forgot about defense and did not see the approaching fatal shot. This is exactly what you can expect from the legendary Chumon. Every arrow of his hits the target perfectly. But Lee also has his arrows, and he's willing to bet that he shoots as well as the legendary Legolas. He uses a legendary weapon called the Legend of Death. He received this weapon a long time ago from the best master in the province. This is a mythical weapon from Korean folklore and mythology. It has magical properties and is a symbol of strength and protection. You could call it the treasure of their people, even though I never even dreamed of ever seeing this weapon with my own eyes. His master gave him this weapon and said that one day they would be able to regain their former greatness. So the master patron was right, and this day finally came many years after his death. An arrow from a legendary weapon was fired towards an ancient evil. Lee turned out to be an incredibly gifted archer and hit the monster's heart. It made a large hole in his body, even though this arrow was of normal size. At that moment, the boy thought about his master. He promised to never forget his legendary sacrifice. When you hit your opponent in the heart with this weapon, you can be sure that the enemy will not withstand this blow. All that was left of the monster was a wet spot, and the people around couldn't believe their eyes. They looked at this legendary archer and understood that thanks to him their lives were saved. Christopher immediately recognized Lee because they had previously trained together in the same pavilion. It turned out that the monster was made of ordinary clay and water, probably because it came from the sea. Brian always believed that ancient monsters and deities were made of a different material. One might think that the shadow of this monster was made to expand its domain. He can't penetrate here, which is why he uses organics to capture as much territory as possible and increase his influence. Lady Pinaqua could not believe that her son was really dead. She began to scream like a madman. A good example of what happens when your lust for power takes over your mind. She could not accept this loss, and that is why her heart was consumed by hatred. She started pointing her finger at Brian and said that he was to blame for her son's death. She is sure that he conspired with the Lord of Divine Fire, and together they ruined this holiday. She doesn't want to hear anything and is sure that only her words are true. That is why the lady ordered her warriors to immediately capture the one who dared to deceive her. But of course, everyone knows that he is an incredibly strong warrior, so a rebellion will lead to nothing. Even if everyone knows the truth, soon Lady Pinaqua's lie will become the truth, even though the dragon is not to blame for anything. The lady ordered Brian to be immediately captured, but none of her assistants was in a hurry to do so. First, they took out their swords and apologized to the heavenly ruler. It was clear that they did not want a conflict, but were obliged to obey the lady. Lee reacted too sharply to their behavior. He said that no one could offend his friend. At this moment, Christopher intervened in the situation. He said that he would not allow the lady to make the wrong decision again. He can no longer calmly watch as the Pinaqua creates evil. He knows that the same blood flows in his body as others, but he is ready to take responsibility for the lady's sins. That's why he made a cut on his face and said that he would soon become the new boss of the Pinaqua Pavilion. He addressed all the warriors of this clan and said that they must remember everything that happened here and tell others about it. Everyone around should know the real truth, who was right and who was wrong. The lady couldn't believe that her closest assistant was really saying that. She didn't believe that he could become a better ruler than her. Although the lady is certain that no Celestials will recognize his authority, Brian took a step forward and said that he recognizes him as the new boss. Brian is not only the Heavenly Lord, but also the King of Dragons and the King of Pechu, so his word means a lot in the world of Celestials. He said he was the future husband of Lady Ruth, one of the 7 stars. Everyone knows that she is a student of the legendary Master Charles, the sage of Tabak Mountain from Balandur. This should be enough for Christopher to receive full support in his new position. Lady Pinaqua didn't want to believe that her closest aide really had such strong support. She also didn't understand how this masked guy had become so powerful in such a short period of time. Brian explained that he was very grateful that Christopher supported him today and therefore wanted to reciprocate. He congratulated his comrade on the new era and said he hoped he would be a great ruler. Sometimes the transfer of the throne does not happen in the classic way. This is a good example of such events. Soon the news showed the whole world the truth, even though this truth was harsh. Everyone learned the details of the evil deeds of the mistress of the Pinaqua, and this caused a very wide public outcry. The lady was left without titles and rights, and Christopher was appointed the new ruler of this clan. He promised to rectify the situation and restore justice. The trial of Lady Pinaqua will begin soon, and people hope that she will receive a fair punishment. During this time, Brian has become a real superstar. Now only the lazy don't want to get his autograph. People from all over the peninsula want to meet the heavenly ruler. His assistants are trying to restrain these fans, but it's difficult. Rumors spread very quickly, and now all these people want to be acquainted with the heavenly ruler. It turns out that he is not only a strong warrior, but also knows how to charm others. There have already been rumors circulating on the internet that he has managed to reach the level of an earthly celestial. That is, level 7 out of 9 possible. Actually, this is not true. If Brian reaches this level now, his body will not withstand it and nothing will remain of him. He hopes that one day he can reach the level of his friend Christopher. During the battle with the ancient monster, he fought as if he had already achieved divinity. It is not surprising that he became the new ruler of the clan. It is impossible to find a better candidate. It probably won't be long before Brian can call him his older brother and not feel ashamed of it. Brian decided to take a little walk and saw an owl in his garden. This scroll belongs to a legendary warrior, but this warrior should have been dead a long time ago, although no one knew about Michael for a long time. So the rumors about others may also turn out to be true. Surely the strong man Jean made everyone turn away and left this object in the center of the garden. Brian is very self-confident and cannot ignore such a challenge. He arrived at the meeting place and realized that this was an ordinary club for ordinary people. A beautiful girl with pink hair immediately approached him. She said her name, Siri, and thanked Brian for coming. She asked to follow her so she could introduce Brian to her boss. She also said that there are many young people around who came from the celestial world to pay their respects to the local boss. The boss of this territory understands human pleasures, which is why he constantly throws parties here. Soon the heavenly ruler finally met the man who was in charge of all this. This guy's name was Steven. Steven didn't expect Brian to be so reckless, and he also didn't like the mask on the guy's face. Brian immediately got angry because he doesn't like it when someone talks to him disrespectfully. He wants to know how Steven knows about his true power. Brian easily opened the scroll that had the name of the strongest man written on it, so it stands to reason that he himself is very strong. Before Steven reveals his secret, he wants Brian to kneel before him and acknowledge his power. It seems like he wants to blackmail him, but why immediately quarrel with the Heavenly Lord? Brian immediately made it clear that he was not the kind of person who would tolerate such treatment. He took out his sword and showed that he was ready to cut off anyone's head for disrespect. He is not afraid of the illusions that Steven can create and is ready to demonstrate the power of the demonic sword. Now this cheeky guy finally realizes that he said a lot of unnecessary things. Next time he shouldn't waste Brian's time with pathetic tricks. It's better to show respect right away. Although Steven is considered a very strong person, he now looks like a little scared kitten. At this moment, the illusion was finally stopped, and Brian saw what everything really looked like. It was hard for him to believe that he was standing in front of the real Steven, and not his imaginary copy. It's probably hard to understand how this guy managed to end up in such a miserable life. But if Brian behaves too brazenly, the same fate awaits him. Brian doesn't understand why he called him here, why put on this whole show. This is probably somehow connected to the reason for the decisive actions of the three princes of the Eastern Sea who opposed Lady Pinaqua. Brian believes the reason is that someone tricked the Dragon King, and it seems like Stephen knows who did it and is ready to talk about it. It's hardly revenge to turn everything around. You need to know how to fish in troubled waters. Everywhere you look, everyone is just trying to profit from someone else's misfortune. No one would like it if some dragon appeared out of nowhere and tried to take someone else's place. So Brian's palace could soon be destroyed. So someone tricked the Dragon King, took offense at Brian, and now wants revenge. The heavenly ruler wants to know the whole truth, and for this, he is even ready to use his demonic sword. Realizing that it smelled of roasting, Stephen began to speak. He named the man James from Valbadon. James is one of the most famous heroes in Chinese literature and folklore, and the Hualbadan is a legendary band of robbers. They both have strength, but apart from their bones, they have nothing special. They don't know how to control the energy of the world. But James is a completely different matter. He can, in a word, force the gods to act. He can change the world. Most likely, it is because of James that the Celestials are so afraid of people with incredible abilities. That's why, having learned that James wants revenge on Brian, Stephen decided to propose a union. Brian feels that this guy is not telling the truth. It's hard for him to believe from the very beginning. It is noticeable that Stephen knows how to search for information and spends almost his entire day on this matter. He explains that it is very easy to obtain information using illusions. So among all the treasures that Lady Pinaqua wanted so much to obtain, there is something so valuable that the Dragon King believed a lie for its sake. This treasure is called the liver. It is a fairly well-known story among sea creatures. In Korean mythology, the liver is the name of a valuable organ that is needed to obtain the dragon of the East Sea. The legend of the liver is also associated with various stories. Stephen is ready to talk a little about it now. In ancient times, there lived a great celestial being named Vulcan. Many legends were composed about him. One dragon king decided to believe in his dream, and therefore eat this master and become the ultimate monster. But the wise celestial foresaw his intentions and somehow managed to outsmart the Dragon King. The dragon was deceived and only watched helplessly as this master approached the heavens. From that moment on, a legend has been passed down among sea monsters that whoever finds and eats the liver will become the new lord of the seas. Of course, everyone knows that these are just fairy tales, but it seems that the king of the Eastern Sea believes in these fairy tales. Otherwise, he wouldn't be looking for a liver to prolong his life, and that's really interesting. Stephen understands who is behind all this and knows what bait was used to bring in the Dragon King. He is not only a useful person in this matter, but a real treasure, given his level of awareness. Brian approached this guy and asked him to tell him everything he knew. He wants to know what Stephen's true purpose is and why he called him to him. Of course, Stephen hasn't revealed most of the information yet, and now is the perfect time to reveal all the cards. Meanwhile, panic began to spread in the palace of the heavenly ruler due to the disappearance of Brian. Lee panicked the most of all. He ordered his assistants to immediately look for the boss because he couldn't go far. Lee began to suspect that someone had tricked him and his assistants and was able to kidnap the ruler right from the palace. It was at this moment that Brian appeared out of nowhere and fell on Lee's head. All the assistants stopped for a second and looked at him, as if under the influence of hypnosis. Then they decided that it might be a clone of the boss, so they had to check it carefully first. They attacked Brian and tried to tie him up to see if he was the real owner. Only after a few minutes did everyone finally realize that this was the real Brian, and he was dating Stephen. Lee didn't think it would be easy to finish him off, but he also didn't expect him to actually survive. Stephen is a master of lies, so don't take anything he says seriously. It's better to even destroy this scroll. Brian immediately reassured his friend and said that he shouldn't jump to conclusions. Lee calmed down and said that Brian should pack his things because he had received an invitation to a meeting of clan bosses. Brian didn't expect this at all. His plans were completely different, but now it doesn't matter. After the gates to heaven opened and demons descended to earth, the ruins that were once the Olympic Stadium passed to the clan bosses. This is how this Palace of Stars was created. It is truly incredible inside and out. Brian thought that the meeting would be convened much later. Probably all this was connected with the actions of Lady Pinaqua. Sitting down in his seat, Brian saw a mysterious woman next to him. He did not immediately recognize her. Only a little later did he realize that he was facing Peggy, also known as the Sad Princess. It is no wonder that she is allowed to enter the Seocheon Gardens because her power is incredibly high. Brian also noticed that many of his friends, such as Carol and Christopher, were gathered here. Many people recognized him and started following his actions because he was a real superstar. Although Brian has many fans, not everyone supports him. This is especially true for the elder Quan. He is the eldest in the family of our familiar brown bear. The boss's meeting will start in a few minutes, and Brian has already seen many famous people during this time. Of course, he also noticed Master Mark. At their first meeting, he had thought Mark was Lady Pinocqua's assistant, but Guanak explained to him that this was not the case. Around Master Mark were experienced celestials, also called the Celestial Trinity, Mark, Yusa, and Unsa. They have incredible power but do not belong to any clan. Previously, these meetings were held in a different location, but after the latest changes, these meetings will now be held in this Palace of Stars. It's time to get down to business and talk about serious topics and forget about jokes. As mentioned at the last meeting, before starting the campaign, you need to resolve the issue with the Dragon King. The plan is almost ready, but a few days ago there was an unpleasant episode related to Lady Pinocchia. As a result, you can forget about this woman, but now there will not be enough people to protect the coastline. It's true. Christopher fired many people from his clan because they followed evil orders, and now there's no one to protect the coastline. That is why the most important members of the council asked the Heavenly Ruler to support Christopher and his clan. If Brian is not mistaken, then, as a result of past competitions, he ended up in the attack group, but now he is being asked to deal with defense. Everyone has long seen his power in the tomb of King Moon. The power of his flute will help solve any problems. There's enough power in attack already, so Brian would be a perfect fit if he worked on defense, although Carol disagrees. He has achieved a position in the attack on his own, so she believes it would be unfair to take away his rights. She knows that the clan bosses have enough warriors to protect the coast, so she needs to come up with something else. She tried to defend the man's rights, but Brian said he agreed to protect the coast, surprising everyone around him even more. He is ready to do this, but without support because he wants to defend the coast alone. It was hard to expect such a plot twist. His behavior becomes too self-confident. Unsa said that Brian has lost his mind, although he has gained the power of the Pect. He is only the Lord of the Lake, so one should not be too self-confident. Brian realizes that the people gathered around him understand absolutely nothing about the way of dragons. For many years, dragons engaged in active training to achieve harmony with the sky, which required a lot of sacrifice. Although the Celestials are called gods in mortal legends, deep down they are no different from them. Peggy started talking. She said that if Brian couldn't keep his promise, he would have to pay for it with his own head. In response, the Heavenly Ruler smiled and said that his head would be too difficult to obtain. Soon the meeting was over and everyone returned to their normal tasks. Carol couldn't believe that Brian had really decided to defend the peninsula with only his own forces. It seems as if he is ready to die and doesn't give a damn about his life. The sword looked at this fiery woman and fell in love with her at first sight. He already wants her to take him with her and kill Brian. The Heavenly Ruler has a plan, so he thinks there's no need to worry. He's bluffing because he has reasons to. He knows that bandits are planning to attack him during the hike. Stephen told him about it. Carol couldn't believe that anything was left of James, and that his warriors could still threaten others. It turns out that these bandits are just trying to pretend they disappeared, and Brian has evidence of this. He took a coin from his pocket, boasting that it should be enough to convince Carol. When James and his warriors wreaked havoc in the world of the Celestials, it was necessary to destroy them all. The Security Council gave a reward for each such coin, so now there should be no doubt. Brian wants Carol to go with him. According to rumors, they can find 2 artifacts that can help them. Then, the artifacts can be divided. The girl doesn't believe that Stephen is telling the truth. She thinks it's better not to trust his information. She began to doubt this and think that Stephen was blackmailing Brian. But the Lord of Heaven assured her that everything was fine, and he was in control of the situation, so she didn't need to worry so much. Stephen has a strong body, and strong beings help each other, probably because they are not very well liked in the world of Celestials. Brian is also a very strong man. The reason for this lies in the phalanges of his fingers. Having a strong body is not a crime, so Carol has no problem with that. And she just doesn't like that Brian wants to team up with Stephen, and she also doesn't understand what kind of treasures they will be looking for. Brian said that the last Prince of Scylla went to the world of the dead for these treasures. It seems that Carol is not ready to hear about the world of the dead. Such stories scare her very much. She knows that this place will be very difficult to get to, even if you are the Lord of the Sky. She said that in order for the ruler to enter the world of the dead, he must first die. The world of the dead is also called the Yellow Springs, the world where people's souls go after death. It is divided into levels depending on its distance from the world of the living. The higher the level, the further it is from the world of the living, and the harder it is to get there. The first level is closest to the world of the living. There are created worlds created by Celestials. The second level is not much different from the world of the living, but it is smaller, and there is much less energy there. Starting from the third and fourth levels, the landscapes are very different from the human world. Monsters live there, and ordinary people cannot survive there. The fifth and sixth levels are dangerous even for celestials. Even experienced masters cannot get there unless they fulfill all the conditions. That is why they try to avoid this place. And if we talk about the highest level, then other gods rule there. What lies beyond them is unknown even to the celestials, so no one can even compose legends about these worlds. Even the celestials can't return from there after their death, which is why Carol is so excited. Brian said that he saw opportunities in a friendship with Lady Theon. She could help them get back from there. Carol guessed that he was talking about the flower of rebirth. But this flower doesn't work quite the way he thinks. The flower of rebirth actually only absorbs negative energy and does not grant rebirth in the classical form. If you take a flower with you to the world of the dead, it will be able to protect you from death for a while, but it will still wither sooner or later. If you don't have time to return to the world of the living by then it's the end for you. Carol doesn't want Brian to wither there like a rebirth flower, which is why she opposes the idea. Brian agreed with her facts and said he would try to find another way. Carol said goodbye and went about her business, not even noticing an important nuance. It turned out that Brian took lessons from professional artifact thieves, and his hands are incredibly fast. During the conversation, he used the heavenly sword technique to do everything quickly and quietly. He apologizes to Carol for his behavior, but the flower of rebirth is his only chance for success. It was time to return to a place he hadn't been to in many years. He had been interested in it since the moment the gates of heaven opened and always wanted to know where the demons came from. When he learned about the mortal world, he realized a lot. The further you are from the world of the living, the more monsters there are. They probably came from the world of the dead, or rather from those places closest to the domain of other gods. In this case, it is through this tunnel that you can enter the world of the dead. In this place, he will encounter an incredible number of monsters, and you need to be mentally prepared for this. Brian has changed since his first encounter with the monsters. Now he is a completely different person and is no longer as weak as before. He took a step forward and prepared for an incredibly interesting journey. It would be fun anyway. Soon he found himself in the world of the dead and immediately felt that even the air was different here, smelling of rot and smoke. Strangely enough, the aura of death here is much weaker than he expected, probably because this world is next to the world of the living. He probably doesn't need the flower of rebirth right now. But how can he find the legendary prince in this desert? His treasure bag began to glow and vibrate, so the seven-pointed sword sensed something. It's strange to understand, but even in the world of the dead there is something connected to this sword. Brian began exploring this desert and immediately noticed some unknown creature of small stature. It seems as if Doctor Strange opened a portal to an unknown world, which could also be called the multiverse. This unknown creature began to scream and attack Brian. He was not prepared for such horror in the world of the dead. After that, this monster started crying and said that he had been waiting for the Peche King for too long. It is unlikely that he was waiting for Brian, but it seems as if this monster was really waiting for the ruler of Pecha. It turned out that he was creating weapons here. All his relatives fought with these weapons. But one day the ruler of Pecha stopped coming to this world and then everything changed. Then this monster told even more interesting details of his life. It turned out that it was he who created the ultimate sword. Emperor Sujin is the 10th emperor of Japan. His reign is considered the beginning of the history of this country. Almost nothing is known about the reigns of the following emperors. Only a few legends and myths have survived. The monster wanted to tell the history of Japan, but Brian replied that he didn't have time for that because he had to look for treasure. But the monster didn't listen to the boy at all. His family belonged to the deities, and everyone hoped that he would be able to inherit the appearance of his patron god. But this monster, unlike its brothers, has awakened phalanges of its fingers. His father was very angry about this and even tried to kill his child, so the monster, whose name was Miyagi, had to flee. It was then that he met the real king of Pex, a ruler named Wolf. He was very kind to Miyagi, and they became like real brothers. The children of this king also began to serve him, and even made him protection from hard metals. But after a while, Wolf disappeared and Miyagi began to feel very sad about it. He thought that his close friend would never return and their friendship was over. He doesn't understand why King Pechi has only returned now, although of course the king now is Brian, not Wolf. The monster saw that the king's clothes were poorly made and decided to sew new fabric. After that, he found another suit in his treasury that would suit the king much better. This fabric can be used to make a patch for clothing, and the monster will be very happy if it helps the king. Soon, Brian tried on his new suit and was also pleased with this upgrade. He was pleased that treasures could also be made into beautiful jewelry and ornaments. After that, Brian invited Miyagi to go with him to the human world. But the monster refused. He likes it here, no one sees him and doesn't stop him from doing what he likes. The more he practiced his skills, the stronger his aura became, which was why he hid here. In this place, his predecessors will not be able to find him, and therefore he feels safe. What's wrong with your god seeing you? But it turns out that everything is too confusing. 2,000 years ago, Wolf went to Japan for the sake of his friend Heidel, and also to learn the celestial arts. Since ancient times, this country has been isolated from the rest of the world and has been an unknown land. Japan has a lot of energy, which is not inferior to the energy of the Tabic Mountains on the Korean peninsula. King Wolf could not believe that the people who live here are incredibly strong and powerful from birth. For the sake of the opportunity to learn more about the predecessors of the Giddels and for the prosperity of Peche, he concluded a peace treaty. This was not difficult to do, because they were good friends and very quickly found common ground on this issue. King Wolf quickly became close to the Tenno family and began to study their history until he learned where and what was incredible. The gods from whom the Tenno family was formed were inhabitants of the heavenly kingdom, the world of the gods in Japan. But these gods were part of a completely different world, and even the king found it hard to believe. He could not understand why the people of this country accepted these gods without any resistance. It seemed that they were supposed to fight off the gods and close the gates of heaven, but in reality they began to worship these gods. Gods from other worlds have special power, and if you consider that their energy was no weaker than the energy of the Tabic Mountains, then everything becomes clear. But this whole theory of the king was destroyed when he saw one sword. The Kusanagi sword is one of the 3 sacred treasures. It was with it that the most terrible demon of Japan was defeated. So this sword, which was created from demon energy, radiates incredibly pure power. The king decided that a demon who had not been purified could not have such pure power, and began to study ancient records. Because of this, he learned the terrible truth. It was not a demon who was defeated, but a deity who protected these islands. This deity was defeated by gods from another world and was transformed into a demon. It's not the first time we've heard that great masters who fought gods from other worlds lost. Even in Korea, there is a creator god who is actually a foreign god, so it's better not to believe in all the stories and legends. Wolf pointed out that the Japanese gods predicted that the gates of heaven would soon be closed. That is why they divided the demon's body into 8 parts and hid it in the ground to fill it with power, and raised people who would worship this power. They did this so that even after the gates of heaven were closed, followers would remain in them. King Wolf tried to restore the demon's power, but Lady Pinaqua prevented him from doing so. He probably didn't want Brian to revive Pecha, which is why he recognized him as his follower. Now that the gates to heaven have reopened, he wants Brian to use the power he has gathered to protect the world from the invasion of gods from another world. Brian cannot allow King Wolf's suffering to be in vain. Miyagi has already heard rumors that a prince has entered the world of the dead and is hiding in the lands that were granted to the founding mother. Brian was shocked when he heard this story, because these lands that Peggy received in the world of the dead. It's time to continue your journey and venture into the world of black and white. Everything around was beautiful, but Brian could not feel any aura. The atmosphere of the world of the dead really lives here. If you lose your headlights here, it will be almost impossible to turn back. These lands were donated by 10 kings to the founding mother, as Miyagi has already mentioned. According to rumors, she was on excellent terms with the Lord of Hell. Perhaps it was he who gave her these lands. Peggy had planned something in the morning, but in any case, he didn't have much time, so he had to hurry. Soon he finally found the waterfall, probably the one the Giddel spoke of in the ancient books. Approaching this place, Brian finally saw the prince. His name was Mao. He sensed the approach of the Dragon Lord and the new king of Pekchu. Brian explained that King Wolf had transferred his right to the throne to him. He also said that he came here to pick up 2 artifacts that belonged to the prince. It turned out that this old man was not at all against giving up the artifacts, although it seemed that he would be ready to fight for them. This guy can hardly be called a prince anymore. His best years are behind him. Left in a black and white world, he became devoid of color. He soon gave away those 2 artifacts that had been talked about so much, the Golden Ruler and the Fire Pearl. This all seemed very strange. Brian expected a battle for those items. The insect got them in a few seconds. The prince understands that many years have passed in the world of living people. A new era has begun, so there is no point in holding on to the past. He had long since decided to give these artifacts to whoever would come to the world of the dead for them. After that, Prince Ma said goodbye to Brian. He said that the boy had a long road ahead of him. As soon as these words were spoken, an explosion immediately occurred and Prince Ma disappeared. It turned out that Brian would still face trials, because rumors that he had appeared alive in the world of the dead spread very quickly. Now Brian will have to test his own capabilities against people who have long lost their souls. This guy is called the Black King. He is the fifth son of the founding mother. He is very happy to see Brian, probably because he dreams of avenging his brother's life. He wants to tell his mother the good news today and enjoy sweet revenge. The Black King and his servants began to attack Brian. This was expected, so the heavenly ruler was able to dodge their attacks. He decided to use the power of water. It could somehow add color to this gray world. But in the world of the dead, completely different rules prevail. It is not enough to be strong here, you have to be incredibly strong here. In this world, it will be difficult to return, especially if Brian cannot win this battle. His power in this world doesn't work at 100%, probably because it's a completely different space here. It was at this moment that Brian decided to take a step forward and taste the flower of rebirth. These medicines were immediately absorbed into his body, and now he will be able to show his incredible potential. As a result, something strange happened. The dead creatures regained their color, as in times past. Brian smiled and said he was ready to see what the dead were capable of. He hoped they wouldn't disappoint him. The Black King has heard stories about the rebirth flower from the Xiaoqian garden, and he is happy to finally experience its power. His self-confidence is understandable. He is fighting on his own turf and is confident that this will be enough to win. Of course, during the years he spent on this earth, he learned to perform various tricks using black magic, or, as it is also called, dead power. But Brian didn't care about all these tricks. He took out his demonic sword and began to destroy the evil demons. In the world of the dead, no one has ever had such impudence as this Dragon King. This forced the Black King to take decisive steps in order to win this battle. With his black magic, he summoned something terrible. It cannot be compared to ordinary spirits. Whatever it is, these black creatures will do anything to tear Brian into a million pieces now. It's not the first time he's had to fight alone against an army of rivals, but he's never fought an army like this before. Turning living beings into dead demons is a very terrible magic that is forbidden to use in the world of the living. But as mentioned earlier, the world of the dead has its own laws, so everything is completely different there. Brian took out his sword and decided to show the dead that living people can also perform magic tricks. His water dragon attack was very accurate and hit right on target. The Black King probably expected a completely different outcome to this confrontation, but we don't always get everything we want. He hates the descendants of the dragon, but Brian doesn't care because the victors write history. In the pocket of his victorious enemy, he found a tablet of death, which stores souls used for death magic. In ancient chronicles, there is a description of this magic, where the death tablet is used. Brian has read many ancient chronicles, so he knows how to apply this classic artifact. Although the Black King begged him to stop and not do this, it seemed as if Brian was not listening to him at all. Brian ordered him to tell everything he knew about the lands that were gifted by Hell for the founding Mother State. The Black King started to say something but then fell silent at the most interesting moment. Of course, Brian didn't understand anything, although he did hear the boy's first words. Stephen continued to do his daily activities, eating pizza and searching for new information. It was at this moment that the Heavenly Lord appeared behind him and frightened this disabled man very much. Stephen was pleased that the plan had been carried out and the artifacts were now in their hands. This golden ruler can cure any disease and even return the dead to the world of the living. Because Brian knows the properties of the body, he can quickly determine a person's condition, which is close to death, and save him. Stephen has done a lot to get this golden ruler, but it doesn't seem like it will be able to solve his problem. Brian learned that this illusionist also searched a lot for information about flowers from Xiaoqian gardens, especially flowers, which can heal the body, breath, and bones, as well as save the soul and even life. Stephen started screaming and said that he had tasted all these flowers many years ago, but his problem was still not solved. The only flower he hasn't tasted yet is the rebirth flower, which Brian recently used. But even she is unlikely to help this guy, because he not only has a problem with his body, his soul is torn into a million pieces.